My Lords, it's a great pleasure to beg to move that the bill be read a second time. I do so at a time when the UK's media landscape faces enormous technological change, but in the face of which I'm proud to say it is thriving. British-made programmes are watched and enjoyed by audiences at home and across the globe. Our public service broadcasters not only produce fantastic shows which keep audiences glued to their screens, but also inform and educate them and project British values and the very best of British creativity around the world. Similarly, our radio environment is exceptionally rich and diverse. There's a radio station for everyone. UK radio stations provide an incredible service, again not just entertaining their listeners, but also disseminating local news and information throughout the country. That is something we want to value and protect. We should also celebrate the thousands of excellent and exciting job opportunities that the sector creates across the United Kingdom and the billions of pounds that they add to our economy. This is a pro-growth bill. It will not only enable people to continue to watch and listen to the content that they love, but also help to grow our world-leading creative industries and to maintain their status as world leaders. It's been more than 20 years since the last major piece of broadcasting legislation reached the statute book. The world has changed significantly since then, as have the ways in which we consume media. The growth of the streaming giants, smart televisions and online radio has completely changed consumers' demand and expectations. Our world-renowned media industry has embraced the challenge, adapting rapidly not just to survive, but to thrive. His Majesty's Government has heard the passionate support for this bill, both from the industry and from members of both Houses of Parliament, and I'm delighted that it is now before your Lordship's House and look forward to working with noble lords from across the House to ensure that it delivers for our brilliant media sector and for viewers and listeners. The Government is very grateful to the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee in Another Place for its thorough examination of the bill during pre-legislative scrutiny last year. We were pleased to accept the majority of the recommendations set out in the committee's two reports. There is no doubt that these have improved the bill before us. I'd also like to thank the Communications and Digital Committee of your Lordship's House under the expert chairmanship of my noble friend Lady Stoll of Beeston and before that of my noble friend Lord Gilbert of Banteg for the work that it has carried out on the many areas relating to the bill. Its reports on public service broadcasting, on the future of journalism and most recently its inquiry into the future of news have helped to shape the bill and the government's wider work in this area. The bill has also benefited from extensive engagement with industry and with members of both houses. We've heard from public service broadcasters, commercial broadcasters, the radio and news media, radio and television selection services, on-demand streaming platforms and Ofcom throughout the drafting of the bill, throughout its pre-legislative scrutiny and during its passage in Another Place. Together, that has helped to produce a bill which incorporates their views and addresses their challenges and which we hope will work for everyone. We're very grateful for the time and effort that everyone has gone to while working with us on this bill. Finally, I'd like to thank Ofcom for the work that it has undertaken to get the bill to this stage. Its research into this area and its close work in supporting the drafting of the bill has been invaluable. It has, of course, already made clear its plans for implementation in the materials that it published earlier this week. The Government looks forward to continuing to work with Ofcom on the remaining stages of the bill and on the implementation of its provisions. Let me turn now to what the legislation does. The bill supports our public service broadcasters to ensure that they are able to provide high-quality content to the United Kingdom and audiences for years to come. As it stands, our public service broadcasters are governed by laws written more than 2 decades ago. Part 1 of the bill seeks to modernise the framework for public service television. This will ensure that our public service broadcasters are encouraged to focus on what makes them distinctive, while also having the flexibility to serve audiences across the UK with high-quality programmes on a wider range of services. Many noble lords, like countless people beyond your Lordship's House, are passionate sports fans. We want to make sure that fans are able to continue to watch the biggest sporting events that this country offers. That is why we're modernising the listed events regime to protect viewers' access to major sporting events which define our nation. We're extending the protections that the regime offers for live listed events coverage in line with where audiences choose to watch it. TV-like services providing live content to audiences in the UK via the internet will now need to comply with our rules. We're also making qualification a public service broadcaster benefit, recognising the role that these broadcasters play in delivering national sporting moments and providing certainty in the future. Part 2 of the bill deals with prominence. We know that audiences value public service content, we want to make sure that it is always available and easily accessible for them. As is the case in linear broadcasting, the bill ensures that public service content is made available and easy to find on modern platforms such as smart televisions, set-top boxes and streaming sticks. This will not only improve the audience experience, but is a vital reform for the sustainability of our public service broadcasters. Part 3 of the bill contains measures specifically designed to support the sustainability of Channel 4. The government is clear in its intent to support Channel 4 to continue making groundbreaking, unique and distinctively British content for years to come. Some of the means to do that can be found in this bill, such as the measures to strengthen the broadcaster's governance arrangements and allowing it to make more of its own programmes. Others can be found in the Memorandum of Understanding undertaken between the government and Channel 4 when the bill was introduced in another place on the 8th of November last year. The government has also worked closely with Channel Pedwar Cymru, or S4C, to make sure that it has the tools it needs to continue to provide Welsh language content. I'm pleased to say that the bill will implement in statute recommendations from Iron Ogwen Williams's 2018 independent review into the future of the broadcaster. This includes allowing S4C to broaden its reach and to offer its contents on new platforms across the United Kingdom and beyond, and updating its public service remit to include digital and online services. S4C will be able more easily to adapt to market change, maximising the benefits to its audiences and to continue to deliver high-quality content. The ways in which we watch television have changed a great deal in recent decades. Watching several episodes of Coronation Street back-to-back was once only possible during an omnibus on Sunday afternoon. Now people can do it with a few clicks on ITVX any day of the week, any time they choose. The growth of video-on-demand services has been extraordinary, but we know that audiences would like to see these services held to the same standards that are required on normal television services. That's why we're introducing a new video-on-demand code drafted by Ofcom, by which the streaming giants will be required to abide. Noble Lords will, I know, be pleased to hear that this code will better protect children and uphold the standards that we see on our linear services. In addition, Ofcom will have a new duty to review and ensure all on-demand services audiences protection measures are effective and fit for purpose. We're also making sure that streamers provide greater access to their programmes by increasing the amount of subtitled, audio-described and signed content available on their services. Turning to the radio industry, I'm sure Noble Lords will welcome the provisions for radio in Part 5 of the bill. These seek to boost the growth of our fantastic radio industry by reducing regulatory burdens and costs on commercial radio stations and supporting investment by broadcasters in content and the long-term sustainability of the sector, while also strengthening protections for the provision of local news and information. As with television, we've seen a shift in how people enjoy the radio. While traditional broadcast methods remain popular, recent years have seen rapid growth in listening via devices such as smart speakers too. The government wants to encourage innovation and the growth of new technology, but we also recognise the need for protections for radio and the huge public value that it provides, as Noble Lords have often raised in our exchanges in this House. Again, we're grateful to both the radio industry and to technology companies for their engagement on these measures. Finally, in Part 7, and fulfilling a manifesto commitment, the bill will remove a threat to the freedom of the press by repealing Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2013. That section has not been commenced. If it were, it could force publishers to pay the legal costs of people who sue them, even if they win. Members of Your Lordship's House, along with members of another place, have taken a strong interest in the practices and culture of our free press over recent years. There now exists a strengthened, independent, self-regulatory system for the press, but as the manifesto on which the government was elected makes clear, we'll make sure that the heavy-handed measures of Section 40 are not able to stifle the independence or threaten the sustainability of the British press. I'm mindful that my noble friend Lord Forsyth Drumlin has tabled a regret motion to the second reading, and I'll listen to his reasons for doing so when he rises shortly. Let me just preempt, if I may, his comments by assuring him that the government takes this issue seriously. Under the Enterprise Act 2002, the Secretary of State has powers to intervene in media mergers on certain public interest grounds, including where there are concerns about media freedom and freedom of expression. The government also already has tough powers powers, including through the National Security and Investment Act 2021, to address foreign interference and to scrutinise and, if necessary, intervene in acquisitions on grounds of national security. The bill before us today has only one clause pertaining to the press, the repeal of Section 40, which I've just mentioned. That is concerned with the removal of burdensome obligations on news media outlets and not press ownership, which is beyond the scope of this bill. But as my noble friend will be aware, there are ongoing discussions and indeed amendments to the Digital Markets, Competition and Consumers Bill on this issue. I'm grateful to Noble Lords for their involvement in and support for the bill as it's made its way to your Lordship's House. I look forward to the debates ahead, the scrutiny we give it, and I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, I may, if I may start briefly with a reference to the motion laid by the Noble Lord Forsyth. I fully understand the Noble Lord's frustration. Concerns and questions over this issue have been raised multiple times in both houses, and I've previously asked if the government has any plans to review rules on media ownership, and to date received no answer. We do recognise the government's response that they are awaiting the conclusion of investigations by the CMA and Ofcom, and I wonder if the Minister can offer an opportunity, perhaps outside of this debate, for Noble Lords to raise issues and hear from the Minister or Secretary of State on those points. My Lords, with that said, we have waited 20 years for the media bill in front of us this afternoon, and I would like to focus my remarks on the substance of the bill which has finally reached us. But I do look forward to hearing from the Noble Lord Forsyth later in the debate. My Lords, the Noble Lord the Minister has fairly set out the rationale behind the government's media bill, but of course he hasn't given us the full story behind its arrival here in the Lords. We were promised this particular piece of legislation some long time ago. Finally, 2 years ago, in the 2022 Queen's Speech, details were provided of a media bill, though in the event this turned out to be a draft bill published in March 2023. Some commentators have said that it's been in the offing for nearly 10 years. Now, I don't intend to try and embarrass the Minister. The delay is embarrassment enough. We would certainly have had a bill earlier in this Parliament if it hadn't been the subject of internal wrangling about the future of Channel 4. However, we are pleased that the government saw sense and dropped its desire, the desire of the former Secretary of State, to privatise. I suspect if it had pursued that course, it would have upset the whole public sector broadcaster eco-structure. I suspect it also made the Minister's job today a whole lot harder. It was way back in 2003 and the last Labour government when the legislative framework for public service broadcasting was renewed. So much has changed, as the Minister has said, since the Communications Act 2003. As the government's rightly asserted, much has changed in the media landscape. We now have on-screen entertainment divided into linear broadcasting and on-demand streaming services. Broadcast radio too has changed, with the public being able to choose how they access on-air services. The government has argued that these changes make it essential that public service broadcasting, on-demand programme services and commercial radio needs a new regulatory framework. We agree wholeheartedly with that, and for that reason we support the bill. My Lords, the bill is important, as the Noble Lord the Minister has said, because it brings media legislation into the digital age. Although the bill lacks a commanding overall vision for broadcasting in the UK, the PSBs believe, and we think, that they are right, that it's in good shape as currently drafted and will enable that sector to thrive and develop, not just here, but to enable us to compete internationally, where our public service broadcasters are much admired. The PSBs and other stakeholders are all rightly keen that the bill pass into law as quickly as possible, so they can have the long-awaited certainty they need for programming, commercial and long-term planning. However, that should not detract from our duty as legislators to ask questions of the government and, where appropriate, seek to amend the bill. However, I can assure the House and those listening eagerly to this debate that we support the bill and will be looking to work on a cross-party basis to get it onto our statute book as quickly as possible. We are also conscious that with the advertising revenue shrinking in a highly competitive market, the commercial PSBs will not welcome any additional undue cost burdens and obligations being placed upon them. Several, including Channel 4 and ITV, have indicated that to remain sustainable as businesses, they will have to reshape their business models. There are a number of key issues the House will want to scrutinise carefully, including prominence for our PSB services, ensuring audiences are protected and have access to varied and high-quality content, ensuring Ofcom is empowered to achieve what is being asked of it as a robust regulator, and, of course, future-proofing the legislation. On prominence, we are pleased to see the case for prominence being updated has been recognised by the Government. Clause 28 is hugely important to the PSBs, extending it to cover services not currently included, such as interfaces on smart TVs, set-top boxes and streaming sticks. Given that Ofcom recommended this back in 2019, it is now long overdue. This should make PSB content prominent on both linear and on-demand services and make public service content available and easy to find across the full range of television platforms. My Lords, we are aware that in another place, some members, notably the chair of the DCMS Select Committee, Caroline Dinage, made the case for a different wording for prominence. They argue that instead of appropriate prominence, it should be significant. I'm sure the House will want to probe to ensure that the word appropriate is both flexible and robust enough to do the job for the PSBs. It might be useful if the Noble Lord the Minister could fill out in a little more detail the thinking behind the language used. I'm not sure that Sir John Whittingdale's clarification in the Commons quite did the job. On ensuring quality content for our audiences, we welcome the simpler, streamlined public service remit and believe the bill will enable a broader reach of audiences across a wider range of platforms. We will have questions to probe over the genres included, or indeed not included, in the remit and ensuring the right safeguards are in place. We will also want to consider the details of Part 4 on video-on-demand regulation for both the industry and the audiences who access these services, including the tier model and age ratings. On future-proofing, my Lords, we welcome too the listed events reforms, which will strengthen the role of public service media within the regime. This is, however, one of the key areas where future-proofing the legislation comes into play. On the issue of digital rights for listed events in particular, attention to digital rights will be necessary to enable UK audiences to come together for our biggest sporting events, whether this is online or through traditional linear broadcast outlets. Future-proofing will also be a key issue when we consider the radio provisions in the bill, including access to on-demand content and access through services other than smart speakers, particularly in cars, where car manufacturers can effectively become the default gatekeepers of radio access. This bill, as I said, much delayed in the 20 years since the Communications Act 2003. More generally, given the pace of change in the media world, can the Minister say today that the legislation is sufficiently flexible to match the changes and challenges we can immediately foresee? Perhaps the Minister can assure Noble Lords that the Secretary of State will keep under regular review the platforms through which PSB content can be viewed. This will surely be essential given how technological developments are likely to work alongside shifting markets and audience expectations. My Lords, we are, as I made plain at the outset, pleased that Channel 4 privatisation has been dropped. The Government have made two changes that materially affect Channel 4. The first is to place a sustainability duty on the company, and the second is the removal of the existing publisher-broadcaster restriction. The first change relating to the duty is, I hope, limited to ensuring the channel's financial security and stability, and perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister can say something about that when he comes to wind up. The lifting of the restriction on Channel 4's ability to create content directly is clearly significant, and I noted, as I'm sure other Noble Lords will have done, the careful response adopted by Channel 4 to this new freedom. The channel, having rightly made the argument about privatisation upsetting the broadcasting ecostructure, will not want to disrupt that same ecostructure through a rapid expansion of in-house production, having carefully built up its commissioning role over the past 40 years. My Lords, we are, with others, considering carefully what might need amending in the bill. As well as the areas I've referenced, there are a few amendments which we feel are important in addressing perhaps possible gaps to the legislation. One which seems particularly important, given concerns about children's and young people's viewing habits, was that relating to a review looking at ensuring they have access to public service content. With the dominance of smartphones and social media amongst young people as a means of viewing TV content, this would seem to be vitally important. We also supported a review within 6 months of the bill passing into legislation whether a Gaelic language service should be given a public service broadcast remit. My Lords, I finally come to the Government's decision to bring forward the repeal of Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2013 relating to the Leveson provisions. In my opinion, my Lords, it sits rather oddly in a bill about broadcast media. But we are aware that this measure has manifesto cover from 2019 and we have not sought to remove it. From conversations with key stakeholders and noble lords, it seems fair to say that the debate in this House will not focus solely on the question of repeal, but will instead look at a range of possible amendments. In the Commons, Labour supported an amendment laid by George Eustace MP, which would retain an incentive for newspapers to sign up to an approved regulator. This will, I'm sure, be part of our conversations going forward. Ensuring access to justice and a free and important press is very much a live and current issue, and I look forward to hearing from noble lords across the House today on that point. My Lords, in conclusion, this bill is much needed. It is long overdue. The PSBs need it, the media world needs it, and it is welcome. Our approach will be to carefully listen to the arguments over points of contention. We have no intention of disrupting the architecture of the bill or its main provisions. If we have an argument with government, it is simply this, that instead of spending the last 4 years running down the excellence of our PSBs, they could have better spent that time promoting its strengths internationally and celebrating its role in helping make the UK the arts and culture superpower we truly should become.
My Lords, the media bill is good, but it can be better. And that is what I trust we will achieve during its passage here. We are so fortunate with our PSBs, a miraculous ecosystem that lies at the heart of our nation, our common understanding, our daily lives and our conversations. It is not only our unique selling point, but it is the birthplace and the cauldron which nurtures the extraordinary talents we boast in this country. And it's no mystery why the streamers have streamed here. Tax breaks and talent. Paramount, amongst others, have spoken out about the importance of PSBs to inward investment. Quote, "We have a special place in the UK market as a huge investor each year across film, pay TV, PSB, Channel 5 and streaming. And we have always been very clear that PSBs are the cornerstone of the UK content sector. And that is what makes it so attractive for inward investment." And my Lords, as budgets are squeezed, and our PSBs are up against this proliferation of streamers with global competitors worldwide and very deep pockets. So as we welcome the brilliant and differing content and jobs and inward investment that the streamers make, we do need to ensure that the pure size and commercial power that the streamers have cannot simply ace them out. British drama is great exports, but also important to our nation, as we recently saw with Mr. Bates. But there's so much more. We want to make sure that we can keep making brilliant programmes like this and Happy Valley and Line of Duty, and the audiences can find them easily and significantly. The elements of betterment to the bill are no mystery. Prominence, listed events, live coverage clips, fair coverage, Channel 4's change to remit, genres, smart speakers, unfettered access, content classification, Section 40, video on demand, local radio and local content, and accessibility amongst others. And we and others across this House will undoubtedly lay amendments to test these and many more. Now, the modernised mission statement for our PSBs replaces the original 14 objectives with 4 generalised requirements. And we are concerned that removing Ofcom's responsibility to monitor the delivery of content in specific areas of public benefit may see these less commercially viable but vitally important areas decline. Because the current bill is framed in consumerist terms rather than societal, and inform, educate and entertain is a long-standing overarching aim for our PSBs. Ofcom will have a statutory duty to measure delivery of this content if it is on the face of the bill, not in quantitative terms, but overall. And prominence. How that word has gained prominence in my life in recent days. In fact, I would say it had gained significant prominence, not simply appropriate prominence. And I literally do not understand what the government has against significant rather than appropriate. If the PSBs are not there, right at the front of the queue for viewers' attention, they simply won't get it. So I very much hope that the government may move on that in due course. Because significant will give more power and impetus to Ofcom to ensure that UK viewers and listeners can continue to access high-quality programming and journalism from our PSBs in an ever more cluttered media offering. And I couldn't help but notice that Amazon, in its evidence, prefers appropriate to significant, which makes me think significant is definitely what we need. By the mid-2030s, 80% of Brits will get stuff online, and we are concerned that big shop fronts like Amazon and Google will sell that visibility, will sell their shop fronts, sell the prominence, and this bill has to intervene in that market. Because it's clear that these big, gigantic superpowers may obliterate all before them if left free to roam. And whilst I love Amazon and Netflix, and actually all of them, and I have far too many subscriptions for the time available to use them, but I also love and value our ecosystem of creativity. I mean, Amazon MGM, for example, and that's the production and distribution arm, says it has supported more than 16,000 full-time permanent jobs in 2022, and is creating new facilities at Shepperton. That is all brilliant, and their investment goes right across the nation, and they're working with film schools. But if we are not careful, and if we do not protect our PSBs, the cauldron of talent that is nurtured and grown by the BBC and others will be eaten up and one day disappear. And the very golden egg of whatever is in the water that grows our very British talent, and I'm sorry for those mixed metaphors, will have disappeared. Coming to Channel 4, we are very, very happy that the government cancelled its decision to privatise Channel 4. But the change to empower it to make its own programmes gives us concern as to what that might do to the diversity and the sustainability of the UK's world-leading independent production sector and the employment and creativity it generates in the nations and the regions. Now, to date, Channel 4's said that it's not going to happen for at least 5 years. But as a publisher broadcaster, obviously Channel 4 doesn't produce its own programmes, but commissions from more than 300 independent production companies across the UK every year. And although it's tended to sort of come to rely on a few of the bigger ones it's created, actually that investment in the startups, it's very good that they don't have a list of preferred or approved production companies, because that must not be put in jeopardy. It is a cauldron for our creators. It's the future, which is vital in terms of the role it plays in enabling small, new, inventive and adventurous programming, and I think Margaret Thatcher had something to do with that. In terms of listed events, the bill does make clear that listed events' primary beneficiaries are terrestrial, and the existing regime makes it harder to hide behind a paywall. And the bill says the same should apply to streamers, but we need to extend that regime further in terms of digital rights on clips and catch-up, because people increasingly are accessing through digital, and they watch more and more after an event using those clips and catch-up, and so they must not be hidden behind a paywall. Undoubtedly, we're going to have to address the removal of Section 40, and on this we will find disagreement across this House, but for us on these benches, it is a bulwark against the overweening power of the press, let alone the inaccuracy and bias that already populates its titles, and that power cannot remain untrammelled. In terms of radio, we need to ensure there's fairness in choice of station, not unfair direction by owners of the appliance. There should be no charging of radio stations licensed by Ofcom, and we need to protect against overlaid, unauthorised advertising. It's important that we have our own choice of what to listen to, be that national or local, entertainment or news or information. And in this era of shifting and changing listening and viewing habits, and as it marches on, and much of which marches on online, we need to safeguard the irreplaceable value that radio plays in our lives. And as smart speakers become more and more dominant, we need to ensure that there are safeguards in place to ensure that that can continue. And moving on to the nations and the regions, local content is just so important. Ensuring that appropriate and relevant material can reach relevant local areas, not just local news. And we need diverse voices, Welsh language and Gaelic broadcasting. And lastly, inclusion. We need to be aware that free-to-air is still relied on by millions and millions of people, but only guaranteed up to 2034. No long-term protections are in place, and loss of these services would hit the most vulnerable, already disadvantaged by digital exclusion in so many ways, with TV being a mainstay of the old and those without family, and those who are lonely, as well as lower-income households, people living with disabilities and rural areas. This needs clear safeguards into law. And just before I finish, a little word about Ofcom. Ofcom is growing and growing like Topsy, so I trust it will have the wherewithal to not just manage, but to excel at its task, employing the best in what will be a heavy responsibility going forward. Moreover, it is vital that dispute resolution is clear and attainable within the bill. Ofcom need to be empowered and powerful, and where there are issues, they need to be swiftly and strongly dealt with. To date, that has not been a noticeable feature of Ofcom, but it needs to be, as they get more and more responsibility. My lords, we have something very special in this country. It's always difficult to put it into words, but it's part of our national identity, our cohesion, our unique selling point. We need this bill to guard against any loss of that identity or any damage to the creative furnace that is so important to our nature's future. I and my colleagues look forward to working on this bill and making it better than ever.
John Lean.
My Lords, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper that this House regrets that the bill does not make provision concerning the ownership and control by foreign governments of newspapers in the United Kingdom. My Lords, this is the media bill. It's 176 pages of very good stuff, as my noble friend, the noble Minister Lord Parkinson said, and it's a pleasure to follow Baroness Featherstone on this occasion when I can agree with almost everything she says. It's 176 pages, but it does not address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is not foreign ownership of newspapers and media outlets. The elephant in the room is foreign governments being able to own media outlets, including newspapers. Now, my noble friend very helpfully said he'd make a few remarks on the amendment and said it's out with the scope of the bill. How can it be out with the scope of the bill? Surely it is an absolute duty, there's an absolute principle here that foreign governments should not be able to own newspapers. And my noble friend said in his opening remarks that there are various procedures whereby the Secretary of State can make an assessment, either in terms of national security or in terms of other matters. Surely the most important matter that we need to be concerned with is the freedom and integrity of our press, the jewel in our nation's crown, which we've always revered. I have to say that I do owe the House an apology. I feel something of a hypocrite because I don't actually like regret motions on second readings of bills. And I've only done this because I could find no other way of drawing to the attention of the House the seriousness of this matter and drawing to the attention of the government. And I'm most grateful to the comments made on behalf of the Labour front bench, that across this House, in every corner of this House, people are concerned by the idea that the Daily Telegraph could fall into the ownership of a foreign government. And yet the government is doing nothing about it in this bill, which they could. I believe. And without wishing to upset my colleagues who are responsible for our diplomacy, I can think of few countries that are least suitable or totally unsuitable to own a newspaper than the UAE. I know that my former colleague George Osborne and others have been very active arguing that actually it's not the Sheikh, it's not a foreign government because they've set up a structure. You know, we have a saying in Scotland, he who pays the piper calls the tune. And in this case, the amount being paid is very considerable. I mean, it's a while since I did valuations of companies, but I'd struggle to get beyond 400 million for the Daily Telegraph and the Spectator, and very considerably more is being paid. That doesn't strike me as an investment opportunity. That strikes me as being an influence opportunity, and that is what is behind, I believe, the acquisition of the Daily Telegraph and the Spectator, and that is why a substantial premium is being offered. Does the government really believe that it can be right for a country, a government of a country like the UAE, which has a dreadful record on censorship and editorial influence, which is noted for its threats to free expression and accurate presentation of news, a country that locks journalists up because they say things with which they disagree, a country which is listed, I believe, as 145 out of 180 countries on the Freedom Index. Is it really going to be our role as a nation and our government that they achieve the distinction of being the first country in the world, I believe, the first country in the world to allow a quality newspaper with a large readership to be owned by a foreign government? I hear what my noble friend says about the scope of the bill, and I confess another reason why I have moved this motion is because I'm having an interesting dialogue with the Public Bill Office as to whether an amendment can be made which was within the scope of the bill. Now, as my noble friend pointed out, if you look at the long title of this bill, I've never seen a long title like it. It's like a shopping list. But on that shopping list, included on that shopping list, is the repeal of Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act. I'm not sure whether I voted for that or not. I suspect I probably did, because as you know, I'm a very loyal supporter of the government. And I'm sure I voted for it. And I'm sure it was explained to me that it was essential to have it, because it was essential to have some kind of independent ability to look at the conduct of our newspapers. And I seem to recall there was a bit of a row, and the newspapers and others argued it was absolutely essential that we should not have newspapers or other publications in our country subject to government control. So I'm at a loss to understand why, if the bill provides for removing that, it isn't possible, as a consequence of it, to discuss the impact of allowing a foreign government to have ownership of a newspaper when those controls are being removed because the bill provides for the abolition of Section 40. Now, I'm not a clerk, I'm not even a lawyer, but it seems to me to be completely illogical, and I cannot understand why the government is going along with this view. The government's duty is to maintain a free press in our country and to make sure that our press are not subject to undue influence, which is presumably why this provision is in the bill in the first place. By taking it away, it removes any possibility of independent regulation. I support that, even if I did vote for it before out of loyalty to the government. But allowing foreign governments, whilst without that protection, seems to me to be very difficult to justify. Free press is a central part of a free country. And if we are going to allow the UAE today, why not other states tomorrow? Why not North Korea? Why not? And my noble friend might say, oh, well, the Secretary of State would look at that. There is a principle here, a principle which ought to be clearly on the face of the bill. And I don't want to take advantage of the fact that I'm moving an amendment to the bill to exceed the speaking time, so I beg to move.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been moved at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I now therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
I beg to move.
I think you did. My Lords, it's a great privilege to speak after the Noble Lord Forsyth. I declare my interests as a director of a film and TV production company that works regularly with studio streamers and broadcasters, including the PSBs. My Lords, I welcome the bill and, like others, wish it had been with us a little earlier. The focus of my remarks is to question if the bill has kept up with the changes in the media landscape. But first, I wish to add my support to recommendations made by the pre-legislative committee in the other place. At second reading, Dame Caroline Dinage, the chair of the committee, said that the removal of the genre list was, I quote, something that the PSBs themselves did not want to linger on in their evidence to us. My Lords, the fact that they did not wish to linger on it should make us nervous. Their silence is in itself evidence that a narrowing of the list will likely result in a downgrading of religious, arts, science, children's programming, among others. And it is true that the PSBs can take a somewhat creative view of what constitutes such programming. I once directed a film about sex workers in New York for the religious strand of Channel 4 television, so clearly the genres cannot be claimed to be too restrictive. But the fact that this broad remit exists and is engraved in legislation is at the heart of what is most unique about our public broadcasting ecology. I know that the Noble Lord the Minister has a deep concern about the arts, and I hope on that issue the House already has his ear. But when he responds, can he explain both the rationale for narrowing the genres and also where the government imagines broadcasters will find room for religious or children's programming? Because if you downgrade the breadth of what PSB means, in effect you downgrade much of what this bill seeks to protect. These categories are central to our collective understanding of how we see ourselves and our world. Similarly, I fully support the committee in wishing prominence to be significant rather than appropriate. Ministers in the other place argued that it may not always be appropriate to make something prominent, let alone significant. Even if you can work out what that means, and it is occasionally the case, this can be dealt with by the overarching duty in the Regulators Code for Ofcom to be proportionate. Meanwhile, the cost of not requiring significant prominence may over time render the prominence measure entirely ineffective. Imagine in the near future when broadcasters consumed using connected eyewear, we walk into immersive environments, or perhaps each of us has an AI-derived personal program. Significant would drive innovative solutions as technology changes, whilst appropriate serves up an unimaginative status quo. The same future-proof reasoning should mean that both digital on-demand and app stores are in scope of the legislation. As is often the case, an app store is the gatekeeper or first port of call for content, but its terms require 20 or 30% cut of revenue. Then the bill, in effect, gives poor digital real estate to the PSBs and leaves the most lucrative sites profiteering from their content or carrying none at all. Which really leads me to my final point, which is simply that I'm not sure that the bill represents a vision of media fit for our age. We're about to suffer a tsunami of synthetic material in which the guesstimate of large language models provided further fragmentation of any consensus about the truth. Witness last week's pause on Google's Gemini image generator after it created German soldiers from World War II, incorrectly featuring a black man and an Asian woman. Those of us in this room know how preposterous that is, but that is simply not the case across all UK demographics or user groups. Similarly, damaging disinformation circulating our school from all quarters about the war in Gaza, Gaza, or the false citations and assertions swamping our academic community, undermining the very rigour upon which they stake their reputation. And we know in this picture that the consumption of news and PSB content is falling rapidly, particularly amongst children. Yet the bill does not even begin to tackle the provenance or labelling of media content. It does not set out expectations or mis- and disinformation, nor does it contain a must-carry component for YouTube, app stores, Facebook, Instagram. And while these things may appear to be out of scope of the bill, I have to say, as a veteran of the Online Safety Bill, the Digital Markets Bill, the Data Bill, and the ministers have already promised there will be no AI bill, so I would like the minister to tell the House, where do these things sit? Finally, my lords, I understand that the BBC is not held in the same high regard by all in government as it is by the public. But in a world in which media is so fractured and toxic, this bill could have usefully reimagined the role of our national broadcaster as a scaled-up alternative to the platforms. Imagine the UK offering a PSB, educate, entertain, inform across a broad range of genres, news, entertainment, education and digital services from a genuinely trusted media voice. A real alternative to those chasing advertising revenue to the detriment of the quality, social cohesion and security of our ever more fractured world, in which the audience is principally seen as a user-consumer rather than as a citizen. This is an investment that should have been made a decade ago, but even now remains one of the few public assets that could be a global phenomenon. My lords, it could be world-beating. Neither culture nor politics is a zero-sum game. It does not follow that if social media or streamers have content, we need none of it in our collective hands. Nor does it follow because this generation of the young have been hijacked by the persuasive design strategies of an advertising business model that should form our blueprint for the next generation. The PSB system offers the opportunity of a contemporary and collective vision of what binds us. This is a crucial time in which money rules, politics is discredited, nation-states weakened, and the international community is divided by layers of self-interest and proxy wars. This is a time in which something that can be shared may also, at its finest, allow us to discern a collective path to a very much brighter future.
Yeah.
My Lords, I first of all draw my Lordship's attention to my register of interests and in particular my work with broadcasters, and it's always a privilege and a pleasure to follow Baroness Kidron, and when she was speaking about the need for labelling in terms of AI and going forward in the future and future-proofing, it did strike me that instead we seem to spend an inordinate amount of time looking at classics and actually reclassifying those and putting out warnings on those. I think Mary Poppins is the latest to have been brought into that. But I do thank the noble Lord, the Minister, for his introduction of this very important bill, and let me say from the outset that I fully understand and welcome the need for updating the legislative basis for broadcasting in the UK. I do, of course, want to associate myself with the comments of Lord Forsyth as well, in relation to foreign government, and I think it's important we say foreign government interference in our media and the importance of a free press here in the United Kingdom. But I do want to principally speak in this debate about one particular area. It's an area Baroness Kidron has already referenced, and that is in relation to the public service broadcasting commitment for traditional broadcast television, linear television. As the House of Lords Communications and Digital Committee report said in March 2019, public service broadcasting is as vital as ever, and indeed recognition was made of the need to keep PSB prominence on both linear and on-demand services, and that's the area where I do have the concern. The House of Commons Culture, Media and Sports Committee, in its pre-legislative scrutiny of the draft bill, suggested a number of changes to the draft legislation, including retaining the PSB's obligation to provide specific genres of content, because they noted, as currently drafted, the genres of religion, international matters and science were removed, while retaining news and current affairs. That leads to fears, and I do have this fear, that it could mean a decrease in the provision of less commercially successful content. And given this bill's desire to give PSBs greater flexibility in how they deliver the remits, I have to say I do have those concerns about the bill's likely impact, particularly on religious, cultural and ethical programming. And we all want British broadcasters to compete more effectively with their international digital competitors. But these are really major public service concerns, which are shared not just by those who value public service programming, but also those who are digitally deprived and wish it to be accessible to the widest possible audience. At present, the bill enables broadcasters to move much of their religious and ethical programming, such as it is at present, and we've already heard a very good example of that, to digital only, where it will be inaccessible to a significant section of the population. And in the case of the BBC, licence fee payers, some of them will be paying for programmes that they cannot view. And I think that that's an important thing that we really need to take cognizance of. So, in the present climate of severely reduced broadcasting budgets, such a move will mean that programmes will be less widely viewed and fewer will be made. And if we believe that it's vital for a healthy democracy that we have a shared knowledge and understanding of the beliefs of different faiths and the role of Christianity in particular, and how it has had a particular role in our history and culture, I believe that's a retrograde step. We should not abandon terrestrial broadcasting too quickly. I give an example. For example, if the recent ITV drama series on the post office scandal had only been available on digital, it wouldn't have had anything like the sort of impact that it has had. And everyone would benefit, I believe, from shared broadcasting experiences, whether we are old or young, rich or poor, or of differing faiths or none. Television will always deliver things such as fantasy and entertainment and crime, but there needs to be a space for deeper things. And frankly, there is evidence that those people who commission TV shows continually underestimate the appetite of the general public to explore spiritual and ethical issues, and that ignorance of other faiths and the importance that faith plays in so many of our lives is dangerous for society. And I have to say, my lords, there's never been a more important time, I believe, in the United Kingdom to inform, educate and entertain. And I really do think that the bill we should look very carefully in committee stage to an amendment that brings back those genres into the public service broadcasters, that they will have an appropriate amount and range of programmes, whether it's religion and other beliefs, which I have a particular interest in, whether it's science, culture and arts, social issues, matters of international significance and matters of specialist interest. And I hope we do have the opportunity to debate such an amendment when we come to committee stage. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Baroness Lady Foster. I will come to my noble friend Lord Forsyth's motion and the important issue it raises in a moment. But first, could I congratulate my noble friend the Minister for his efficient opening speech to today's debate. And I would like very much to welcome this long-awaited media bill. The Communications and Digital Committee that I have the privilege to chair has been calling for many of its measures for several years. And for me, the bill is in good shape, and I would not advocate for any substantial amendments. Though there are certainly still questions about the consequences of its changes and how well the public service broadcasters are currently responding to their strategic challenges. And as my noble friend, the Minister, said in his opening remarks, my committee's current inquiry is about the future of news and how the news industry is responding to strategic challenges such as falling audience trust, impartiality in a world of evolving social divides, and the impacts of tech platforms on news media business models. These are big challenges, and they are unlikely to solve themselves. And I'm sure many of the points that are made today will also come up in our session with the public service broadcasters next week. As to the bill itself, PSBs must serve all audiences across the United Kingdom with high-quality programming. The changes to the public service remit for TV are understandable and will hopefully provide them with the direction and flexibility to deliver this remit more efficiently. But such changes must not become an excuse for cutting back content that is more difficult to produce or addresses an area of market failure. And the Noble Baroness Lady Foster has just given a powerful illustration of some of those genres. As our inquiry on the future of the BBC emphasised, PSBs fulfil a vital function in providing valuable content that would otherwise disappear, particularly, as we've already heard, as they are facing growing competition from international streaming giants. So, whilst I am content with the changes, for Ofcom to be effective in ensuring the public interest is best served through these changes, the broadcasters must provide clarity on how they will interpret their responsibilities, including what they won't do, as well as what they must. The prominence provisions to ensure content is properly carried and easy to find on various devices, including audio devices, is also crucial to the future of PSBs. And I'm particularly pleased that the measures for radio and smart speakers were included in the bill. The world is changing fast. Connected devices are becoming increasingly ubiquitous, and our regulations need to keep pace. Radio is an area where there are legitimate concerns about the BBC's proposals to spin out new digital stations from radios 1, 2 and 3, which will compete with existing similar offerings from commercial stations. And it comes at the same time as the BBC appears to be transitioning away from local radio to local websites, which struggling local news industry representatives say is impossible to compete with. Moreover, local radio, BBC local radio, at its best, is the ultimate example of distinctiveness in a crowded marketplace. So these changes underscore the need, as called for by my committee, for the BBC to set out a refreshed strategic purpose, clarify what changes are necessary for it to continue delivering for all audiences, so this can be used to inform decisions about its future funding. More broadly, changes to help our broadcasting sector thrive involve striking a balance. The structural changes in the market pose a growing challenge to all UK providers, and we shouldn't be shy about championing and supporting things that make the UK's broadcasting sector distinctive and internationally valued. And the bill has done a good job here. But equally, it mustn't mean that PSB status can be taken for granted. The PSBs must continue to demonstrate the value of what they provide, and that includes doing a better job of serving all audiences across the country and showing that they are responding to people's concerns, particularly around impartiality in news and other genres. There is more to do here, and we should continue to press for improvements, because these organisations and institutions exist for the benefit of everyone. Finally, my Lords, on the bill, I want to state my personal support for Clause 50, which repeals Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act. And that's probably the point at which to turn to my noble friend Lord Forsyth's motion and the matter of independent media. We are all aware of the issues around foreign governments owning print or broadcast media. Personally, as my noble friend Lord Forsyth has said, I have no problem with foreign businesses owning UK media. They are a large reason why we have a thriving media environment that is financially independent of government. But I do have principled concerns about ownership by foreign governments or outfits under significant government control. That is materially different and raises big questions about foreign policy, editorial independence, and the relationship between an outlet's owners and its coverage. We need to have confidence in our media. Having foreign governments own such a critical and sensitive part of our nation is not only unnecessary and troubling. If it was allowed to happen, it would completely undermine public confidence in our free press. At the moment, there are no automatic measures to prevent this, which does not seem right. Now, my noble friend Lord Forsyth has argued that the media bill, this bill, is the right vehicle to do something about this. And in principle, I would agree with that, and I had assumed the same. But like my noble friend, I have also had extensive discussions with the Public Bill Office, and they too have advised me that such an amendment would be out of scope. But I certainly look forward to my noble friend continuing his discussions with the Public Bill Office. But what I have done instead is put down an amendment to the Digital Markets, Competition and Consumer Bill, and that amendment states that foreign governments should not be allowed to buy our news media organisations unless the Secretary of State and relevant regulators have agreed the proposal and it has been confirmed by Parliament by the affirmative procedure. In other words, it can't happen unless Parliament says so. My Lords, that amendment that I have already tabled and has been co-signed by my noble friend Lord Forsyth and the noble Lords Lord Robertson of Port Ellen and Lord Anderson of Ipswich is a serious one. And I expect the government to take it seriously. And to that end, I would like to ask my noble friend, the Minister, and his colleagues to meet me and my co-signatories as soon as possible, because the amendment is due for debate at report stage in less than 2 weeks on Monday, the 11th of March. But as to this bill, the media bill, I am very pleased it has made it this far. I support it, and I urge all colleagues to support its speedy passage through Parliament.
My Lords, I will confine myself to one clause in this bill, Clause 50, which repeals Clause 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2013, and that is the dross that makes an otherwise jewel of a bill a complete disaster. I don't know why the Tories turned their mind about what they do, but I won't guess here. They were strong supporters of the Leveson solution, agreed with all parties. when it was introduced, and then of course they changed their mind. Let's just think, oh, I should say I speak with a certain inside knowledge on this because I was deputy editor of 2 national newspapers, and I do understand the strength of feeling on all sides. But we're now 11 years on from the Crime and Courts Bill. The government dithered, dodged whether or not to repeal it. From 2013, what did it do? Absolutely nothing. 7 years ago, it promised repeal in its manifesto. What happened? Absolutely nothing. Then it promised it again in 2019 manifesto. And what did it do? Absolutely nothing. Then suddenly, in this last year of the Parliament, they've introduced into this bill, which by any context it doesn't belong in, they've introduced repeal. Well, why the decade-long delay? Well, the early years was because they didn't decide what to do. Then they quite fancied having a legislative threat to hold over the newspapers, to blackmail them into doing its will. Not very successful with some of them, but successful with others. Then they did the manifesto pledge in 2017, but didn't do it, and then it was included again in the 2019 manifesto. So nothing happened for 13 years until it was introduced in this year, 2024. Why is it a special year? Because we'll have an election. That's why it's a special year. We're getting this clause after a decade of doddering and dithering because the Tories hope to bribe the press with this pourboire. I'm sure ministers hope that the government will use every possible manipulation to prevent the likely disaster for the Tories at the next elections. Just keep your eye on the Express and the Mail. This clause is not a piece of considered legislation. It is a straightforward bribe to the newspapers. Ministers, of course, know this perfectly well, and so they say that things have changed for the better since Leveson, so we don't now need it. Changing for the better isn't, to me, terribly obvious. There is Mirrorgate, there's Harrygate, there are countless cases of slurs against individuals. I had the pleasure of meeting recently Danielle Hindley, who was in 2017 charged by the Mail on Sunday with being a rogue beautician. It ruined her business. It ruined her life. Only by going to court and winning, and that's a terrifically risky thing to do, was the memo-esque story revealed as a completely misleading and lying story it was. Under the Leveson clause, MOS would either have to become a registered newspaper under the PRP, protected against damages, or remain unregistered under IPSO, the latest in the public regulators designed by the press as a regulator. Delighted to see the noble Lord Fuchs here, the IPSO chair, and I have much regard for him. But really, was it sensible of IPSO to appoint as an impartial regulator a man who had been a minister in this Conservative government? Of course not. IPSO's failings have been widely, decisively exposed. Most recently, on January the 22nd, the Press Regulation Panel published its latest review of the regulator. Item: IPSO does not meet the Leveson Report criteria for a regulator's independence from the press which runs it. Item: IPSO is as a result kept on short commons by the press funders, so it can't, even if it wanted to, do the job it's supposed to do. Item: the rules are written by the newspapers who are supposed to be bound by them. Item: has there ever been regulatory capture like that, by the way? The noble Lord Grade is sitting there. I don't think he'd allow that to happen to Ofcom. IPSO has never fined the press. It has never introduced a standards investigation into the press. In the 5 years, 2018 to 22, it investigated 3.82 of the complaints it received. It upheld, yes, you're hearing this right, 0.56% of those, less around 1 in 200. I even took the experimental step myself of complaining to it. So in my ultimate memoirs, I'll no doubt produce the correspondence. But not only was it quite extraordinary, I felt, that they turned down my complaint, but having read the letter 23 times, I still can't understand a single word of what their grounds were for doing so. It's a phony regulator designed to provide the fig leaf that the press wants for its worst excesses. There is an effective regulator, that's Impress, but it covers mostly minor publications. If there was a will, there would be a way to expand Impress to do the job. Instead, we have Ipso, the repeal of Clause 40, and the press whose daily distortion leave the public to be smeared at will. I'm pleased to say that my party voted against this at the report stage in the Commons, and I'm very, very pleased to say that the Tory George Eustace voted with us, as he's been a very coherent critic. I hope that a Starmer government will start at the beginning, implementing press reform as outlined by Leveson and reinstating Clause 40. Today, as it happens, is the 50th anniversary of the election in which Labour first took power. I don't think we'll be waiting another 50 years for the next Labour government, and I hope it deals with this hypocrisy and disgraceful bending of truth by the press and restores our press to the very great thing it once was.
Yeah. My Lords, I start by saying that I think Lord Forsyth's arguments are absolutely unanswerable. My Lords, this bill includes some welcome measures in support of our public service broadcasters, particularly on prominence, but my Lords, I intend today to identify the issues that the bill should address but does not. 100 years ago, both main parties had the wisdom, in contrast to their US counterparts, to create a single publicly funded public service broadcaster, the BBC. In the 1920s, a Conservative government even had the wisdom to deny Winston Churchill his wish to take over the BBC during the general strike, thus cementing its independence ever since. When ITV was launched in 1955 with Churchill now Prime Minister, it was, of course, commercially funded, but very heavily regulated with substantial public service obligations. 10 years later, I joined the creative hothouse of Granada TV as a graduate trainee, and a few years later, LWT. In subsequent decades, ITV would give the BBC a real run for its money in current affairs, the investigative World in Action, and This Week, both in peak time, an authentic northern voice with Coronation Street, Brideshead Revisited, the anthropological masterpiece Disappearing World, Spitting Image, the first ever recording in the cabin of an unknown Liverpool group. One of the greatest of ITV's achievements, indeed of all global culture, was Melvyn Bragg's painstaking chronicle over 3 decades of the world's most renowned artists, Bergman, Sondheim, McCartney, Satyajit Ray, Walton, Lean, Callas, and many, many more. ITV spent as much money on its local programmes as it did on its network. At LWT, the London programme employed a young Peter Mandelson before his change of career and was as well-resourced as a network current affairs programme, famously rooting out corruption in the Met. ITV made Britain's first programmes for ethnic minorities with 2 young novice producers, one Trevor Phillips, the other Samir Shah. whatever happened to them. ITV raised the BBC's game too, forcing the somewhat highbrow broadcaster of the 1950s to embrace and brilliantly to develop popular entertainment and drama programmes of quality. Morecambe and Wise, The Two Ronnies, All Creatures Great and Small. Channel 4 was launched in 1982 with Mrs Thatcher as Prime Minister, and again, a deeply wise decision by government not to have an ITV2 pressed at the time, but rather another publicly owned public service broadcaster mandated to innovate and to break the mould. And it did. Gogglebox, Big Brother, Saturday Live, Dispatches. And of course, we had and have the contemporary BBC itself, the BBC of John Ware's revelatory panorama last week on Hamas, a BBC of unsurpassed coverage of the coronation, a BBC of Dad's Army, Ab Fab, The Office, Faulty Towers, Fleabag, the BBC of Gardener's World and Countryfile, of Horizon, of The Proms and the Archers, of the whole life work of David Attenborough. My lords, no other country in the world comes even close to matching the dazzling success of British public service broadcasting. Though a BBC executive at the time, I attended to criticism Sky's opening night in 1990, and I unequivocally welcome the streamers for the explosion of riches that they bring. But, my lords, they are an expansion of choice and are not and never will be a substitute for what 100 years of UK PSB has brought us. For the PSBs, unlike the streamers, are rooted in British culture, identity, creativity, expression, experience and values. It is horrific, my lords, to apprehend that these very same PSBs are facing an existential threat. ITV has seen its share price fall by almost 80% since 2015, and forgive me, it is a shadow of its former self. Channel 4's revenues fell by 20% in real terms in the decade following 2010. Since the pandemic, it has seen an uplift, but is currently signalling stormy seas ahead. The BBC is a prime victim of the culture wars, the governing party over the last 14 years wholly lacking the wisdom of its predecessors. From 2007 to 2022, BBC licence revenues declined by around 27% in real terms. Yet in that same period, the BBC has been handed further responsibilities, my lords, which were previously paid by government. In 2014, it was required to fund most of the World Service from the licence fee. From 2018, some over 75 licences, and since 2022, all of the cost of S4C. In all, my lords, these cuts and obligations add up to a 33% drop in real terms of the funding for core BBC programming. Unavoidably, my lords, the BBC is pulling back in every area of programming. For me, my lords, a personal tragedy. Yet in spite of these reverses, 96% of the population still consumes the BBC every month. And on average, UK adults consume BBC services for around 17 hours per week, more than Netflix, Disney and Prime all combined. Moreover, licence payers do so for a bargain £13 a month versus the Netflix subscription of £18 a month. And the mighty £105 a month paid by a football fanatic like me who wants to be able to watch any Premier League match across the 3 services which now carry Premier League games live. My football obsession now costs me 6 times as much as I pay each month to consume the BBC. In conclusion, my lords, I look not just to the Minister, whom I think is young and probably redeemable, but I look to other front benches and to all sides of this House. And I issue a challenge, my lords. whatever form a new government takes after our imminent general election, one of our national priorities simply must be to identify how we can ride to the rescue of one of our most precious and hard-won achievements of the past 100 years, British public service broadcasting.
My Lords, it's a pleasure but somewhat daunting to follow the noble Lord Byrd. I agree with every word he said. But I strongly welcome this bill. It's timely and it's necessary. The regulatory framework that governs public service media, not just broadcasting, is in urgent need of updating, given the accelerating changes in technology, media consumption and the wider media ecosystem in the 20 years since the Communications Act of 2003. And I do commend the excellent library briefing for this debate. I thought it was very, very helpful. Now, a number of things that are on my mind have already been mentioned, and so I will move swiftly on. As the noble lady Baroness Featherstone, and I think Lord Lipsey as well, has already noted, I understand that the intention to drop Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act is almost certainly going to go ahead. It was a manifesto commitment by the government. However, I won't be the only person to want to put on record that arguments by press agencies about freedom of speech can ring somewhat hollow. Leveson worked on this for good reasons. Freedom of speech and press freedom must not be confused with press protectionism. Victims of press misrepresentation and abuse must be forgiven for suspecting that government can easily be captured by business. Leveson didn't address public concerns for the good of his health. The promises of Leveson still stand. How are they to be fulfilled if Section 40 is dropped, as the problem it sought to address has not gone away? Using this bill to drop the Leveson commitment won't solve the problem that Leveson addressed, and it won't go away. And I do endorse Lord Forsyth's question about press ownership, but I would urge a wider and deeper public debate about media ownership per se. However, I want to focus in this speech on 4 particular points that I would urge the government to pay attention to as we proceed. They relate to prominence, genres, metrics and language. Now, many noble lords have already addressed the question of PSB prominence, so I won't labour the point here. But if PSB is to be properly valued as part of our media and democratic landscape, then it needs very particular attention when ensuring that people can see very quickly and easily where to access it. PSB can't simply play an equal role in a commercial battle with companies whose end game is simply to make money. Now, I think the government agrees with this prominence priority, so it doesn't need to be pressed further here. But I want to endorse the point made by the noble Lord Bassam regarding language. Please can the noble Lord the Minister tell us what the word appropriate actually means? Who judges what is appropriate, in which circumstances, and according to which criteria? In common conversation, the word might be useful. It's unspecific and creates space and flexibility. But this is legislation. And noble lords have raised many questions in recent legislation passing through this House about the use of this undefined word. And please don't swap it with significant. Significant is commonly used. It is meaningless unless you say what it signifies. It's significant of something. Something being significant actually tells us nothing. Now, maybe substantial might work, or substantive. Now, maybe this is pedantic, but it's important for another reason, which I'll come on to in a moment, that has to do with metrics. But first, my main concern about this bill has to do with genres, as Baroness Kidron has already spoken about, or rather the lack of them. The current bill has dropped specific reference to genres that might be described as minority interests, such as children, the arts, science and religion. And I'll be specific. Guaranteeing space for religion is not about propaganda for any particular faith or religion. The point is simply that you can't understand the world if you don't understand religion. Religion isn't about worldviews or beliefs alone, but prime motivators for individual and communal decisions and behaviours, about how and why people see the world as they do, and how their priorities, rituals and communalities shape our societies. So, of course, in broadcasting terms, this embraces drama, comedy, current affairs. It's not all about songs of praise. This isn't trivial. The fragilities of our world at present make attention to religion more important than ever, not less. Which brings me to the related issue of quotas or metrics. I understand the point made by the Secretary of State for DCMS at a Communications and Digital Committee meeting recently that the bill aims to build flexibility in a rapidly changing media environment. But she wasn't able to answer questions about how an aspiration to ensure adequate PSB coverage might be measured. What are the metrics which Ofcom might use to measure whether PSB commitments are being fulfilled or not? I understand the point about flexibility, but I want to know how Ofcom can do their job in this respect. What are the metrics? There have to be some, surely. If it's not percentages or number of hours, what are the metrics? Otherwise, you can't measure. So we don't know if commitments are being fulfilled. Now, on Monday, Ofcom wrote this of this bill. It makes changes to our existing responsibilities, including to our regulation of commercial radio and how we ensure that public service broadcasters deliver against their quotas, which makes my point beautifully. If there aren't any quotas, how can Ofcom ensure this? In conclusion, my lords, I support and welcome this bill, and I'm grateful to the Minister for meeting me a few days ago to discuss it. But I do have specific concerns which I will continue to address along with others when the bill comes to committee.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to follow the Right Reverend Prelate, even if you'll forgive me, I didn't agree with every word he said. I declare my interest as Deputy Chairman of the Telegraph Media Group, as Director of the Regulatory Funding Company, and note my other interests set out in the Register. In the 14 years I've been in this House, I've never known a period during which we've had such a roller coaster of legislation impacting on the media. It's like the fabled number 11 bus. You wait forever and then 4 bills come along all at once. Indeed, there are arguably 5 bills if the private member's bill in another place on slaps is included. Each bill has been incredibly important, and this last one we embark on today is no exception. I strongly support it. It's been a long time coming, 2 decades, and I hope we can help it on its way to the statute book speedily and intact. The pace of change in the media landscape is ferocious, and history will judge us harshly if we delay in any way these vital changes. They are needed now. Like other legislation we've considered, particularly the Online Safety Act and the Digital Markets Bill, it has already undergone extensive and detailed scrutiny as well as widespread consultation across the industry, and comes to us, perhaps unlike some other legislation, in pretty good shape. While scrutiny is important, like the noble lady, my noble friend Baroness Stoll, I do not believe there is any case for fundamental change to its shape or terms. One thing we must ensure is that it is future-proofed. As we've heard, the 2003 Communications Act has sat on the statute book for over 20 years without any mention of the internet in it. That is perhaps one of the reasons why media markets are now so fundamentally flawed as a result of the growth of the giant tech platforms to the detriment of consumers and content providers. To make sure that does not happen again, we must make sure that there is a regular review of its terms and impact, particularly in regard to PSB content. PSB content is a vital component of UK media, as the noble Lord Burt said, and we have seen its power recently in exceptional drama from ITV. But the future of PSB is at serious risk
because in the distorted global media market it is the unaccountable platforms who increasingly determine what UK audiences see. Without action, PSB content could disappear from view on global online platforms, and that would be unconscionable. We must protect it at all costs, and this bill is a vital step. We should make sure that we don't do anything in this legislation which adds to the regulatory burdens and costs on PSBs if we want them to thrive, a point the noble Lord Bassam made very effectively. Ofcom's role is central to that. While Parliament will be setting out the framework, it will be the regulators, as with the Online Safety Act and the Digital Markets Bill, who will have to do the heavy lifting, and they will have a great deal of discretion. During the passage of this legislation, we should send a strong signal to Ofcom, and it's very good to see my noble friend Lord Grade in his seat, that we expect them robustly to implement its terms, particularly in regard to prominence and dispute resolution, and to do so without delay. We must hold them to account for that. The recent introduction by Amazon of global standard terms requiring all content providers, including PSBs, to provide 30% of their advertising revenues shows how important this is. On the subject of Ofcom, one issue that concerns me is the potential that this bill will create a new form of complaint tourism industry, with people from outside the UK being able to complain about fairness, complain under both the Standards Code and the Privacy and Fairness Code. That has serious implications for the breadth of content available to UK audiences, and it will also be a significant burden on Ofcom, which is already facing the huge extra responsibilities of the Online Safety Act. I believe complaints should only be accepted from UK residents, or at the very least there must be a mechanism to assess to what extent the codes are being used inappropriately for content tourism, and adjustments to the complaints regime made accordingly. My noble friend already has enough on, and we don't want to add too much to his burden. The other area of real importance in this bill is the future of radio, which plays such a huge part in the lives of so many UK households. I strongly support the measures in Part 6 of the bill to ensure audiences can access their favourite radio station on voice-activated devices when they ask for them. But again, we need to make sure the legislation is future-proofed so that our good intentions are not outpaced by the speed of market change. There is a strong case for broadening the scope of the bill to include online-only radio content provided by Ofcom licensed stations. For example, the award-winning Virgin Radio Pride Summer pop-up, which provides a dedicated platform to celebrate the LGBT plus community, as well as discussing important issues impacting on LGBT people, would not be covered by the bill's protections. This bill can also go further through minor technical amendment in addressing the imbalance of power between the giant tech platforms and UK radio stations in a number of areas, including access to data, non-financial carriage charges, and the insertion of platform advertising before radio stations. My Lords, I'd like to take up some of the points made by the noble Lord Lipsey, whom I'm afraid seems sadly to be stuck in a past which has long since vanished, but I haven't really got time. And there's little I want to say about the repeal of Section 40 except this. It was one of the most odious and shameful pieces of legislation ever put onto the statute book in this country in the modern democratic age. It sought for the first time since 1695 to hold a gun to the head of the free independent press in the UK and say, join a state-backed regulator or we will close you down, which would have been the real-world commercial impact of forcing publishers, particularly regional and local ones, to pay the costs of a libel or privacy action even if they won. It would have punished newspapers and their websites for telling the truth and utterly destroyed investigative journalism. It would have been completely incompatible with our commitments under the ECHR, and the result of all that is that it has severely dented the UK's once shining reputation for press freedom. If it had ever been implemented, it would have been the day liberty died in this country. For all those reasons, it must not be allowed to stand a moment longer on the statute book. The repeal of this abominable legislation is long overdue, and all credit to the government.
May I first declare my interests as set out in the register and, in confessional spirit perhaps, remind noble lords that I was the founding chair of the Independent Press Standards Organisation. I strongly support this bill in principle, and I'm delighted to follow my noble friend, Lord Black of Brentwood, who is an indefatigable campaigner for press freedom. And like him, I welcome the fact that my party, is somewhat belatedly perhaps acting upon its repeated manifesto commitment to abolish Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2013. We hear a lot from critics of the press about how the newspapers can and should be accountable to politicians and Parliament. But let us not forget the vital role that a free press plays in holding us, Parliament and the politicians, to account too, in its unique position as what my old school friend, Sir Brian Levison, termed a critical witness to events. A free press is vital to our nation. As fake news continues to spread across the e-media, our traditional publishers and publications continue to play that so important role in holding power to account, exposing all forms of hypocrisy and improper behaviour. Now, in the 10 years since I departed from Ipso, the ever-diminishing piles of newspapers in newsagent shops silently testify to the continuing decline and influence of the printed press. The local and regional press, in particular, after a period of frenzied and desperate consolidation, has all but vanished across vast tracts of our nation. In this age of rampant fake news, the consequential loss of accountability should alarm us all. I vividly recall all those debates we had at the time of the Levison report, before and after I took over the reins of the old Press Complaints Commission. There was general agreement that the PCC was a complaints handler, not a regulator, and urgently needed to be replaced by something more powerful. I did engage fully with Lord Justice Levison and his inquiry, and when he published his final report in November 2012, Sir Brian restated his desire for, and I quote, the industry to work together to find a mechanism for independent self-regulation that would work for them and for the public. Having read the report from cover to cover, I expressed my personal hope it would be implemented in full. And in almost all respects, the Levison report has been implemented. The attempt to find a solution that was fully acceptable to all broke down principally on this question of how, or indeed if, a new regulatory structure should be validated. When we first discussed this legislation, various voices, including my own and that of my noble friend Lord Black, warned that the major newspaper publishers would and could not be coerced into anything that smacked of statutory regulation. Our warnings may have been unwelcome, and indeed I think it's the only time I've ever been heckled in this house when I said that before. But they were founded in truth. For the Prime Minister of the day, now the Foreign Secretary, my noble friend Lord Cameron, and for the press media themselves, using a statutory body for that purpose was a bridge too far. The use of a royal charter did at least limit the legislative basis required to underpin the new system, but Section 40 was deemed a necessity, supposedly providing both an enticing carrot and a persuasive stick. Noble Lords have received a number of lobbying messages from the taxpayer-funded press recognition panel, which has recognised the Impress organisation, which mainly regulates micro-publishers, but to which Ipso has never applied for recognition. The tone of these messages is strikingly partisan, almost polemical in places. The thrust of the argument is that Ipso has failed because of the relatively low number of complaints it has upheld. I confess I haven't kept in touch with every detailed aspect of Ipso's operation. I rely on my noble friend Lord Folkes for that as the present chair, but since I departed 10 years ago. But I do know this: progress should be measured not by complaints upheld, but by behaviour improved. When asked about the relationship between politicians and the press, the late and much lamented former leader of the Liberal Democrats, that fine and witty man, Charles Kennedy, responded ruefully but with a characteristic twinkle in his eye. He said, "Dogs and lampposts, dogs and lampposts." Well, he didn't enlighten us all on which was the dog and which was the lamppost, but we must surely work that out for ourselves. Personally, I think the casting swaps over, not infrequently. Section 40 has never been activated, and had it been, it would have been ineffective at best and far more likely counterproductive at worst, with unforeseen and unforeseeable consequences that would have necessarily impinged upon press freedom, whilst doing nothing for the individual citizen. I wish it could have been done earlier. But let us now crack on with removing this unnecessary and potentially damaging measure once and for all.
An interest as a television producer who's worked for all the public service broadcasters. My Lords, I, like many others, welcome this long-awaited bill. The television and film industry have been one of the great successes of our economy. Our public service broadcasters, which together with the BBC are national treasures admired across the world. And what I treasure most is their ability to reflect our country back to ourselves, to stimulate national discussion, to ensure that a light is shone on unreported communities and unheard voices. A view so well expressed in the actress Samantha Morton's very moving acceptance speech at this year's BAFTA Awards. She told the audience that watching Ken Loach's film Kess about poverty was a seminal moment for her. She recognised her own upbringing, and she finally saw her own experience reflected on screen. She said, "You see, the stories we tell, they actually have the power to change people's lives," and added, the film had transformed her and drawn her into the industry. Television has made wonderful strides in the last few decades since I joined in the late 1980s. It's provided employment for people from many backgrounds, and thanks to the move out of London, brought work to regions and nations. The stories they tell have indeed replicated Samantha Morton's experience. However, in the last 18 months, the industry has been struck by a shocking downturn in commissions. They are few and far between. Independent production companies are closing down for want of work, and experienced technical and production staff are leaving the industry. Channel 4 has admitted that a 9% reduction of advertising revenue has forced them to call a slowdown in commissioning, but in reality has meant vanishingly few new commissions. Channel 5 and ITV are not much better. ITV's head of policy, Magnus Brook, called it past peak TV. The result on the workforce has been dramatic. BEC2, the television union, has this week published a survey of workers in the industry, which has revealed that 60% of the respondents were not working across the industry, while 88% were finding it very difficult to make a living. And the result has been an exodus of talent. The huge strides made in the last few decades to bring women and people from ethnically diverse backgrounds into the industry are being reversed. The BEC2 survey shows that 40% of women are thinking of leaving the industry, and half the black correspondents are thinking of following suit. So, this bill must do everything it can to protect those unheard voices, to ensure that the industry continues to shine a light onto the corners of this country which are not normally seen. I want to praise the government for bringing forward measures in this bill such as digital prominence for PSBs, which is so badly needed. However, the privilege of having a status of being a public service broadcaster must be reciprocated by them providing distinctive content, which is so important to our national sense of being. In this very competitive marketplace, where the streamers are bombarding viewers with drama and advertising revenues declining, the pressure is going to be on the PSBs to commission only popular shows by big production companies with proven records. Like my noble friends Baroness Kidron and Lord Burt, my concern is the bill is so vague in many areas where they protect this distinctive content. The last Ofcom review as PSB content published in 2020, so already out of date, but the best official indicator we have of the state of factual programming, said the PSB provision and investment in arts, religion and formal education and children's content is low. My fear is the BBC is increasingly going to become the channel of market failure programmes, although even there it seems the commissioning of factual science, arts and religion has almost dried up. My Lord, the bill now not only drops the education and inform mission for the PSBs, it is also particularly vague on the public service remit for these broadcasters. Clause 1, subsection 6 was inserted by the government in the other place in response to these concerns. It's a permissive clause, calling for a range of genres of content to be made available to PSBs and talks of an appropriate range of genres. But surely, my lords, it's one thing to permit the PSBs to broadcast a range of genres, on the other hand, to be so vague about what these genres are supposed to be that it has no meaning. I'd be grateful if the noble Lord the Minister would explain what an appropriate range of genres means in the absence of a mission to educate, entertain and inform. I'm echoing concerns already expressed in the other place. The Culture Committee, in carrying out pre-legislative scrutiny of the bill, warned that replacing of the list of specific commitments required of a public service broadcaster with a general remit was a step too far. The government's response was the amendment was a simplification. Without any firm list of genres which need to be covered, what is the incentive or even the capacity for Ofcom to judge whether the PSBs are sticking to their public service remit? I imagine the news and children's content will be measured, but what about the rest? I ask noble lords to take these concerns seriously. These distinctive genres need to be protected because they create commissions and jobs in the very communities which the government says it wants to foster. Channel 4 has a vision statement which talks of elevating unheard voices from diverse communities to encourage emerging writers and producers from different points of view. I have to praise the government for not going ahead with its policy to privatise Channel 4. But I want to ensure that the company recovers from its present commissioning drought and the government, together with Ofcom, ensures it continues to commission from as wide a range of small independent production companies as possible, because that's where the freshest and newest ideas are coming from. My Lords, once again this bill is very vague on how this is to be achieved. It talks about an appropriate range of independent productions and an appropriate range of programmes made outside the M25. I applaud the sentiment, but I fear the vagueness. I know the noble Lord the Minister will tell me that appropriateness will be decided by Ofcom, the expert regulators. But as parliamentarians, I think we have a duty to steer Ofcom. In 2022, production companies with turnovers of more than £25 million annually received 70% of Channel 4's primary commissioning spend. The channel, despite its mission statement, has been, I think, too risk-averse in its commissioning. The channel's new licence agreement states that 35% of productions for Channel 4 will be made by qualifying indies, those not partly owned by a UK broadcaster. But these indies include Banerjee, a huge production company with massive annual revenues. More needs to be done to guarantee that smaller indies are protected. There are various ways a threshold could be calculated, but I would ask the noble Lord the Minister to engage seriously with protecting these small but unheard voices. Similarly, I want to applaud the government for emphasising the need for local radio regulated by Ofcom to be protected in the digital world and to encourage locally collected news. As Ofcom listening hit over 26% of listeners last year, I would encourage the government to extend the scope of these productions to cover all online services and podcasts generated by these stations. I really wouldn't like to see these digital offerings diluted by commercial interventions by the platforms, either as charging a fee for carrying them or superimposing endless advertising on them. I also applaud the government focusing on regulated voice-activated services and ensuring the platforms don't have too much power to promote their own content over that of the audio provider. However, I think the government ought to bring into scope in-car entertainment systems which are not voice-activated. It would be good to get a steer from the Minister on this and not to leave all future-proofing to regulations. This bill does so much to propel our world-class television and radio services into the digital world. I hope that it will pass with all speed, but I do ask the government to protect the small players in the audiovisual industry and to ensure that they have a place in the increasingly competitive digital sphere.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to take part in this second reading debate. In doing so, I declare my interest as member of the board at Channel 4 and advisor to Boston Limited. My Lords, let's talk telly. As the late, great David Frost had it, television's invention allows us to be entertained by people in our living rooms, by those who we would not allow in our home. Another perspective from another David, latterly of this parish, the great Lord Putnam, in his review of only a few years ago pre-COVID. More people watching television, not necessarily on television. And finally, to possibly even a slightly greater legend, Jeremy Isaacs, really defining what any channel should be shooting at. Something for everyone, some of the time. Broadcasting at its best entertains, educates, informs, but its greatest power perhaps to empower change. Mr. Bates and the Post Office, Channel 4's It's a Sin, and indeed, why not, the London 2012 Paralympic Games coverage. Driving change, enabling active citizens, communities, cities across all of our 4 countries that make up, at our best, our United Kingdom. And it's that mention of the Paralympic Games which takes me to the first provision in the bill worth comment, that of listed events. So important in a fractured, divided, and often divisive time, particularly post-COVID. It's those events that bring us together and find common chat, common conversation, and common cause. So can I ask my noble friend the Minister, what is the plan for digital on-demand rights? If they are just stacked behind a paywall, that will just be increasingly unscalable for so many in our communities right now. To prominence, as many other noble lords have rightly mentioned, appropriate, significant, neither word does the trick. And I put it to my noble friend the Minister that the government are seeking for appropriate to do quite a deal of heavy lifting, more than it is capable of. And though the word isn't significant, there is a number of legal terms which would do this job and be far more appropriate, rightly, than appropriate. And to some of the genres themselves, others have been mentioned, but I make a play for science. If we're to be a so-called science superpower, and indeed if we're going to enable all citizens to be able to have an informed view and feel part of the AI future now, to understand the risks but also the opportunities, then one would imagine that we'd want some role from our PSBs in that journey. And as Lady Kidron rightly pointed out, if we're not going to look at those elements here, or indeed in any of the other bills, and as my noble friend Lord Black points out, we've had a few of them, but we're seemingly not addressing not just an elephant, but a whole algorithmic herd of elephants coming towards us. And to give more than a nod to Lady Kidron, if we don't address it, then we are really at the edge of reason. Moving to must carry, must offer, must carry. Can the Minister say something more about this? How will it not turn into a mere revenue gouge for carriage? Tuning in to radio, I'm pleased to see the provisions in the bill on such a medium which has meant so much to me over so many years. But how will this work in terms of some of the current aggregator services that sit between the stations and indeed the smart speakers? Similarly, I applaud the ambition in the bill that one can simply call a radio station on the smart speaker and rightly, immediately, it will appear. How will this work in situations such as for BBC stations where one is required to log on and to sign in? That gives nothing in terms of speed, a frictionless, efficient service, and indeed ask questions as to why that would in any sense be necessary. To access and accessibility, I note the provisions in the bill around putting access service provisions for subtitle, sign language and indeed audio description on the streamers. But would my noble friend the Minister not agree that we can go further with this, both in terms of linear and on-demand and streaming services, particularly with what technology can enable us to do with the provision and the creation of these access services? It doesn't need to be seen as a post-production burden, an additional cost on the programme makers, on the prodcos, and indeed on the channels. If this is integrated and thought through from the outset, why not all new programmes fully accessible to all, not least for those channels where we're all licence payers? As other noble lords have mentioned, we are again, through this bill, putting a lot onto Ofcom. I'm duty bound to ask the Minister if he can reassure the House that they will have the resources they need to effectively undertake these new tasks, along with all of the other requirements that have been put on them just in the last 12 months. Finally, in a media bill, I'm interested that there's no mention whatsoever of media literacy, media competency, and all of those key important issues. I know we discussed it at length in the Online Safety Bill Now Act, but wouldn't one imagine a key role, particularly that the PSBs could play in fostering increased media literacy and media competency? My Lords, it's a positive bill. I support much of it. Prominence, provenance, trust, truth, accessibility, access services. If we want the PSB ecosystem to thrive in the decades ahead, to enable, to empower, to unleash all of the creative talent and indeed all of the individual and collective talent of all of us as citizens, then we need to legislate for that. The bill goes quite a way in doing that. Fortunately, there's still plenty more for us to consider when we come to committee.
So every now and again, you're in this house and you look down at these speakers list, you think, oh, I wonder what that person will say. I did look down at the Noble Lord Holmes and said, well, I want to talk about listed events, access caused by for disability, access and technology, those two, and I was absolutely right. The Noble Lord has done it, probably done it better than I have, but you've saved yourselves a couple of minutes of listening time, so let's look on the bright side. To start with the listed events structure. My Lords, OK, we've got them, we've kept them, listed events, there'll always be some disagreement about actually what should be there. I don't think this is the right time to go into it. But certainly in the modern world, as has already been said, you don't just watch an event. You don't even watch a replay. You often watch segments. Doesn't matter what you call them. You might call them highlights, blocks, teasers, continuous parts of an event. These are a part of the normal viewing experience for those people who aren't usually watching on television. They're watching on another screen, maybe on a computer or a smart device. Unless they are brought into this structure properly, you're actually saying we're getting rid of a section of the listed events' ability to reach everybody. And the fact of the matter is there is a general agreement that these are big cultural moments. The sporting events, big cultural parts of our society, and they should be there. I hope that the government will be receptive to actually strengthening it so it goes a little bit further. The aim is there, but I hope that they make sure that the whole thing is there and the way that we consume this information now happens properly. This is actually what we need to make it mean something. You've also then got problems about the big one, the Olympics. Paralympics has already been mentioned, but the Olympics down there, multi-event sports, it's difficult, it's structured, it needs another little look. If we've got it wrong and our concerns, the Minister will be able to tell us, and we shall all go away happy. May happen, we'll see. But that is something which I think we must guarantee is done properly, that this actually, the full effect is taken on. When it comes to disability support, and I remind the House of my declared interest with Microlink plc, which do this usually in the business environment, but, my Lords, we do deal with the technology. Just about everything can have, fairly cheaply and fairly quickly, have better disability access added to it. It's not difficult anymore, you can do it quickly and easily. I would hope that government will take this opportunity to say, it's easy, comparatively easy to do, go do it. Now, there hasn't been much else raised in other part in this House. It's not the big issue it was last time we discussed this, because I think people are thinking some of it's done. I would expect that you could do all of it without too much cost, without too much intervention for them. That is my suspicion. I may be wrong, but it can be done comparatively easily. I would hope that the Minister will give us assurances that this will become a norm for people going through. It's a norm. You're broadcasting, you make it accessible. You make it as accessible as you can. Defence of reasonableness? Well, if something's terribly difficult, maybe we don't do that yet. But it's coming. I would hope that the Minister will be able to engage with that. I could wax, shall we say, lyrical but second-rately lyrical on some of the broadcasting requirements and the genres. But, my Lords, those two issues should be enough for the government to improve this bill considerably, making sure everybody can get to it and that the big sporting cultural events are universally accessible. I would leave comparatively happy. My noble friends on the front bench on this occasion may not be so happy on such a minimal diet, but that is for them to decide. My Lords, I hope this bill goes through, and I hope it's improved.
My Lords, like I think everybody who's spoken, I welcome this bill. It must be a joy to be on the front bench in the Department for Culture, unlike being on the front bench for the Home Office. We all wish, I think, it could have come earlier, but I think the conundrum in this sector is, whenever it comes along, it will almost certainly already be out of date, because this sector is moving so quickly in so many directions simultaneously that whatever our best efforts, we will always be following rather than leading. But, my Lords, better late than never. I will speak briefly on three areas. Firstly, the challenge of understanding, mapping, decoding, and trying to anticipate such dynamic sectors. Secondly, the enormous cultural, financial, and political advantages of being the creator and home of one of the world's most highly regarded public sector broadcasters. And thirdly, the need for consistency and clarity of approach on child protection, an issue which quite rightly took up an awful lot of our time last year when we discussed the Online Safety Act. Firstly, so much of the online world, which is now the principal driver and flywheel of modern media, is being tweaked, transformed, and disrupted by the propellant of technology. And, my Lords, this will be amplified and accelerated in ways we can scarcely imagine by the effects of artificial intelligence.
I wonder how our successors in Parliament in 25 years' time will view the framing, ambition and content of this bill. I am broadly supportive, much to my surprise, and I can feel the much missed and lamented noble and learned Lord Judge's eyebrows being raised as I say this. I'm broadly supportive of some of the Henry VIII powers in this bill, since speed of response and action to adapt will be essential to this legislation remaining relevant and effective. But part of me does wonder if we will not be regarded as well-intentioned dinosaurs attempting to craft evolution as we would wish it to be, rather than as it will actually happen. My Lords, we must have mechanisms to enable Parliament to have appropriate oversight in real time. My Lords, others have spoken about the need to future-proof this bill. It will never be perfect, but I do think we need to spend much more time than perhaps the government has anticipated in trying to think through the ramifications of the way this world is evolving. Other noble lords have mentioned, and indeed the Labour front bench very kindly came to the crossbench meeting today, and one of the issues I think we all agreed on in the room is we lack an overarching strategy and vision for media and communications in this country. And it needs to be an overarching strategy and vision which is completely apolitical, but which we can all understand and sign up to. And I thought the noble Lady Baroness Kidron, the noble Lord Holmes spoke to great effect in that area. Secondly, I suspect all of us have had the BBC in its myriad forms as a constant backdrop to all of our lives. It permeates our individual and collective memories. It marks key milestones and transition points, and is generally regarded not just by us, but importantly by citizens of other countries, as not just a national treasure, but as a benchmark for public sector broadcasting excellence and a tangible element in how they view our culture, our politics, and our place in the world. Like others who've spoken, particularly the noble Lady Baroness Kidron, Baroness Foster, and the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of Leeds, and Viscount Colville, I am worried by the decision to narrow the public sector broadcasting remit across a range of genres. I acknowledge that to maintain standards and high-quality output across such a broad range of genres is challenging at the best of times, and now is certainly not the best of times. But it is the very breadth and accumulated knowledge and experience across these genres which make the BBC so much more than just a news broadcaster with add-ons. They give it cultural heft and a rich history. They are a key element in building the creative industries which are such a vital part of our economy. And I would put it to the noble Lord the Minister and those on the backbenches behind him in his party that if anything should be a poster child for levelling up, it is actually our public sector broadcasting, which is effective right across the United Kingdom and outside. My Lords, I think, I'm not going to sing, I think that the singer-songwriter Joni Mitchell encapsulated what many of us feel when she wrote, I think in 1970, I quote, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone," end of quote. I'm sure your lordships will be diligent and persuasive in mapping and articulating the dangers in discarding and diluting so much of value, and we can be rather profligate in taking things for granted and not acknowledging its true worth. Thirdly, when it comes to child protection, my Lords, I am uncomfortably aware that this generation of under-18s is the most technically savvy in history, and that the generations behind will be even more so. If they wish to gain access to content of almost any kind, they will invariably find ways that all the best efforts of legislators, regulators and platforms had not anticipated. Let's be realistic, my Lords. That's the world we live in. So how do we deal with this? We must acknowledge the reality that we are always going to be reactive rather than proactive. My Lords, I think we need to find ways of involving young people very directly as we are looking at this world and understanding it. They have a far better understanding of it than we do. And we must work very closely with other international jurisdictions, platforms and regulators working together, learning from one another, acknowledging above all that the online and media worlds which children inhabit are borderless. It is futile for any nation state to proudly declare that somehow we're going to build a Trump-like wall around us and everything within it will be wonderful. My lords, the world is not like that. I look forward to our discussions and to working across the House with other noble lords in trying to ensure greater parity of approach across child safety. I do not think there's a silver bullet, but we can and must do better. But I am concerned that as we pile more and more responsibility onto Ofcom, I do think that we are being perhaps unrealistic in our expectations. And I do think we need to be careful not to, in a sense, delegate an awful lot of responsibility for what it is we're trying to do to a regulator which is going rapidly into territory which it has not hitherto had much experience in. And like most of us, it is unlikely to get everything right first time.
My Lords, I am glad to be able to speak in this debate and thank the previous speaker, the Noble Lord, Lord Russell, for his comments. It's an honour to follow him. In conversations I have had in recent weeks, it is clear that there is a strong desire across this House to ensure the Media Bill progresses positively through its legislative processes, in part because this is, as noble lords have said, a bill that acknowledges the vastly changed broadcasting landscape over the past 20 years. Given the rapidly developing technological nature of the communications landscape, it is understandable that this bill aims to give flexibility and adaptability where needed. The point I wish to make is about the absence of clear statutory provision for languages in this bill, in particular for Gaelic. Other noble lords have already referred to this in the debate. The issue of provision also relates to a matter that other noble lords have already raised about quotas and genres. I fully understand the desire to reduce burdens and increase the potential for creativity in the PSB sector. This is a bill for growth, as the noble Lord the Minister has said. However, I would like to ask the Minister if he would consider asking the government to strengthen language provision in the bill rather than have it left in the rather precarious state it now finds itself in. Leaving it to Ofcom to assess through counting objections to the absence of language provision, for example, is an unhelpful consequence of a lack of statutory recognition. Members in the other place have made similar points regarding Gaelic, covering the Gaelic language as spoken in Scotland, Irish, Scots, Ulster Scots or Cornish even, and of course also Welsh. I recognise with others that it is not realistic at this stage to ask the Media Bill to provide a funding solution. However, the bill could ask Ofcom to ensure that there is sufficient new Gaelic content as to enable delivery of a Gaelic television service with a public service remit. This means that Ofcom's annual reports would highlight where there are deficits in the delivery of a Gaelic service, thereby providing an incentive to address those deficits. MG Alba, the PSB provider that delivers Gaelic media content across diverse platforms, is, as other noble lords who are speaking in this debate may indicate, caught in a difficult place because while there is goodwill, there is no statutory provision for a Gaelic language service. There is an opportunity here to do something about this, and for good reasons. In that regard, I turn to brief comments about the reasons for the statutory basis of language provision. My Lords, in my maiden speech last November, I referred to my background of living and working in New Zealand. A week or so after my maiden speech, and bearing in mind the time of year, so later in the year, I came across my noble friend Baroness Goldie, who happened to be cheerfully humming a tune. I recognised the tune, though couldn't immediately place it, and it was only in conversation with the noble lady that I realised it was in fact a Maori language Christmas carol from New Zealand, Te Haranui, Great Joy. My Lords, this brought home to me the global nature of our context and the way in which music and language convey memories of place, culture and identity. In the New Zealand context, The PSB remit for the Maori language stems from the belief that language is, and I quote, at the very heart of Maori culture and identity, and for that reason alone, it must be preserved and fostered. It provides a platform for Maori cultural development and supports a unique New Zealand identity within a global society. New Zealand's National Indigenous Media Organisation, Whakaata Māori, in its own words, promotes, revitalises and normalises the Maori language by taking a digital-first, audience-led approach in the delivery of educational, entertaining and engaging programming. My Lords, there is a level of intentionality about this, which has everything to do with creativity and growth. It is not about burden. It is about acknowledging and honouring the place of language as a means to uplift the whole national identity. And by this, I mean in this House, every part of the United Kingdom. The whole point of the digital revolution is to make every sector more accessible, helping us tell the rich story of our diverse cultural and linguistic landscape. But this does need, I think, a statutory basis. So in conclusion, I wish to commend the government for this bill, and I hope the Noble Lord, the Minister, might be able to look seriously at these concerns about language provision, and I look forward to working with him and other members of this House as the bill progresses. And to finish with a Gaelic thank you, Tapaleth.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle. And I should also draw my Lord's attention to my register of interests, in particularly recently having stood down as the Commissioner for Culture at DCMS, where I had the great joy of working closely with my noble friend, the Minister. But I remain there as an expert advisor to the Film and Television Production Restart Scheme, and I'm chairman there of the Department's Culture Heritage Capital Initiative. I might take a slightly different approach. I welcome the bill hugely, but I also hope that during committee stage we achieve a careful balance to avoid over-regulation and complexity. We do love regulation, and I hope on this side, it's quite frightening actually standing in front of my noble friend, the chairman of Ofcom, when I talk about this, but hopefully you'll poke me in the back if I say something wrong. This creative industry is dominated by successful businesses that are international and mobile. And the change in technology has been absolutely massive, as has been pointed out many times over the last 2 decades, largely down to an immense amount of research and development and huge capital investment. One of my favourite examples is when I lived in New York in 2000. I used the Netflix postal DVD delivery service. At that point, in 2000, they proposed selling themselves, when they ran out of money, to Blockbuster for $50 million. Blockbuster was a video rental store chain. $50 million. Now, when I last looked yesterday, Netflix is now capitalised at $250 billion, which for scale is 3 times the value of BP. And Blockbuster is now one nostalgia shop in Bend, Oregon. Technology will continue, probably, to move at an even faster pace, as the Lord Russell has just mentioned, and keeping up with that regulation from our side will be a very non-trivial task. I imagine in the next year or so, noble lords will be standing in their drawing rooms and they will say, "Show me some thrillers in German," or "Bring me some cricket," and up it will come, totally bypassing any EPG or so. Even though we can mandate for prominence, it's going to be very hard to achieve any effect with prominence in the future. Viewer habits are changing. Generation Z, for example, spend 50% of their viewing time on short films on Instagram, on X, on TikTok. I asked YouTube the other day how many people in the UK can make a living with a YouTube channel. And it's an extraordinary number. From memory, it may not be completely accurate. It was 75,000 people. That's a lot of channels out there. Now, of course, there are some fantastic parts of this bill, and I really want to commend DCMS, the ministers and the officials who've seen this bill through multiple iterations over that period. And I particularly want to thank one official, Victoria McCallum, who I know very well there, who's led the team that has gone on to do this work. Now, the other place had a good debate, and the work of the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee has secured great improvement to the bill. I also, oddly, in the context of the business idea, support the Clause 28 amendment proposed by my right honourable friend, the member for Malden, to protect smaller businesses by bringing in local TV and any future public service channels within the prominence framework, and that's something that we might consider at committee. And welcome the revision to Channel 4's remit. I think it's essential, if Channel 4 is to survive, to thrive, to be sustainable, the idea that it can get involved in its own production, can own IP and begin to build a library of value is a good thing. But it won't be easy for them, as we're seeing in today's advertising market. So when considering the regulatory clauses in committee, I'd like us to think about trying to balance regulation with maintaining this thriving economic sector. We should be proud that the Amazons, the Netflix, the Apples of this world invest so much in this country. So I have, in a way, and we've all had the notes, I have some sympathy with the streamers when they point out tricky features like trying to maintain impartiality when you have a giant catalogue of thousands of titles that have been around for numbers of years. Something that was impartial 10 years ago may be partial today, and that's going to be hard for them to maintain. They also make the point, and I think it's something that we should discuss, that the tiering system may not be ideal, and we may want to regulate all providers, not just have poor Ofcom to decide who is in Tier 1 and who isn't at any point. This is a very significant sector. We're debating broadcast regulation, but there's a correlation between production in this country and local production spend and for example, Netflix spend, they say, $1.5 billion a year here on production. Amazon, Apple, these companies all make stuff here. The size of the creative industries in this country is £126 billion of GVA. We saw that in the McKinsey report of late 23. And to give that some idea, that's 3/4 of the size of the financial services sector. This is an important and also rapidly growing sector with 2.5 million jobs in it. And hence the Treasury saying that this sector is one of the great 5 economic sectors for growth for this country. And we protected it well during COVID. And I should name-check the outstanding film and television production restart scheme, which made sure that production could happen all the way through COVID. But production and these companies, they move their investment very quickly. Many other countries would also like to host those businesses and their production. And in my view, we have to have 3 conditions in this country for them to stay here. We need a highly skilled and experienced workforce, which we have. That's necessary, but it's not sufficient. We need a good exchange rate. We have very little control over that, but that's something that drives business, and particularly that business. And we have a very sophisticated tax relief system which has been developed over many years. £1.7 billion of tax relief went to the creative industries in 21-22. And that's an absolutely essential component of this business. So I suppose what I'm trying to get across is that we're lucky to host this huge sector. And I hope that my noble friend, the Minister, agrees that we have to make sure that this finely balanced environment doesn't become less attractive through onerous and costly regulation.
My Lords, I declare your Lordship's Chamber attention to my declaration of interest in that I do occasional work for BBC, Channel 4 and other media outlets which are all declared on my register. I'm also Chair of Sport Wales. I'm interested in many aspects of this bill, but in particular how sport will be treated. I was delighted in 2020 when His Majesty's Government added the Summer and Winter Paralympics to the Crown Jewels. This was a really important moment for the sports movement and for the athletes. And for a long time, while other countries were catching up on the media coverage of the Paralympic Games, Many international athletes, friends, families use the British coverage to get up-to-the-minute updates. Just today, the International Paralympic Committee and Paris 2024 announced that media rights holders in more than 160 countries and territories plan to broadcast the Paralympics this year. And I'm in no doubt that the free-to-air coverage in the UK has helped the transformation of other jurisdictions, and we have much to be proud of. My Lords, the bill introduces a new special clause for multi-sport events, which was not in the draft bill and was not subjected to pre-legislative scrutiny in another place. And it would apply to 4 current Group A events, the Summer Olympics and Paralympics, and the Winter Olympics and Paralympics. The new clauses would have the effect that Ofcom consent would not be required for multi-sports events if a service in one category has full rights and a service in another has what's termed adequate live coverage. The bill does not define adequacy, and it's not clear that adequacy would mean the same thing to a PSB as it would to a commercial subscription service. A concern would be that adequacy might equate to incomplete. For instance, by carving out particular sports, such they're only available on pay-to-view services, or otherwise significantly limiting the hours of broadcast or transmission times available to a free-to-air broadcaster. I'd like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister about the ability of Ofcom to make regulations and what might constitute adequate live free-to-air coverage. And at the moment, I'm not reassured that the balance is quite right. It could remain possible, for example, that some key Olympic and Paralympic events and moments would be lost behind a paywall. So, for example, a cycling gold medal or the women's 100 metres final would only be available to those who can afford to subscribe. If this were the case, it could widen the divide between male and female athletes, or give some sports less reach. And seeing elite athletes perform is important to offer some inspiration to younger people. So is it His Majesty's Government's intention with multi-sport clauses to facilitate partnerships between public service broadcasters and commercial paid broadcasters? This might be considered a curious sort of intervention, given that the BBC and Discovery are quite happily partner broadcasters for the Olympics right now without these clauses. In fact, many listed events now have co-rights holders, sometimes more than one PSB, like with the BBC and ITV for football, sometimes with a free and pay broadcaster. These partnerships are already allowed and indeed encouraged by the current legislation. Does the Noble Lord the Minister see any issue where the government is inviting Ofcom to make regulations that will likely set 2 live streams as the ceiling for free-to-air coverage and potentially weaken the PSB's hand in any negotiation with rights holders or commercial broadcasters? If this is the case, it cannot be in the wider interests of the UK public. There are already many challenges in negotiating sports rights without making it any harder. I'm also interested in what may happen to digital on-demand rights within the regime. The way many of us watch or consume sport is rapidly changing. As many noble lords have mentioned, we're no longer sitting around one TV in the living room as a family. But by not including any reference to digital on-demand rights, it seems likely that 2 live streams, free-to-air, but with no catch-up or digital clips available for free, would not be at all sufficient for audiences. There may even be a risk that the unintended consequences of the multi-sport clauses and the exclusion of safeguards around digital on-demand rights in the regime are to therefore make the investment case for PSB so weak that they are no longer inclined to bid for these crown jewels and they de facto become an all-paywalled affair, or with just a minimal skeleton free-to-air live provision so that many UK audiences may miss out altogether. My Lords, I'm also interested in exploring prominence, as other noble lords have done, and the issue and difference between significant and appropriate. And like many other noble lords, I support the Welsh language, Gaelic, but as the Noble Lord Holmes has already raised, we don't go anywhere near far enough in terms of the provision for those who require British Sign Language. Not least, my lords, I hope we never go into another pandemic, but a huge frustration for me was that we couldn't provide British Sign Language at 5 o'clock on the media outlets that were updating the country about what was happening. My lords, this is simply not good enough. Finally, I was wondering Has His Majesty's Government given any consideration to use the Media Bill to update the Communications Act 2003 to safeguard linear TV, which still is an important and familiar viewing route? This would also support audiences as the digital transition continues. My Lords, I'll be tabling and supporting amendments that cover these issues and very much look forward to the committee stage.
My Lords, I should declare an interest as a former director of the British Film Institute, and also that my younger daughter's partner has recently joined a media company whose interests are engaged by this bill. This bill, the first media bill for over 20 years, as many have commented, has been widely welcomed across the industry. However, I think it's worth bearing in mind that it comes at a time when we've been looking in depth at the social media industries through the Online Safety Act, when we're still currently considering changes to the rules governing personal data through the DPDI bill, and when we're also looking at the competition powers required by the CMA in relation to digital media under the DMCC bill. I make that point because it's confusing for all concerned. I guess even the Minister himself has some difficulties in working out which day, which bill, which speech he should be giving. I certainly feel that. And until recently, the complication that we have now, which is that these bills rule largely under one set of ministers at the DCMS, has been lost because of the machinery of government changes. And I worry that this is causing unnecessary fragmentation of effort in what are key areas for the economy. And I think it also bears on Lord Forsyth's amendment and frustration at being unable to tackle the mass of material which is going through, and where he may be ruled out of court and out of the bill. I hope his points are made and thought and addressed in some way in the next few weeks. While I'm whinging, I could also say that, like others, I worry that we're not dealing with AI here at all. It seems to be a blank in the bill itself, but also in the briefing notes and material and the speeches we've held somewhere. We all know it's there, it's a problem, we don't know how to deal with it, and we're just blanking it off. And while we're also concerned about that, I think we could join with the noble Baroness Kidron's regret that we didn't use this bill in a positive sense to try and place the context as a whole around which we all accept that the BBC is the jewel in the crown that we're talking about, but we never ever discuss or even consider how to safeguard and future-proof it as it goes forward. And finally, on these whinges, I hope that others will pick up the point made elsewhere, and I'm sure, looking at one, that they will. The question of Gaelic and minority cultures is so important on the genre. I do hope that will come through. I myself do not have time to deal with that. So we know that the UK's broadcasting and media landscape is one of the most diverse, the most creative and the most vibrant of anywhere in the world. But it's not an accident. As Lord Burt said, UK broadcasting policy has evolved on a broadly bipartisan basis since the founding of the BBC now a century ago. There were some rocky passages in policy development in the last few years, but luckily what we have before us today is by and large a continuation of that bipartisan approach, and I fully welcome that. My noble friend Lord Bassam made a number of good points in his speech, and I think that his context is the one I want to follow. But freed from my responsibilities on the front bench, I don't have to cover everything, and I'm only going to cover 3 points. The first is the question of the timing of the DTT and the IP switchover. A lot of lobbying we've received in the run-up to this debate has been focused on the timing and the impact of the TV delivery system changing from DDT to IP. And clearly further discussions are required, indeed we know they're carrying on. But the key policy questions that we ought to be addressing are absent from the bill, and I wonder whether that's right. For instance, is it right to push back the changeover until the mid-2030s? Is there any flexibility on that? There's going to be huge consequences if we miss the optimum timing, what they call the tipping point, and don't bring forward when we need the substantial regulatory changes needed to drive the scale of industry cooperation which will be required across TV and all the other content. Has this been factored into the thinking? What scenarios are being contemplated for this? Has any assessment been made of the investment required by both public sector and private investors? The digital switchover plan comes to mind, but I do not see that anywhere in the documentation around this. I wonder if the noble Lord the Minister could comment on that. And the need to drive digital inclusion for those living in remote areas must not be forgotten. And for those whose skills are not up to the challenges of internet provision, what are we going to be doing about that? Some of the figures here are extraordinary. There are 3 million households still without broadband, of which over 2 million are contained mainly of older people who are unlikely to be able to get up the technical skills required. And 1 million, even more worryingly, are on low incomes who will probably not be able to afford to upgrade themselves. These are issues which I don't see in the bill. I do hope that we'll be able to come back to them. On PSP prominence, there's been a broad welcome for the proposals in the bill for the reforms, and as the Noble Lord the Minister said, on these current rules, which reflect the technology and usage patterns of the early years, are out of date, but the principles on which they stand need to be brought forward, and it's good to see those in the bill. As others have said, though, I worry that the approach seems to be less concerned about radio, which is such an important part of our everyday life, and it seems unlikely to resolve, the bill seems unlikely to resolve some of the concerns raised over voice services and podcasts. On Section 40, I don't wish to go into the detail because I take it for granted that the elimination of Section 40 will take place. I personally regret it slightly. My name was on the original amendment for some weird quirk of fate. Because of the rush to get this through, it happened to be patched into a bill I was doing. I think it was the higher education bill, nothing to do with it, and so that might give a word of hope to Lord Forsyth. You can get these things through if it's necessary. When it comes to the sponsors debate, I think the Noble Lord the Minister owes the House some sense of what is happening under the post-Leveson regulations. I don't want to get into the main issues. I think we need to know more about what the government's thinking is before we can come back to that. So questions are, is it true that the government remains committed to the continued existence of the Royal Charter on self-regulation of the press? Yes or no? And if it's yes, what role do they see for the Press Recognition Panel established under the Royal Charter to provide the independent oversight of the system, which it does? Have they any concerns about the system? And if so, could they set them out so we are aware of what the issues are that they have on this? And what do the government make of the PRP's recent annual report comment that because most publishers remain outside the recognition system, and some do not even have a complaint system, complaining about news publishers is not going to be straightforward? These are really important issues for those who have been put in a bad place because of the press. Well, I think we'll hear more of that from other speakers. We need answers.
My Lords, I too very much welcome this bill. As has been said, we've waited a long time for the bill, and it is important to get it right. We won't have this opportunity again for some time. We've seen new technology, changed consumer habits, different ways to access media and increase global competition. I think at the time of the last media bill, streaming was only a brave or madcap idea. So it is imperative to do it right. I welcome the government's ambition to support our media to enable them to compete and to continue to serve their audiences with high quality content. We are fortunate as well to have, in my view, a minister who gets it. I welcome the bill's efforts in granting greater flexibility and prominence to public service broadcasters, protecting our well-trusted radio services, which I'll come to later, and further diversifying and ensuring greater inclusivity of our media landscape. However, I want to also draw attention to a number of concerns. I wasn't aware of Lord Forsyth's amendment, and I had written the recent proposed takeover bid of the Telegraph and Spectator by the UAE government has raised questions and concerns about the ownership of UK news companies and assets, and in particular the acquisition of those by organisations in foreign jurisdictions that may differ in the regard for the freedom of the press. Many foreign owners of media outlets have had a positive effect with considerable investment and have kept an arm's length approach. This being the case, we should be concerned about the motivations of a foreign government and investors trying to get their hands on a media title or media titles. The trust in news media has already plummeted, and the buying of British news organisations by a foreign government will likely lead to an even greater decrease in the trustworthiness of our news media. Agree. My second point is about media literacy. The changing nature of the media landscape has been widely discussed, especially the importance of countering misinformation and disinformation. Naturally, increasing media literacy poses an answer to these challenges. Conversations need to be had about who should be responsible for raising the levels of media literacy. I firmly believe the government has an important role in increasing the trust and foolproofing of our media by educating consumers to be critical and media literate. Labour's John MacDonnell tabled a new clause on media literacy during reading of the bill in the Commons, which he did not push for a vote. However, I would encourage the House to pick up this clause and argue that we should indeed seize the opportunity with this bill to place a duty on PSBs to develop their media literacy strategies, which in turn will enable consumers to competently navigate the media and cut through misinformation. I believe it would be a good idea to introduce a requirement for PSBs to be involved in improving media literacy amongst their audiences and for Ofcom to be responsible for the monitoring of this requirement. If the aim is to ensure that this bill will stand the test of time, we need to adapt to the expansion of social media and specifically the rise, or especially the rise of artificial intelligence and complex algorithms. With the rise of these phenomena, the role of PSBs to provide impartial and accurate information has become even more significant. However, if PSBs are to combat misinformation, then their role goes beyond merely providing impartial and accurate information. It also entails engaging in efforts to improve levels of media literacy, particularly of their younger consumers. It is time for a greater recognition of the threats posed by AI and misinformation. Increasing media literacy is an important step towards understanding of the challenges faced in the interpretation of media and consequently a step towards combating phenomena such as echo chambers and filter bubbles. And there definitely is a role for PSBs to play in this. Unfortunately, we cannot easily regulate or halt the large-scale change in the media landscape. What we can do, however, is navigate people to navigate and understand these changes. As I've mentioned, streaming has become a natural way to watch programmes. Many families will subscribe to one or two providers, such as as well as having the PSBs. Netflix uses the British Board of Film Classification to rate their programmes, as does Amazon, while Disney have a different classification system, which can cause confusion for parents. It's important that we use the same classification system across the board, and it seems logical to me that we use the BBFC, which is known and understood. I want to talk a little bit about, and I wasn't going to, about radio. We used to have a vibrant commercial radio sector, a vibrant local commercial radio sector. And what we've gradually seen is that that local independent radio sector has seen the loss of local skilled workers. Technicians have been made redundant, local DJs and presenters have been made redundant, programmes are aggregated and syndicated, programmes are made in London, and there's just a little bit of local news, weather and traffic on the hour. That is not local radio. That is the big providers taking over local radio and using it as a national network. And what a great pity that we've allowed that to happen. And I wish the government and Ofcom had been far more rigorous in how they allowed that to take place. I want to end by understanding the government's view to GB News, a news channel which is not balanced or impartial. And remind me, perhaps, Minister, how many complaints against the channel have Ofcom currently decided to investigate? Could you imagine the outcry there would be if there was a Labour Red Rose news channel or a Lib Dem Liberty news channel with presenters being politically partisan in their views? It just would not happen. It's interesting to see that while Ofcom has investigated GB News on a number of occasions, a group of senior broadcasting veterans said this week that the broadcast regulator was failing to properly enforce impartiality rules for a channel that sometimes uses Conservative MPs to interview their own parliamentary colleagues. I'll end by saying we have a media which is admired throughout the world, which creates jobs, creates innovation, and is part of our amazing creative industry sector. This bill will enhance it and keep it safe for the next 10 or 20 years.
My Lords, I will join the refrain and say that I too welcome this bill and share the widespread cross-party support for it. As we've heard, it's been a long time in gestation and has benefited from pre-legislative scrutiny. There's now a strong desire from across the UK broadcasting industry to see the bill progress swiftly through Parliament. It's over 20 years, as we've heard, since the Communications Act, and the media landscape is unrecognisable from 2 decades ago. UK creative industries are globally successful, and public service broadcasters are at the heart of the ecosystem. They compete internationally with new global platforms who have deep pockets and are increasingly the gatekeepers of content discoverability. Now, choice and competition is, in my view, good. Yet if PSBs are to compete effectively, it's surely right their video-on-demand services enjoy the same visibility as their linear services do now. As we've heard, there's a question as to whether appropriate prominence needs to be strengthened to significant prominence, and I, like others, will listen carefully to the debates to come. As with so much of this bill, a lot depends on how Ofcom discharges its extensive responsibilities, including making sure there's appropriate regional prominence. So, for example, Scotland-based viewers watching via Samsung TV or an Amazon Fire Stick need easy access to a prominently positioned STV player app. My Lords, my main point concerns Gaelic language broadcasting, about which the Right Reverend Prelate, the Lord Bishop of Newcastle, spoke so thoughtfully. Gaelic is a valuable part of our cultural heritage. It continues to be important for Scotland's cultural life today and has always enjoyed cross-party support. A Conservative government, thanks, I think, to my noble friend Lord Forsyth of Drumleen, set up the first Gaelic television fund in 1991 with funding of £9.5 million per year. Now, in today's money, that would be worth £25 million, almost double MG Alapa's current budget. The White Paper recognised, and I quote, "Certainty of funding is important for MG Alapa being able to deliver for Gaelic speakers." And the reference in the bill to public service broadcasters providing sufficient content in a recognised regional and minority language, including Gaelic, is welcome. However welcome, the bill's protection for Gaelic broadcasting is incomplete, in contrast to the extensive and very welcome provisions for S4C. There are, of course, more Welsh language speakers than Gaelic speakers. Could this possibly be because there is a link between 40 years of consistent support for Welsh language broadcasting and a renaissance in the Welsh language? The bill facilitates the delivery of public service content in a fast-moving and competitive digital age. With the right support, Gaelic broadcasting has an exciting opportunity to engage the next generation of young would-be Gaelic speakers. But if the Gaelic television service lacks prominence and discoverability on new digital platforms, then there is surely a risk of it withering on the vine. Under the bill, Ofcom determines what is sufficient. For me, this raises two problems. First, there's no yardstick for judging sufficiency, and the status quo is clearly not a helpful guide. The Gaelic TV channel, BBC Alapa, is run by the Gaelic media service, MG Alapa, in partnership with the BBC. And the channel achieves great success despite increasingly tight funding constraints. MG Allopa's static £13 million budget will by 2026 be worth half of what it was when it started in 2008. And the channel's total budget of £23 million compares with S4C's index-linked funding of nearly £90 million a year plus programming worth £20 million annually from the BBC. Despite these constraints, BBC Allopa pulls in a loyal weekly audience of nearly 300,000, not far off what S4C achieves. My Lords, Gaelic broadcasting is being asked, in my view, to compete with one hand tied behind its back. Under current funding arrangements, only a quarter of content broadcast is new, 1 hour, 40 minutes per day. And just 3 hours of new drama is commissioned a year, 1 evening's worth of box set viewing. S4C commissions 60 hours of drama for television, 3 hours of digital, and receives a further 63 hours for the BBC. The second problem is that Gaelic broadcasting falls foul of one of the rough edges of Scotland's devolution settlement. On the one hand, broadcasting is a reserve matter. The statutory underpinning of MG Allopa is UK legislation. A UK regulator, Ofcom, is the arbiter of sufficiency. Yet on the other hand, the function of providing MG Allopa's funding is devolved to Scottish Government ministers who aren't answerable to Ofcom. Split responsibilities with MG Allopa falling between the cracks. So can I ask my noble friend the Minister, what happens if the level of Gaelic content Ofcom deems sufficient is more than can be financed with current BBC and Scottish Government funding levels? The Government argues that the future of Gaelic language broadcasting is best considered as part of the BBC's Charter review. Yet BBC Allopa is a joint venture where one of the parties, MG Allopa, isn't covered by the Charter. In any case, a new Charter is 4 years away and must deal with a plethora of other competing issues. Gaelic broadcasting faces a very uncertain future if the can is kicked down the road, the opposite of what the Government recognised as being important in the White Paper. That's why more explicit protection of Gaelic broadcasting in the bill is, in my view, needed. I hope my noble friend can respond constructively to a very legitimate concern that I believe, with goodwill, is soluble. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble Lord Dunlop, and given what I intend to cover in the second half of my speech, it's something of a coincidence too. I refer the House to my register of interest, but note that those relevant to this bill have now ceased, but I do retain many friends in the production sector. Like others, I broadly welcome this overdue bill, but will highlight today 2 areas in which I hope we might see some improvement during the later stages. The first is the reduction in the public service remit for television, with news and current affairs the only genre named, and Ofcom required only to monitor whether content reflects the lives and concerns of different communities, cultural interests, traditions and localities. My Lords, I share the concerns of other noble lords about the missing genre, but my point is slightly different. It is that the phrase content that reflects is a very poor substitute for the more detailed text it has replaced. It does not inspire or demand the innovative approaches, techniques and formats that the UK's production sector has developed in fulfilment of PSB requirements over decades and in which it now leads the world. Gone are references to high quality, to educative value, to professional skill or editorial integrity, or to this supporting and stimulating of diverse cultural activity through the treatment of visual and performing arts. The obligations in the new bill in Clause 1, subsection 5b, could arguably be met by a series of talking heads in a locked-off shop, as long as that included heads that talked from time to time in a recognised regional or minority language. In his opening remarks, the noble Lord the Minister celebrated the success of the creative industries and their impact on jobs and the economy. But as my noble friend Viscount Colville set out, the sector is going through what the film and TV charity has called the most sustained period of financial uncertainty in its 100-year history. Vector reports 68% of film and TV workers currently out of work, with 30% reporting no work at all over the last 3 months. And in this context, the changes give rise to concerns. Without a clear requirement for PSBs to invest in programs that are more than reflective of, but genuinely innovative in approach, content and format, how will government protect the future viability of a sector that it expects to drive growth in the economy and in the workforce? My Lords, I join now the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle, and the Noble Lord, Lord Dunlop, in highlighting the missed potential for this legislation to cement the future of Gaelic language broadcasting. I have no interest to declare in this regard, other than my enjoyment of BBC Alba, whose programmes range from a celebration of rich cultural history, language and people, to the innovative, the quirky and sometimes the brilliantly off-the-wall. The 2022 White Paper recognised the hugely valuable contribution of MG Alba to the lives and well-being of Gaelic speakers across Scotland and the UK, the importance of the language to the protection of Gaelic culture, and the need for certainty of future funding. And yet this bill fails to convey that there is and there must be a Gaelic TV service with a PSB function, and it continues an uneven approach to the Welsh and Gaelic languages. Both have television services in fulfilment of UK obligations under Article 11 of the European Charter of Regional or Minority Languages, but only one is provided for by Parliament, with Gaelic language television nestled under the BBC's portfolio. The bill gives Ofcom the decision on what level of Gaelic language content is sufficient, while offering no clarity on what sufficient means. But as we've heard, the responsibility to provide funding to MG Alba, one half of the joint venture that is BBC Alba, is devolved to Scottish Government ministers who are not answerable to Ofcom. And given that sufficiency of both quantity and quality is directly related to funding levels, it is hard to see how this circle gets squared. The Heath-Robinson-like structure of the funding and accountability flows is hardly the future certainty the White Paper said is needed, and it's not surprising that MG Alba is concerned about sustainability. And yet, despite this precarity, much has been achieved. In 2022-23, 9.8 million spent directly with 24 production companies on the creation of 407 hours of programming, and 9.1 million of that went to the independent production sector, nurturing talent and skills in the Gaelic language and the creative sector. MG Alba has created over 340 jobs, nearly 200 of them in the Highlands and the Western Isles. My Lords, Sir John Whittingdale in The Other Place linked the greater support for S4C and Welsh language broadcasting to the fact that there are 1 million Welsh speakers in the UK as compared to 100,000 Gaelic speakers in Scotland. But the two services, as we've heard, enjoy similar reach. In 2023, S4C's reach increased to 324,000, while BBC Alba enjoys a reach of 300,000 adult viewers each week in Scotland. And in pressing the importance of Gaelic language services, I'm not arguing for any diminution of support for S4C. Far from it. There is very good evidence that language and culture is kept alive through representation. The 2017 report from S4C said the channel had been instrumental in stabilising the Welsh language since the 1980s, giving the language status and prominence, and allowing Wales and its people, regardless of background, to portray, express and see themselves represented on screen. The Welsh Language Strategy Action Plan, recently published, continues to highlight S4C as a key mechanism for growing the number of Welsh speakers. Broadcasting clearly has an important role to play in the preservation and the advancement of language, identity and traditions. The omission of specific references to Gaelic PSB in the Media Bill risks perpetuating historical marginalisation and fails to acknowledge historical disparities in political recognition and funding compared to other language initiatives. Crucially, it undermines efforts to preserve and promote Gaelic language and culture, which is such a precious and integral part of our collective heritage. I look forward to working with other noble lords from across the House to see how these two concerns might, in future stages of the bill, be redressed.
It's always a pleasure, my lords, to follow the noble Baroness Bull. And I think we can all agree that the media bill is warmly welcomed, and the sooner we get it onto the statute books, the better. My remarks, surprisingly, are offered from a Scottish perspective, and I declare an interest as a board member of Creative Scotland. I hope that the Minister will ensure that this bill does not inadvertently upset the finely balanced infrastructure of the screen sector in Scotland, and nor will it ignore the best interests of the Scottish consumer. Many noble lords, including the Minister, joined me the other day at a lunch with STV, who were very supportive of the bill. Prominence for PSBs across all user interfaces is essential for smaller PSBs such as STV. This is important both on a linear and on-demand services, so that STV Player is available and easy to find across a range of platforms. And I welcome these protections in the bill. Like other noble lords, I'm not sure I fully appreciate the differences between significant and appropriate prominence. MG Alba and Gaelic Broadcasting, as we've just heard, I'm sure would be content with either, as I join fellow noble lords that I am concerned that the only mention of Gaelic, and I note it is Gaelic if we're talking in a Scottish perspective, please not Gaelic, but the only mention is in part 1 of the bill, at which asks Ofcom to adjudicate whether there is a sufficient quantity of minority language content which feels inadequate in comparison to the protections for S4C. But I want to highlight my concerns for the Scottish independent sector of the proposed changes to Channel 4's remit. Channel 4 has a strong commitment to representing the whole of the UK. It has a long-established role as an innovator in the creative industries, and its purpose is to be different. The arguments against privatising Channel 4 rested on its unique model. Channel 4's own website says how, I quote, "Our content is the key to Channel 4's success. As a publisher-broadcaster, we don't produce content in-house, we commission it, helping independent production companies across the UK grow and nurturing new and existing talent. At the moment, we are being asked to rely on safeguards from Channel 4 that any move into in-house production will be a gradual one. Compare this to the BBC, where 16% of its content is from the nations and the regions. At the moment, only 9% of Channel 4's current content meets this level. So, just giving Channel 4 the power to produce programmes uncapped and without measurable quotas on the level of, for example, locally produced content required on PSBs, risks undermining the independent production and distribution sector, on which Channel 4 itself acknowledged is the key to its success. I hope, therefore, we can give this issue some further thought as the bill progresses through the House. I also have concerns that this bill does not serve the best interests of the Scottish consumer in what it doesn't cover. The Scottish Affairs Committee reported that almost a third of households in Scotland only used digital terrestrial television, DTT, services, and currently these services are only guaranteed until 2034. The universality belief that lies behind public service broadcasting in the UK should hold true in any future model, as no one must be left behind. A recent study by EY predicted that regardless of rollout, more than 5.5 million properties in the UK will not have a high-speed broadband subscription in 2040. And the one report that the Minister didn't mention of the Communications and Digital Committee, the recently published Digital Exclusion Report, on which I was privileged to be a part of, noted that even if rollout continues across the UK, many of our most vulnerable
in our population remain unable to access good quality broadband services. DTT is free if you pay your licence fee. And yet currently these services, described by the Digital Poverty Alliance as a lifeline, have no guarantee of certainty to ensure people are not left further isolated. DCMS, I appreciate, has a broadcast framing, but what our committee's report highlighted was the lack of a joined-up strategy for digital inclusion across government. So can the Minister answer whether research on network rollout, take-up rates, gigabyte provision, and providing IP connectivity to geographically hard-to-reach households has been considered before rejecting a commitment to supporting DTT? I hope the government can reconsider so that the commercial viability of the Freeview service is not lost while millions are still relying on it. Many Scottish members in the other place have lamented the omission of Scottish national sporting events in the proposed listed events regime in the bill. I suspect that's partly because, miracle of all miracles, our national football team has qualified for the Euros this summer. But on a more serious note, the bill's removal of existing obligations for PSBs to provide socially valuable but perhaps not so commercially valuable content, for example, about religion and belief or science and technology, could have very negative unintended consequences. And I want to associate my remarks with everybody else who has spoken about that. I've written a list. The list is endless. But the COVID pandemic and recent events have indeed demonstrated that in today's world, an understanding of science or religion and religious literacy matter more than ever before. So I hope this bill enjoys a smooth and rapid progress through this House. And I want to say that I hope it's not like the Online Safety Act, as it is now, where it wasn't until the very last moment when finally it was appreciated that your lordships had made some very good points, that the Minister eventually moved a number of welcome amendments, and I live in hope that things might be a bit smoother for this bill.
My Lords, I'm delighted to rise to speak following the previous speakers who've been advocating more emphasis and importance ascribed to both Welsh and Scottish television. As a Cumbrian, we don't have any regional dialect television, but I live in hopes. I'm also, my Lords, delighted to support the bill, and in fact, I'm also simultaneously slightly depressed, because we heard from a number of speakers that the previous bill covering this was 20 years ago. Well, I was the minister sitting where the noble minister sits now on the bill before that. And on that occasion, I told your lordships, who I don't think really believed me, that we were on the cusp of a revolution. And what we are now dealing with is the effects of much of that revolutionary change. Everything's morphed and evolved, and all the hardware which we are talking about are now forms of computer. There's a single universe of multiplicity of variables and variations behind the subject matter we're discussing. It began with the moving image. Now I'm glad to say I think radio is increasing its prominence. And certainly I would never have guessed the popularity of podcasts. So important to some members of the palace, the people who work in the Palace of Westminster. My Lords, then as now, there was a vigorous debate about public service broadcasting. And in an era of almost limitless quantities of information, I think it is just as impossible, to, indeed arguably more important, given the volume of material that is available washing around in the digital space. And I believe at the centre of it, a core of curated and moderated material is very important. And I think it's equally important that it's not simply from a single monopolist supplier, and it must be from an independent organisation or organisations free from political, either domestic or foreign control. And I entirely agree with the noble Lord Forsyth about his comments about control of newspapers by foreign governments or their fronts. And I assume he would agree that were that to go ahead, the government would deserve to lose the next general election. These things that we're talking about underpin our civic society and freedoms, and rightly they sit at the heart of the bill and of our discussions about it. Moreover, my lords, since much of this is in one way or another paid by each and every one of us, it follows that access should be free to the user and made simple, and at the same time, as well as being didactic, should give some pleasure as well. And my lords, I'm slightly feeling I'm going to be the Grinch at Christmas, but I do think that we now are in a world where excessive prominence is given to sport. I enjoy sport, and it has an important place in our society. But it does seem that politicians all go weak at the knees at the mention of it. There are a whole range of things that matter to people which are behind paywalls, and we need to recognise that. And in having a system where things that people value and can come together over is a part of the raison d'etre of the project, we want to recognise that there are other things beyond sport. Now, but looking at this whole topic of the media from the perspective of this chamber, I think, and it was a point made by the Noble Lord Mendoza, we sometimes forget that media is big global business, and we must as a nation have our share of it, and the policies surrounding our media must support this and its contribution to our natural prosperity and global influence. And of course this depends, amongst other things, on having trained and skilled entrants into the industry. And we must recognise that, first of all, we have a good record, I believe, in this country, and secondly, it is expensive. But it'll be even more expensive if we don't get it right. And equally, we must make sure that the working capital of the media industry is not killed off by public parsimony or greed or by confiscatory taxation. Outcomes are not only capable of being measured in strict financial terms. Now, in some ways, why the world of the digital is a kind of Wild West, but it's neither the public bar nor simply a private domain. Private matters can and do go viral, and private point-to-point communication can and does become as publicly available as deliberate broadcast material. And we need, as we're on here, the interface between the virtual and territorial worlds, which which we in this country have only a very limited jurisdiction. We must find ways of dealing with the often very difficult, ever-changing problems for lawmakers, governments and regulators. Now, my lords, I think some of the problems and the extent of the material we're actually dealing with now, and let's after all not forget, in this House recently, we've been discussing digital markets, the media bill, this one, data protection and artificial intelligence. And one of the, I think, unnoticed aspects of this has been that Brexit has meant that we've repatriated to this country a significant amount of regulation that was previously dealt with at European level. And the effect is that all these things are connected. Things are complicated, they move very quickly and are always changing. And I entirely agree with the Noble Lord Russell and the Noble Lord Mendoza that one of the great challenges we face as a nation in this sector is how can we properly legislate in a timely manner for these things in an ever fast-changing world. And of course, what is clear from the structure of the bill is that much of this is going to be done by secondary legislation. But, as we all know, my lords, there is considerable dissatisfaction, which I think is entirely legitimate, about the way Parliament handles these things. Now, setting aside general constitutional principles, I pose the question, is our system of scrutinising secondary legislation doing this properly on a technical level for the individuals and commercial sectors affected? And I must say I wonder, and I'm not sure they're going to thank me for suggesting it, and I put it no higher than suggesting, is whether some sort of rolling basis, on a rolling basis, the Communications Committee might not have a standing role in examining the substance of these things. But I know that the noble lady in front of me is very, very sceptical about that. Finally, briefly, I'd just like to turn to Clause 50. I chaired a local newspaper group for 10 years, and one of the characteristics of the newspaper industry, based on its traditions of investigative journalism, which this House has always endorsed, is a great suspicion of the government of the day. And in fact, I must confess, I'm, as an individual, surprised by the apparent nonchalance of the national press about what looks to me like being an attempt in the Rwanda bill to corrupt our legal system. But it's clear that the changes that are in the bill are going to proceed. On the other hand, there's hard law and there's soft law. And if the abuses, which undoubtedly took place, are going to be kept under control, it is important that the soft law, if that is the way we are going, deals with them properly. And the difficulty, as I see it now, is that I don't think there is a sufficiently wide public confidence in the self-regulatory system that's in place now. There still are abuses from the national newspapers. That's not what we've seen previously, but I don't think the confidence is there. And I think they need to look at themselves to see whether they think they can improve their standing in the wider world, which then underpins their acceptability and their long-term sustainability. And perhaps a little bit blood on the carpet might help in that respect.
Before my noble lord sits down, my noble friend sits down, before he sits, only one of us can be standing, sorry. I think grateful to my noble lord, and I'd say to my noble friend on the front bench, the whip, that we are still on an advisory speaking time, but he makes a very important point about parliamentary oversight of the powers that are being delegated or devolved to regulators through various pieces of legislation that have been going through Parliament over the last few months. But the solution to that is to expand our existing select committee capacity to manage that, not to try and manage it through our existing capacity, because we don't have the relevant resources. What we need is more, and there is an amendment that I have tabled to the Digital Markets Bill precisely to meet that objective, and I would urge my noble friend to support it when that is debated in a couple of weeks' time.
Delighted to hear what the noble Baroness says, and of course my remarks are clearly justified because it elicited that remark from her and got her on her feet to tell us all about it.
Well, it's a great honour to speak after my noble friend Baroness Stoll, who spoke very powerfully there for the need for more resources for our committees, which I completely endorse. And it's a great honour to speak after my noble friend Lord Inglewood, and I would also lean into his comments with regards to my noble friend Lord Forsyth and his comments on the ownership of the Telegraph Group. It seems to me that foreign ownership of our media assets is a long and proud British tradition, and one I would be proud to defend. But the ownership of British media assets by a government from overseas is a different matter altogether, and something that I don't welcome at all, and I very much share noble Lord Forsyth's reservations on that matter. My Lords, I want to talk just on one very specific subject, and that is minimum standards for classification. 40 years ago, as many noble Lords may know, this Parliament passed an incredibly specific piece of legislation to regulate age ratings given to films and video content through the Video Recordings Act, a really thoughtful piece of legislation that is widely recognised around the world. And it gave the Secretary of State the power to designate the British Board of Film Classification as the national authority for age ratings, and they've done that job for the decades since then. In the 40 years since then, our system of age ratings for cinema and home releases has become really the most widely recognised and best understood in the world. And our independent classification guidelines are fully transparent, and they're informed with regular consultations with the public. They have a very, very large endorsement from viewers themselves. Now, it's because of these high standards that parents instinctively know the difference between, say, a PG or 12 or something for older viewers. And that's why 90% of them trust the BBFC ratings. So I'd like to ask the Minister, if I may, why is a system that works so well not applied in the digital world? And I have a particular interest in this key question of the application of rules in the real world and the digital world. Why is the digital world of content in some way exceptional in that content that's hosted on digital platforms are treated in a different way to those hosted in the real world? Why do we leave it up to Warner Brothers or MGM or Universal to decide the age ratings of the films that they produce? We don't leave it to Odeon or Showcase to decide whether 9-year-olds can be allowed to see this film or that, or for HMV what DVDs they buy. So why do we leave it to Disney Plus to mark their own child protection homework? Whilst Netflix and Amazon Prime have chosen to voluntarily work with the BBFC to use their age rating systems to great success, and I must pay tribute to their efforts, the same can't be said for other platforms, notably Disney Plus. They refuse to publish their classification guidelines, and there are numerous examples of them age rating content with highly inappropriate content as suitable for children. Unfortunately, therefore, we can't rely on the goodwill of these platforms and treat them like our domestic public service broadcasters. Nor can we rely on Ofcom to, off its own back, come up with a set of regulations of equivalent strength to those we have already had through Parliament and Parliament has endorsed. So it should be our job as legislators to set the rules of the game and the job of Ofcom to referee the match. Instead, in its current form, the bill not only gives Ofcom complete control of the rule book, but also the power to rewrite it whenever they like. This is not an issue of media freedom or of light touch regulation. This is an issue of child protection, so only the very best is good enough. My Lords, it would be a complete failure on our part to abrogate our responsibility to protect children from harm by not including some form of minimum standards on the face of the bill. I know this was discussed at some length in the other place, with various amendments being proposed. So can I flag to the Minister and to the Chamber that it's my intention to bring an amendment to close this gap? This is, noble Lords, our one and only chance to have any influence over the regulation that is being outsourced almost entirely to Ofcom. Setting minimum standards for child protection is an important step, and I hope very much indeed that the Minister will engage with those supporting this approach to work towards a common approach to change the bill.
My Lords, I'd just like to comment on the bill where it affects newspapers and publishing. It is some years since the Leveson inquiry exposed the culture of law-breaking by the press. We all must admit there's been a transformation in the way the press behaves by both public and regulatory pressure. Now, there are two regulatory bodies, Impress, recognised by the Press Recognition Panel, which is founded under Royal Charter, and Impress, which includes much of the regional press, but few of the nationals. And it has a good reputation and is not, as claimed by some, government or state-backed. Now, the other regulatory body is IPSO. It was created by the press for the press. It's controlled by newspapers and replicates, I'm afraid, much of the structural failings that plagued the old Press Complaints Commission. But one of the reasons it's worked at all, I think, is because there is this threat of Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2015 being introduced. This clause has hung over them as an incentive or perhaps a threat to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Now, the government seek to remove this clause. Indeed, as my noble friend the Minister said, it was in the 2019 Conservative Manifesto. But a manifesto from a Conservative Prime Minister, a former journalist, and it was 4 years ago and 3 my Prime Ministers ago. So my question now is to the Minister is why he thinks it's necessary to remove it now. Are the government really so confident that it will never be needed? Is it not a safeguard for future behaviour of the press? The IPSO Editors' Code of Practice created by the industry an industry dominated by who dominate the committee, does not meet the requirements for a standard code under the Press Recognition Panel. Now, it's nothing to do with blocking free speech. Section 40 was aimed at providing financial incentives for newspaper publishers to join an approved regulator. If enacted, it does not just claim force publishers to pay both sides of the cost in court actions if they win or indeed if they lose, because if they join, that doesn't come into practice. Nor, would say, does it create an unprecedented barrier to justice, because it only applies if they don't join an approved regulator. Now, my Lords, it was disappointing that during the passage of the bill in the Commons, the government rejected an amendment by George Eustace, Conservative MP, requiring the Secretary of State to consult on alternative incentives to encourage publishers or regulators to seek recognition under the terms of the Royal Charter for self-regulation of the press. Now, my lords, we've all seen failures of governments. We've seen failures of the water industry, we've seen failures of the gas industry, all controlled, or all which come under independent regulators. Now, those failures have been exposed quite rightly by the press. But the press, in their own case, want to self-regulate, something that they would never ever condone for any other industry. Now, my lords, it is true that the worst behaviour has resulted in criminal cases and some expensive civil actions. But the Press Recognition Panel does not believe that Section 40 should be removed without an equivalent or alternative mechanisms being put in its place, and I believe that that's the case. They also point out that the definition of a recognised news publisher is confusing when it relates to content coming under the remit of Ofcom, but I shall leave that to my noble friend to sort out. Could I also ask the Minister whether he might accept in the bill an amendment to include anti-slap measures? Does he not agree that Section 40 currently gives protection to publishers from excessive costs by those using slaps? Without Section 40, how can newspapers be protected from outrageous claims by Russian oligarchs for vast amounts of money? I hope the Minister might consider that. It may be that it might be dealt with under another bill. Now, my lords, there are other issues in this bill which I look forward to dealing with the committee stage, but I can't finish without talking about my noble friend Lord Forsyth's amendment. And I do agree with much of what he said. Now, I have a confession to make, is that there's nothing new about foreigners buying national newspapers to retrieve influence. My great-grandfather bought the Observer. Now, the only reason he bought it was to have undue influence. Why else would you buy the newspaper? If you look at other things since then, of course, Roy Thompson, a Canadian, bought the Times. He sold it to Rupert Murdoch, an Australian. The Telegraph was sold to Conrad Black, another Canadian. Now, I don't know whether the noble Baron's Stoll amendment might work. I hope it does, if my noble friend can't get his amendment accepted in this House. But what I would say is perhaps a fallback to the noble lord is in the past, press barons were all been given a peerage. Now, I suspect that this time round, the Emir did not put in a bid to acquire a peerage. But, however, if he was offered one and had a chance to come to your lordship's house and listen to the many hours of 4 hours debate we've had this evening, that might put him off from buying the Telegraph.
My Lords, I will also speak about Clause 50, and I'm pleased to follow the noble Lord Viscount Astor, with whose views on this clause I agree. The repeal of Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act has been lobbied for by national newspapers for over a decade. Other noble lords have questioned why should it appear now in a bill about broadcasting. The noble Lord the Minister asserted that the purpose is to remove burdensome obligations on the press. But as the Press Recognition Panel's briefing explains, joining an approved independent regulator would protect them. I've spoken on the issue of press standards for a number of years, and I declare an interest now as I'm co-party to a civil claim against a newspaper group about alleged hacking of personal data, claims at the pre-trial disclosure stage. As many in your Lordship's House know, my family suffered relentless intrusions and inaccuracies after my daughter was attacked in 2005. And although the circumstances of what happened to my family were unique, the experience of coming up against large and powerful newspapers, bullying and abusing ordinary people is not. The noble Lord, Lord Black, used the words odious and shameful. Perhaps I should gently suggest that that's exactly what's wrong, and what wrongdoing by the press is, odious and shameful. It's an abuse of power by a very powerful industry. And that's why in 2013, all parties made promises to implement the Leveson system of independent regulation for newspapers and news websites. The lack of independent regulation for the press and its online operations is anomalous among other industries. The noble Lord, Lord Inglewood, is right that there's insufficient confidence in current self-regulation. We regulate medicine, because it matters to our health. We regulate law because it's critical to upholding justice. And thanks to the Online Safety Act, we regulate social media because we as citizens have responsibilities in how we treat each other online. But the media matters too. It's an important industry, sometimes with good reason, described as the lifeblood of democracy. But while we recognise the importance of a healthy broadcast media and require the regulation of broadcasters, we do not do so for newspapers and their websites. My Lords, this is an oversight which undervalues and underestimates the importance and power of the press. And please do not be fooled that these problems are all historic and that everything has changed. A narrative that is so often repeated by the press that one might, just might, be tempted to believe them. In the years since Leveson, barely a week goes by when we don't hear of another invasion of privacy or distortion of the truth or other discriminatory content. So we should be clear what the repeal of Section 40 will mean unless there is an alternative mechanism to underpin independent press regulation. It would actually be an endorsement of the status quo. That is, that national newspapers that prefer membership of IPSO, an organisation which upholds fewer than 1% of the complaints it receives, is run by the press. It's never investigated or fined a newspaper. So those of us in the chamber committed to press freedom might think that IPSO, even if it cannot protect the public, could at least safeguard press freedom. I don't think it can do that either because it features current active parliamentarians as its chair, on its rule-controlling body, the regulatory funding body, and on its appointments panel. These are noble lords for whom I have respect. My lords, let us be clear that support for Leveson is support for free speech, for the highest ethical standards in journalism, and for regulation that is totally free from political oversight. By contrast, repeal of Section 40 is a tacit endorsement of IPSO's model of a complaints handler controlled by the press and run by parliamentarians. I suggest that this compromises press freedom. Independent press regulation is better for the public and better for the press. And that's why over 200 local and independent newspapers are signed up to Impress. Many of them are investigative newspapers for whom press freedom is not just an empty slogan, but an essential foundation for their journalistic work. I've spoken about this issue on a number of occasions. The government often gives the same response to amendments seeking action on press standards. They say, not this bill, not at this time. So why now? The point's been well made already. I hope the Minister will reflect on the coherence and appropriateness of using this legislation for an attempt to dismantle the Leveson system. In every other respect, this is a bill that promotes the public interest. In respect of the press alone, it is a bill that profoundly compromises the public interest. I believe it is important that journalists and the public have protection from the consequences of a powerful, unaccountable, unregulated newspaper industry, which today, through online readerships, reaches more people than ever before, not less. I hope the noble Lord will reconsider the government's approach.
My Lords, technically we are debating my noble friend Lord Forsyth's amendment, and I'd like to fully support his intervention. My Lords, I'm grateful to my noble friend the Minister for his succinct explanation of the bill. My sole interest in the bill is in clause 50, which seeks to repeal Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act 2013. I do agree that if the section is not to be commenced, then it should be repealed. It was a sword of Damocles hanging over the press, and not just in the way that my noble friend Lord Astor referred to. You'll also recall that during the passage of the Data Protection Act 2018, the House agreed to my amendment, and with the help of the noble Baroness Lady Hollins, which would have had the effect of commencing Section 40. My noble friend Lord Black and the noble Lord Panic were never able to explain how the state could interfere with the approved regulator currently in press, although there could be another one. My Lords, I was at the time, and I still am, very grateful to the support from both the Noble Lords on the Labour benches and on the Liberal Democrat benches. So far as Section 40 is concerned, my party appears to have a complete and utter lack of moral courage. As observed by the Noble Baroness Lady Hollins, the Conservative-led government put the 2013 Act before Parliament, and Section 40 was agreed with a large majority. Then the government got cold feet because of a little bit of pressure from the press. I have to say that the News Media Association is far and away the most effective trade association that I have encountered in my time in public affairs. Since, for instance, during my 2018 campaign, they very skillfully made sure that my name was never mentioned in any newspaper, with one exception, and that, of course, was a positive reference. This minimised my exposure outside of the House. It was quite brilliant tactics. My Lords, it is true that Clause 50 meets the 2019 manifesto commitment, but 2 Prime Ministers later. However, it uses the words Section 40, which seeks to coerce the press. If we took out the stick component of Section 40, to which various of my noble friends have referred, but kept the carrot component, which ministers conveniently and shamefully forget to mention, we would be completely compliant with the Salisbury-Addison Convention. I cannot see what any objection to the Section 40 carrot only might be. So I will be tabling such an amendment, but I do not think it will be profitable to actually send it to the Commons, because there is no possibility that honourable members would be able to agree it in an election year. My Lords, let no one think that I am an enemy of the free press. I am not. I was motivated to get involved in the issue by the heavy advertising and lobbying, presumably by the NMA, which was extremely economic with the truth in respect of how Section 40 worked. In other words, they admitted to refer to the carrot component. My own personal view is that, with one exception, it should not be possible to sue a properly and effectively regulated newspaper. The exception is where the damage from a libel is irreversible. For instance, if a contract is lost or a firm goes bust. Otherwise, the remedy should be that the newspaper has to retract with due prominence. My Lords, take the Post Office Horizon scandal. My understanding is that the Computer Weekly could have revealed more and earlier if it had not been for legal constraints. Remember that one of their targets was a very large IT company with almost limitless legal resources. My Lords, we know that there are serious economic difficulties with the newspaper industry, and in addition, we have a proliferation of unreliable sources of news, and this is causing us serious problems. Surely the market opportunity for newspapers is to be a reliable, properly regulated source of information. We need the comment, "It must be true, I read it in a newspaper," to be a wise one and not a naive one.
Yeah. My Lords, I won't pursue the Noble Earl's angle on this bill. Quite clearly, the bill has support of the House for a second reading tonight. As I understand it, the BBC certainly welcomes this bill, but they do have a couple of caveats, one regarding digital on-demand coverage of listed events, and the other the question of how Ofcom interpret appropriate prominence, I think is the term, rather than significant prominence, which was recommended by the Culture Select Committee. Having said that, let me become more parochial, my lords. At one time, we could depend in this House on a phalanx of Welsh speakers in such a debate. We have one on the woolsack, but not many others around tonight. We're outgunned by the Gaelic lobby, and that is a step forward for Scotland, certainly. Now, had our late colleague, Lord Alasdair Morgan, been with us today, he would most certainly have welcomed the bill, but he would also have added his reservations with regard to some Welsh language issues. My lords, in my early days in this chamber, the Welsh language channel S4C faced being emasculated by the DCMS, and Lord Alasdair Morgan and I had received strong letters from Cymdeithas yr Iaith Gymraeg, the Welsh Language Society, reminding us that Gwynfor Evans had threatened to starve himself to death to secure an independent Welsh language television service, which led to the creation of S4C. And they asked what we were going to do. The outcome of that was that we secured a meeting with DCMS Minister, then Jeremy Hunt, for a deputation including also our two late colleagues, Lord Morris of Aberafan and Lord Roberts of Conwy, a cross-party phalanx of Welsh speakers there. The Minister agreed to reconsider, and within 5 days the threat to S4C was removed. Now, I refer to this episode to underline three issues very relevant to the bill before us tonight. The bill's implication for broadcasting in Wales is significant. There remains an ongoing fear that S4C, whose resources have been reduced in real terms, I point this out to my Scottish friends, in real terms by 40% over the past decade, that it could be squeezed out and the Welsh language marginalised. Now, I noted there was a similar squeeze being on the Gaelic television mentioned by the Noble Lord Dunlop and the Noble Baroness Bull, and their analysis has a resonance in Wales. I gladly support their efforts in support of the Gaelic language. The recent report of the Commission on the Constitution of Wales, chaired by Archbishop Rowan Williams and Professor Laura McAllister, called for a stronger voice for Wales in broadcasting matters. This in no way impugns the work of Dame Ellen Closs-Stevens, the former chair of S4C, who stood in as chair for the BBC over recent months. She's done outstanding work for the BBC and indeed for Wales. But we should have a systematic safeguards in place and not have to depend on outstanding individuals to defend our corner. There are two other issues I want to highlight. The first is that of quotas, and Clause 14 of the bill is relevant to this, though limited to areas outside the M25. The BBC has specific quotas for each of the nations, and Channel 4 has an out-of-England quota. But ITV and Channel 5 are not formally required to have any content produced outside of England. In practice, in fact, ITV Wales does produce its own content, of course, but this has eroded, my lords, over recent years from the halcyon days of HTV, so that it is now far short of what we should ideally be able to expect. Ofcom acknowledges that in 2022, only 3.4% of qualifying first-run network spend across all public sector broadcasters was allocated to programmes qualifying as Wales productions. But even this may be misleading. TAC, the body representing independent Welsh television producers, has pressed for tighter rules over productions which qualify as, quote, made in Wales, unquote. They warn of a very real danger of companies brass plating a Welsh dimension, whereas in practice they only have a token link with Wales. MPs on the Welsh Affairs Committee have asked whether Ofcom is regulating adequately to close this loophole, and whether Ofcom's base criterion is adequate for these purposes. They propose that this loophole should be tackled in the present bill. Disappointingly, the Government responded that it sees no need to legislate in this area. The Welsh Affairs Committee also recommended adding the Six Nations live coverage on television to Group A of the listed sporting events to safeguard their status on live terrestrial television coverage. The Government responded, and I quote, as sports policy is devolved, it would be better for the Welsh Government to go after this matter. So will the Minister please tell the House what response they have received from the Government of Wales? And does the UK Government eagerness to pass responsibility over to the Welsh Government not reinforce the case presented by the Archbishop's Commission's report that there is a case for devolving greater powers to Wales in these matters? This apparent unwillingness of the UK Government to safeguard Welsh interests has fired new calls for broadcasting to be devolved. Now then, I recognise that the BBC has done much over the years to serve Wales and the Welsh language, but that cannot be said of all the broadcasters who seek to reach a Welsh audience. A new clause was proposed in the other place by my successor as MP for Caernarfon, Hywel Williams, and incidentally, today is the 50th anniversary of my being elected for that seat. That new clause provided for the establishment of a new Broadcasting and Communications Authority for Wales. The Welsh Government's expert panel have proposed a shadow broadcasting authority for Wales. This could involve the establishment of an independent regulator for Wales. Now, then, I would like to ask the Labour front bench whether, in fact, they support that policy being advocated by their colleagues in Cardiff. One of the arguments in favour of such a move has been the low level of interest shown by the DCMS in the difficulties which S4C have experienced recently. When I was on the board of S4C a couple of decades ago, they were swift enough to insist on my removal when I mentioned I might be re-entering politics. That's in stark contrast, my lord, to the slothful approach and lack of interest in recent difficulties, and this all fires up demands for Wales to take greater control over broadcasting matters that affect our nations. My lords, the present bill is necessary, but some aspects need to be examined, and I welcome an opportunity to do that in committee.
My Lords, this is an important bill and it's much needed after 20 years, but there are some outstanding issues that need to be addressed. I very much support Lord Forsyth's view about foreign ownership. There's the issue about SLAPS order, which are used to silence journalists who are doing legitimate stories, and that we don't seem to have any long-term strategy for the media in this bill. My Lords, the national newspapers urge us to resist any amendments that would lead to some form of independent regulation. They claim that such regulation would stifle our free press. That's despite the fact that 200 papers have already signed up with it and don't seem to have any problems with that regulation. People think sometimes that newspapers don't count, and they point to the fact that the decline in the number of people buying newspapers on a daily basis. The point of decline has to be looked against the fact that if you take into account the online content and the amount of people who are seeing the online content, and you also take into account the effect that the media have, the newspapers have, on the media the following day, they set the agenda for the rest of the media, which follows without any question. My Lords, people in Britain some people believe that we have a free press, but our press, by and large, is owned and controlled by the rich and powerful, individual corporations and their executives. They control the editorial direction and the political direction. They are answerable to nobody, and they're not accountable, and they should be. Now, some people believe that when the hacking scandal broke, that the government set up the Leveson inquiry. The report was supported by all parties, all political parties supported it, and what they didn't say at the time is they would support the recommendation as long as the press barons agreed to everything that they wanted to do. So there's a cynicism, I think, that's being created by the fact that every politician, after Leveson produced its report, every political party got behind that recommendation, and slowly the press barons were able to actually water it down so it didn't mean anything anymore. The press tell us there's no need for Leveson now because they've improved their practices and their complaints procedure. Not so, my lords. I went to a meeting 3 weeks ago and heard from a woman whose child was knocked down and killed in a hit-and-run accident. A national newspaper sent a reporter to the scene of the crime. That reporter managed to get the CTT coverage of the actual event from a local shop. The national paper followed that story up with an article on the issue, and they also provided a link to the footage of the CCC, so that people could watch what was actually taking place. That when the woman complained to the regulator, she was told to take the matter up with the newspaper first, and she did. And after 6 months, she contacted the regulator again. She informed them that she had made no progress whatsoever over that 6-month period, and she informed them that she was even more stressed due to the lack of action by that newspaper. She was informed by the regulator that if she was that stressed, perhaps she should consider dropping her complaint. That does not seem to me as though it's being investigated properly. Now, if you look at the facts about this regulator, only 0.3 of complaints are upheld. 0.3. Now, they have the ability to fine their members up to £1 million if they're found to have broken the rules and regulations. Not one national newspaper has been fined. I think that says a lot about that regulator, and I think it shows a lot about why we need to change the system. Many individuals and families continue to face intrusion, harassment, abuse, sexism, and discrimination against different groups. There are still over 1,000 legal cases of hacking that are being dealt with by the courts. 1,000. Now, these are the people that don't want to be regulated. I would suggest to members that it's crucial that there is some sort of independent review of how they manage their affairs. I don't believe that Parliament should have any direct involvement with regulation. But if you it's surprising. People say they don't want politicians to actually be involved in this decision. However, they're quite happy to have political appointments. They've had a couple of people who were ex-Tory ministers on that body. And if you look at how the public would see that, they would see the performance and they would see their appointments and they would know what's going on. There's too much of a close relationship between the major newspapers in this country and one political party. They are not unbiased, they are politically motivated, they have their own agenda. I would urge members to actually support amendments that actually do something about this. It's a national scandal. It was a national scandal when Levinson was set up, and it hasn't changed yet, and there haven't been any improvements whatsoever in the way that the daily newspapers conduct their business or how they deal with complaints.
My Lords, I welcome this long-awaited media bill and I declare an interest as per register. My Lords, the children's television sector is in crisis. Ofcom has identified a dramatic shift in viewing habits amongst young people, particularly over the age of 7. This, together with long-term reduction in commissioning of original UK content for children, has led to a situation in which children and young people are essentially lost to public service broadcasting. However, my Lords, this media bill does not address these issues. The media bill should focus on the spaces where children are watching media now, not the spaces they have deserted. My Lords, we need to ensure our children can find public service content in places they are now spending their screen time, which is on non-child-friendly, unregulated platforms. My Lords, this crisis largely affects school-aged children, where the migration of audience to online services has reached alarming levels. My Lords, high-quality preschool content is relatively robust because parents control viewing on on-demand services such as CBeebies and Channel 5's Milkshake. For older children, the problem of audience loss becomes acute. Live-action content that reflects the lives and concerns of British children is the hardest hit and is at risk of disappearing from commercial PSBs altogether. My Lord, the BBC, who is the biggest provider of UK content for school-age children has decided to focus more resources on animation to win back young viewers lost to streamers and video sharing sites. The Children's Media Foundation's recent consultation revealed that the kids' audience are no longer finding relevant, targeted UK public service content, so they're flocking to services such as YouTube, TikTok, watching adult content. Alarmingly, my lords, the consultation also showed that this fundamental shift in viewing was a likely contributing factor to the post-pandemic crisis of childhood, with severe implications for the personal well-being of a generation of young people. The lack of relevance or connection in the content contributes to a sense of isolation and increases levels of anxiety and mental health challenges. My lords, over the past 75 years, high-quality UK content for children has been a huge British success story and has been the envy of the world. But over the past 20 years, consumption by children of the traditional regulated PSB content has been in freefall. This is partly due to the explosion of choice children have in their own hands via new devices and new platforms, together with the 2007 ban on advertising HFSS foods to children, which saw commercial PSB investment in children's content decline by 40% over the following decade. Children have deserted PSB Kids TV because they easily can, and because of affordability of technology and having controls in their own devices. Added to the mix is the huge rise of unregulated advertising and subscription video-on-demand platforms like YouTube or TikTok, as well as Netflix and Disney+, where children are watching content aimed at international audiences dominated by US content. My lords, who do we want to be role models for our children? Influencers and extremists on social media, or the diverse and inclusive performers and characters on public service children's television? So, my lords, what is the answer? Well, one was the powerful and relatively low-cost intervention of the government's 3-year pilot of the Young Audiences Content Fund. This successful fund, which has now ended, supported the creation of quality, distinctive content for audiences up to the age of 18 on public service broadcasters and on their online platforms. My lords, when I secured more powers for Ofcom in relation to children's TV programmes in the 2017 Digital Economy Act, I was pleased ITV increased its investment in partnership with this fund. Sadly, that content got relatively small audiences on CITV and ITV Hub, because revenue was very limited, partly due to restrictions in the products that can be advertised to children. Ultimately, it was these pressures that led to the closure of CITV recently. In contrast, YouTube alone takes around £50 million a year in advertising revenue with unregulated children's content. My lords, it is very difficult for PSB broadcasters to invest in kids' TV content. They don't have the scale of kids' audience or a fraction of the revenue from kids' content that they once had. My lords, this can only be addressed by public funding from one form or another, without top-slicing the licence fee, perhaps with an enhanced tax incentive, a levy on streamers and online services, lottery funding or public funding from appropriate sources. My lords, we need regulation to ensure prominence for content rather than services on video sharing platforms. So the bill should empower Ofcom to consider not only the extension of prominence regulation for PSB services on streaming on demand platforms or smart TVs, but also on video sharing platforms using algorithms and recommendation systems. Perhaps the government should consider a public service algorithm to give prominence to certified regulated content. I'll be interested to hear the Minister's views on this idea. My lords, let's take this golden opportunity to make the media bill more future-focused on our children's media reality by reflecting what young people are already doing, which needs support and regulation with a public service system fit for the 21st century. Because, my lords, Once the last children have totally abandoned unregulated broadcast television for an unregulated media landscape full of content with little relevance to their lives, a vital part of the fabric which contributes to quality of life in the UK will be irretrievably lost.
My Lord, it's so important to hear so much affirmation today that one of the United Kingdom's great assets is its public service broadcasters. In my previous roles, I was always struck by how much they were admired outside this country. And when you went abroad occasionally, people would say to you how much they'd like a BBC Two, which is good for us, the UK, and actually very good for the soul. It's great we've been able to reflect too on what these broadcasters, the BBC, ITV, Channel 4 and Channel 5, deliver for us. Of course, the news our democracy depends on to inform our citizens, but also, and we've heard this a lot, local news, regional news, and in the languages that are also important in these islands. S4C and BBC Radio Cymru in Wales, and BBC Alba and BBC Radio Nan Gael in Scotland. Think also of the dramas that reflect who we are, our concerns, our identity. A number of noble lords have mentioned the ITV's really recent and brilliant Mr. Bates. I don't believe that would ever have been made by the streamers. PSBs also make services and programmes that are unifiers, act as a sort of national glue. We saw that in COVID very, very strongly, and we see it when they deliver sporting events like the Six Nations rugby over the weekend, not always as the results you want, but certainly the coverage. I could go on. What our public service broadcasters are doing is not only necessary, they're also still extremely popular. People are on average spending 6 hours and 15 minutes a week watching BBC TV or iPlayer. That's more than Netflix, Amazon, Disney Plus combined. People want the PSBs. At the same time, our public service broadcasters are helping the broader audiovisual sector to grow. For example, Cardiff has been transformed over the last generation into a thriving media city. And this is the sector which is globally successful, as we've heard, with the PSBs at its heart. It's something we really are world-class at. So there can be no doubt that British democracy, society and our economy would be worse off without the public service broadcasters. Where do we want our culture to be determined and reflected in all its breadth? We need the public service broadcasters more in the future, not less. So that's why this bill is welcome and important, because it seeks to ensure that the British public will continue to have access to this extraordinary breadth of programming and services that reflect who we are. We all know how the environment in which our audiences are consuming television and radio has been transformed in the 20 years since the last act. We now live in a world of apps, smart TVs, streamers, something hard to imagine back then. So it's really good that the streamers, who, and let's be clear, offer so much to our audiences, will be regulated alongside the UK broadcasters. I've long argued for a level playing field, and I hope the code talked about in the bill will be just that. As a former deputy chair of Channel 4, I'm pleased too with the fact that Channel 4 is now safe to pursue its own future. And I'm also pleased that it's be allowed to produce some of its own programmes, though I'm sure it will do so without damaging its important role as a commissioner from independent producers. My hope, as with my noble friend Viscount Colville, is that they will focus on growing a new generation of small independent producers. I really am pleased too that radio has a section all to itself. Radio or audio, call it what you will, is often sidelined, but we all know it's thriving and important. And again, the bill recognises the changes in which radio audio is consumed, ensuring, for example, that voice-controlled speakers, it'll be easy to find the PSBs. That's really, really important. In my mind, though, I'd also be looking and keeping a close eye on the systems used in cars, where about a quarter of all listening occurs. I also welcome the bill's commitment to ensuring that the UK's biggest sporting events are freely available to everyone across the UK. These listed events are an important part of the national conversation. And here I agree with my noble friend, the Baroness Ray Thompson. It's a pity, though, that at the present, the bill doesn't take into account the viewing of these events in an on-demand world. Catching up with events, maybe because they're late at night in a different time zone, is a significant way in which people now use media. I think the government recognise this, has consulted on it. It would be great if they could help us on this, I think. There are two other areas in which I welcome this bill but hope more work can be done. And the first is around genres. And I agree with my noble friend, the Baroness Kidron. That's to the very heart of why public service broadcasting matters. We want our public, our citizens, our viewers, our listeners, to be able to find programmes and information on as wide a range of issues as is possible. What do our audiences need is one of the questions public service broadcasting is out there to answer. Now, the bill sets out provisions to ensure, among other things, that audiences have access to news and current affairs and content that reflects their lives and concerns. But the bill doesn't define in a more granular fashion what that means, what the remit of public service broadcasting is. To provide, for example, programmes in education, in science, in the arts, in religion. Faith is, as we've heard, is so important, or matters of international significance. Now, one of the great benefits of the public service ecology is that it's not just the BBC that does this, but the other broadcasters contribute to it too in their own way. The Communications Act of 2003 defined those genres, and maybe looking to incorporate their definitions could be helpful. Because without data and without defining those genres, I'm not too sure how we know quite what we want to be happening happens. Finally, there's prominence itself. And let's use plain English and talk about the discoverability of content. That's horrible. Or how you find the PSBs. This is so important, and that is why this bill is so important. I would urge the government to be as strong on what prominence means as possible. Give Ofcom the most powerful language we can to ensure our audiences can find the public service broadcasters we are so proud of. I mean, I, for one, it's only me, would argue mirroring the button I have on my handsets at home for Amazon and Netflix. Why not a button for our public service broadcasters? But this is why I would urge the language that is tougher than appropriate prominence and instead speaks of significant prominence. Finally, I'm concerned that so much in this bill is being handed to Ofcom, who I admire, unnecessarily to Ofcom. But they'll need the resources, skills, determination, robustness for the battles over what prominence actually means. They'll be taking on teams of lawyers and others from the streamers, the TV set manufacturers and so on. The more powerful the message from here, I hope the more power they will have for what they have to do.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a broadcaster on Times Radio, Chairman of Marlow Film Studios, and also the Chairman of Common Sense Media in the UK. It's a great pleasure to follow Lord Hall and his excellent speech. I loved working with him when I was a very junior culture minister many years ago. Noble Lords, many noble Lords have said during this debate that this is the biggest media bill for 20 years, and of course the last big media bill we had in 2003 created Ofcom. It was genuinely a very big media bill, and it is indeed the case that Ofcom has proved itself to be an effective and robust regulator. It has increased its reach and its powers, even to the extent that they now sit in your Lordship's chamber, keeping watch over the debate to see that we stick to the rules and give them appropriate praise. They've taken over the regulation of the BBC, which is something that I oversaw and I was very much in favour of. But it is interesting, I think, that Ofcom at the moment, when it comes to broadcasting, is wrestling now, I think, with this difficult question of impartiality, and particularly some of the challenges posed to it, for example, by news stations, innovative stations like GB News, which is testing the boundaries. And it is interesting to me that there doesn't seem much room within this bill and indeed this debate to discuss impartiality or indeed the broadcasting code itself and whether it's up to speed. I'm not putting forward a specific view here. There is a particular recognition, I think, by Ofcom that the broadcasting landscape is changing as more people are able to start television channels. But that is a debate, actually, that is perfect for this House to look at at how the broadcasting code should adapt to this changing landscape. My Lords, this is not a very important or a very big bill, and that's not an insult either to the government or the Minister, because we're simply tweaking around the edges. In my view, the biggest media bill that we've had since 2003 was the Online Safety Act, which of course regulates the content of platforms and gave Ofcom very important powers, in my view, to regulate them. And that, of course, encapsulates the change that we are debating now, because we are now a country that watches streaming, where people are moving in their droves online. That is what the consumer is doing naturally, and it's what Baroness Benjamin pointed out in terms of her robust debate on the quality of children, her robust speech on the quality of children's programming, for which she has been a staunch advocate for many, many years. And it is true, as Lord Mendoza said, that the streamers do make great investment in the UK, but the link to the public service broadcasters is important, as any senior executive, many senior executives you will meet from these big companies, of course, trained at places like the BBC. So we still provide not just quality broadcasting, but quality broadcast executives to the streamers. And it does seem to me that at the heart of this debate is the support for our PSBs, particularly for the BBC, no matter how much it annoys us. Because at the heart of this debate is this existential question that we have to address, which is, what are we going to do when all the content that we consume as British subjects is owned by the Americans? It will be on Netflix, Disney, it will be on Amazon, it will be on Apple, it will be on YouTube. And if we are going to preserve, if we believe that's important, British cultural content, we are going to have to support as best we can the BBC and the public service broadcasters. And that may mean asking difficult questions like whether or not their 3 streaming services should be allowed to merge in the face, presumably, of the opposition of the Competition and Markets Authority, whether we are able to bring a degree of scale to this debate in order to have any sense of competition. But I was pleased that Lord Hall mentioned the fact that he was pleased that radio has its own section in this debate, because radio is something I am passionate about. And while I maybe use this opportunity to big up Times Radio, actually what I want to big up is Global. I was delighted to see that the founder of Global, Ashley Tabor, got a CBE, and the chief executive, Stephen Myron, who's led it for 16 years, has just announced that he'll be stepping down and becoming the chairman. And of course, our own Lord Allen is the chairman currently. It is a great British success story, because we do love radio in this country. And it took some assets like Capital Radio and has turned them into real broadcasting powerhouses. And part of the reason it's been helped to do that has been a process of deregulation. And so I'm pleased to see that the government is continuing this process of deregulation. And behind deregulation, I think, does lie the ability to trust the broadcasters, to know where their audiences are, and to use technology to provide local content, perhaps not necessarily having to be based locally, but still able to present local content. And on that point, I would challenge the issue where we debate genres for public service broadcasters, because I think if we sit in this chamber and decide what we think are important parts of the broadcasting genre landscape, we will end up disappearing down a rabbit hole. I err on the side of deregulation, simply to give our broadcasting companies, whether public service broadcasters or commercial, room to thrive. Specifically on radio, I would love to hear the Minister's views on switchover. I avoided a date on switchover like the plague. There is nothing worse than having a person of a certain age with 8 FM radios, one in the garden shed, coming at you if you're telling them that they have to buy a digital radio. It seems to me, rather like DTT, this should be led by the industry. I am a passionate supporter of community radio, and I would be interested in the Minister's views about the future of community radio. And I would also challenge the BBC, because, again, if there is any area where the BBC can have a major impact, it is on local radio, and I simply do not understand why it keeps pulling back from local radio and making such a mess of it. The regulation of video on demand is fascinating. I would love to see how that is going to be implemented in practice, how you effectively regulate a library of content with things like impartiality or a watershed. I'm delighted that Channel 4 can now invest in its own content. The debate on privatisation, which again I was open-minded about, proved to be an enormous, and indeed for Channel 4, a costly distraction. I don't agree with my noble friend Lord Bethell that the British Board of Film Classification should be given a monopoly on ratings. I should say that Common Sense Media provides excellent ratings, which are loved by British parents, and I think there should be a choice. And I do agree with Lord Stevenson that the one issue that we haven't debated, partly because we don't have any answers, is the impact of artificial intelligence on content. And may I end by congratulating Lord Forsyth on moving his amendment. I didn't realise that if you put in a regret motion, you get to speak at the beginning of the debate and the end of the debate. And I put the House on notice that I will be putting down a regret motion on every second reading of every bill that comes before your lordships in future.
Well, my noble friend sits down that I completely and 100% agree with him that no one should be given a monopoly on minimum standards. It is the fact that there should be minimum standards that my amendment will be advocating.
Or Bethel's amendment.
Any more? my Lords, this has been the usual interesting and incredibly well-informed debate. But, my Lords, it has presented us with a significant problem, because many noble lords have got up and spoken about the urgent need to get on with this bill as quickly as possible. And yet, at the same time, very many suggestions have been made about areas of the bill that require improvement, including the very important issue raised by the noble Lord Forsyth, about which we're very sympathetic, as my noble friend Lord Storey has already pointed out. So I very much hope that the case for speed won't lead to justifiable concerns being brushed aside. After all, the last bill is 20 years old. And we may have to wait a further 20 years for another bill. So it's vital we get this one right and ensure that, as far as possible, it is future-proofed. And echoing the words of the noble Lord Burt, Lord Hall, more recently Lord Vasey, and it would appear Joni Mitchell, nowhere is this more important than ensuring the long-term security of our public service broadcasters, from which we all benefit and which help to drive our enormously successful creative industries. Now, our understanding of what was expected of a PSB was, I believe, very clear in the 2003 Act. And unlike the noble Lord Bassam, and I think also the noble Lord Vasey, who appear to be welcoming the streamlining, as they put it, of the PSB remit, many other noble lords, my namesake Baroness Foster, Lord Hall himself, Lord Russell, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds, and all of those on these benches have a rather different view. We believe that the new Act is much less clear about what is expected from a PSB, because changes to the Section 264 of the 2003 Act have removed the Reithian values of inform, educate and entertain. They've removed many of the genres expected to be covered, from music and the arts to science and religion. All we now have is, as the noble Viscount Colville put it, the vague requirement of a range of appropriate genres. Now, in response in the other place to similar concerns, the government argued that it is in the Royal Charter for the BBC and in the licences to the other PSBs that such expectations will be covered. But can the Minister confirm that Parliament has absolutely no say on those documents? If Parliament is to have a say on what it wants of PSBs, then surely we should look again at this issue. And the government has also argued that Ofcom will cover this by looking at the delivery of genres across all platforms. But surely the Minister must confirm that the bill provides no statutory duty for Ofcom to do this, as I believe it should. And would he also agree that without specifying genres, it would anyway be very difficult for Ofcom to do the necessary monitoring? Now, a further example, and many people have touched on this, where there is a need for future-proofing in the bill, is in respect of radio. And I just want to suggest one small addition that I believe we should consider, and that is that in order to keep pace with the change of listening habits, the legislation should be extended to cover those issues that have already been raised, non-broadcast online content such as catch-up radio, online-only radio stations, podcasts, and the issue raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Hall, in-car radios. On the issue of prominence, many people have raised the vital importance of this across all platforms, and certainly at a later stage I will be asking questions about the implications of the proposals. I just wonder, for example, if TV remotes like my current one will still be allowed to have a large Netflix button without a PSB one. But much more importantly, if Ofcom is to be the guardian of prominence, then it needs a very clear steer from Parliament about what Parliament intends. And we share the view that appropriate prominence won't help Ofcom. And the Right Reverend Prelate may be also right that significant prominence isn't the right word either. But I hope, my lords, we will get together and find the appropriate language so Ofcom knows what it is your lordships and Parliament wants. We also welcome the proposals to update the listed events regime. As my noble friend Lord Addington said, along with others, the noble Lord, Lord Hall, Baroness Gray Thompson and others, there is a need for the regime to be further extended so that audiences can view time-shifted content on PSB video-on-demand platforms. A Commons Library briefing actually explained this very clearly back in February 2023. It said, if, for example, the Olympic 100-metre final was broadcast live in the middle of the night on the BBC, but with all streaming and catch-up rights sold to different broadcasters and kept behind a paywall, the culturally relevant event might not be available to a wide audience on a free-to-air basis. So I hope the Noble Lord the Minister will consider supporting amendments to cover this concern. I was very taken by the speech by the Noble Lord Bethel on the issue of minimum standards for child protection. I think he made a very powerful case, and he argued that we shouldn't be relying on the goodwill of the numerous VOD platforms, nor should we rely on Ofcom. And I noted down his remarks. He said it should be our job as legislators to set the rules of the game, and the job of Ofcom to referee the match. I don't think any of us would actually disagree with that. And we certainly believe and will work with him to ensure that some minimum standards are on the face of the bill. Now, many people have referred to Ofcom, and I just confess I'm not quite as sanguine as the noble Lord Vasey about Ofcom's ability to take on yet more responsibilities. After all, it has become something of a dumping ground for all the regulatory duties that have been incrementally imposed on it since it opened its doors back in 2003. All of this on top of its core functions around spectrum allocation and the monitoring of content. And I certainly believe we should be considering dividing this unwieldy behemoth into two regulatory bodies, one devoted to infrastructure, one devoted to content. But that, my lords, is for another bill at another time. But given the huge responsibilities that it has and so much that it has to do, it's not surprising that even tonight concerns have been raised about Ofcom's ability to cope. For example, in relation to its regulatory approach to the new breed of opinionated news channels like GB News. So, my lords, the question we must ask the Minister is, does he believe that Ofcom have the resources and the competence to carry out its yet additional responsibilities? And what can he tell us about additional resource allocations that will be made to Ofcom to fulfil the additional responsibilities? But, my lords, one other point that we will certainly be pressing, however illustrious its current, and it's lovely to see the noble lord in his place, and previous chairs have been, there is a legitimate disquiet over Ofcom's independence from government. Whether true or not, perception matters. And we believe that the time has come to overhaul the appointment process to ensure that Ofcom is wholly independent and transparent, and we'll move amendments to that effect. Now, it's well known, my lords, that on these benches we oppose the privatisation of Channel 4, and we were incredibly pleased when the government backed down. But we do have some concern about the proposal which will enable Channel 4 to produce in-house programmes, which could end up undermining the very basis of Channel 4 to support especially new and upcoming media companies, the indies, as it has so successfully done over many years. Now, while Channel 4 has suggested it will not immediately go ahead with in-house production, I hope the Minister will agree that if and when it does, we should be thinking about a quota of minimum qualifying spend still going to SME indies. And on Section 4, my Lords, several noble Lords have commented on the proposal to repeal Section 40 without any alternative proposal. Now, on these benches, we disagree with the noble Lords Hunt and Black, and we agree with Baroness Rollins, Lord Watts, the Right Reverend Prelate, Lord Lipsey and others, who not only want Section 40 retained, but also implemented. Doing so, we believe, would guarantee access to justice for the public, incentivise press membership of a truly independent regulator, thereby ensuring no backsliding into unlawful and unethical press practices of the past, and perhaps most importantly, in my view, it would protect newspapers from chilling and meritless litigation, otherwise known as slaps. My Lords, the case to retain and implement Section 40, I believe, is overwhelming, and we will pursue the case at committee stage. My Lords, this is a necessary and important bill, but changes are needed, and we will seek to make such changes during later stage. But we will commit to do so as quickly as possible. And given, as my noble friend Lord Storey has pointed out, we have a minister who truly gets it, I am confident that we can quickly agree to such changes and rapidly get this much-needed bill onto the statute book.
My Lords, as one might have expected, this second reading debate has been a classic House of Lords debate, well-informed, well-judged, and indeed correctly identifying those areas of the bill which require greater scrutiny. And can I thank all the organisations who've beaten a path to our door, and indeed the Library for their briefing, and indeed the noble Lord the Minister for making himself available for discussions at an early stage. There seems to be a universal acknowledgement, my Lords, that this bill is much needed, if not urgent, and that it is actually in relatively good shape as it comes before us, which is more than can be said about a lot of the legislation we have to deal with from time to time. Along with other noble Lords, I do actually remember the bill from 20 years ago, and I do remember the discussions about the care that we needed to take in amending that bill. And I do remember a discussion about the fact that the internet was not in it, and that we would need to look at it again quite soon. Well, quite soon in your Lordship's house seems to be... I mean, my Lords, 20 years ago, what was a smart device? What was an iPhone? What was a tablet? It was something you took when you had a headache. And YouTube did not exist at all. Amazon was a relatively small online retailer, and if I remember correctly, it was actually making a loss at the time. Netflix delivered videos and DVDs by mail order. But actually, even in 2003, we did know that media and tech and communication world was moving very fast. And we did know that we would need legislation to keep up with that change. And that challenge remains the same today. On these benches, we believe the media bill is essential to securing the long-term future of our public service broadcasters. In fact, I don't think I could express it any better than the noble Lords Burt and Hall. You sound like a musical act, actually, don't they? Awesome. But more than that, actually, it gives confidence to our nation's wider creative economy. And we are concerned that the bill gets onto the statute book as smoothly and as quickly as possible. So I repeat the offer made to the Secretary of State by my honourable friend Thangam Debonair MP during the second reading of the bill in the Commons. And she said, "I start by making her an offer. I will work with her on a cross-party basis
to get the bill into law as quickly as possible, subject to the proper scrutiny that will be expected from His Majesty's opposition. Well, my noble friend, Lord Bassam, and I make the same offer here to your Lordship's House and to the noble Lord the Minister. As I say, we profoundly believe that public service broadcasters remain at the heart of the UK's media ecosystem, providing content that enriches our culture, our society, our democracy, and that radio remains resilient despite the environment in which it operates changing almost beyond recognition. So it falls to us, my lords, to pass legislation that both recognises the immense way in which technology and audience behaviour has changed and preserves the future of our valued PSBs and radio stations for the years to come. Britain's public service broadcasters must be fully equipped with the tools they need to thrive in this intensified era of internet and on-demand television. And I am sure that the noble Lord the Minister understands how frustrating the delay has been to everyone involved, much of it down to the pointless war about Channel 4. I think the battle for Channel 4, I suggest that this bill may go some way to restore trust with our PSBs and other players in the government and its intentions. And I thank my noble friend Lord Bassam, who gave the House, I think, a good gallop round the main issues, as did the Minister at the beginning of this debate, for which I think we should all be grateful. And I echo him in that the first issue we will need to explore are, of course, those proposals ensuring that the PSBs are always carried and given prominence on smart TVs, set-top boxes and streaming sticks. The Commons explored whether appropriate prominence, as it is described in the bill, goes far enough, and we surely will do so here, because many noble lords, Lord Colville, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds, amongst others, have raised this, and I think the point everyone's been making is that we have to ensure clarity in the mandate to Ofcom, what it means and how it should work. My honourable friend Steph Peacock MP commented in the Commons that the definition of PSB is that it's easily discoverable and promoted to audiences, and that's what we need to be looking for. However, the bill, I think, gives significant discretion to the Secretary of State in how the new prominence regime is scoped and implemented. And I have to say, my lords, given the turnover of DCMS Secretaries of State, and indeed the antics of Nadine Dorries, when she held that post, we might want to look at how that discretion might operate. And I would say to the noble Lord Russell, he might want to be careful about what he wishes for in terms of Henry VIII powers in this area. I think the noble Lady Baroness Kidron pointed out about the lack of misinformation and toxic, and the way that toxic material was not being dealt with and not addressed. And Viscount Colville rightly raised the need to hear unheard voices. But Lord Russell and Baroness Benjamin particularly referred to children's TV. And I think that that's an issue that we're going to have to take very seriously indeed. I think Baroness Benjamin made a very powerful speech. Children's TV makes a significant contribution to the economy and provides quality jobs, but it's also a key part of our soft power, promoting tolerance and logic and fair play to children all over the world. So I think the government does need to consider the wider consequences for public service broadcasters if children are not consuming as much content as they used to. They must think, I think we all have to think about how unhelpful that is in the long-term interest in our public service broadcasters if a generation of children are growing up not actually experiencing their content and what we should be doing about that. And I think it also provides a challenge to Disney Plus and the other video sharing platforms is whether they care about the quality of content that our children are consuming on their platforms too. As we are aware, and as several noble lords have said, the BBFC do a trusted job with their rating system. And we're aware, for example, that Netflix used their system to rate their output, but of course that is not the case for all. But I think, like other noble lords and Lord Bethel, who explained it to us, We will have to explore the issue of assured standards of transparency and accountability that will lead to trust for parents in particular in ratings, and that this is regulated by Ofcom in a fair and robust manner. Like many here, radio is important to us all and vital in many of our communities. And I think it is to be welcomed that Part 5 and 6 are in the bill. As my noble friend Paul Stevenson said, I think we will need to explore the future proofing of those proposals that are before us. And I was particularly struck by what noble Lady Baroness Stoll said about local radio. But for example, we will need to look at expanding the scope of regulation to cover non-voice activated in-car information systems. The current clauses only cover linear live radio rather than on-demand and online content provided by UK broadcasters. And as listening continues to adapt, the legislation should be future-focused and extend to online content such as catch-up, online-only stations and podcasts. And this was a key recommendation of the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee pre-legislative scrutiny report published in July, and I think we do need to pick that up. Turning to sports, the final report of the pre-legislative scrutiny committee said that there is a need to close a loophole that allowed unregulated streaming services to buy rights for listed events and put them behind a paywall. So we will be looking, along with others like Baroness Gray-Thompson, at clauses 20 to 25 with an eagle eye. Does it cover clips? Is it extended to digital and on demand? And is live linear safeguarded sufficiently well? We will need, and turning to the, I actually thought also that S4C would be more prominent than Gaelic. We will be seeking clarity and supporting us in seeking clarity about Gaelic language service and whether it should be given PSB status. And as mentioned by the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle, Noble Lord Dunlop, and the Noble Lady Bull. And I would say to others that I don't think S4C was outgunned, because it is absolutely treasured by these benches, certainly. We will be seeking clarity also on the removal of the specific requirements on public service broadcasters to include programming on religion and other beliefs as specified in the Communication Act of 2003. This will instead be replaced in this legislation by a more generalised requirement that the audiovisual content be made available by public service broadcasters appears to Ofcom to be of sufficient quantity that it reflects the lives and concerns of different communities, cultural interests and traditions within the United Kingdom, I quote. The question, my lords, is that does this requirement sufficiently protect programming of non-religious views in the UK and the range of religious views? And could it result in essential programming being overlooked? So I think I would like to have some discussions with the Noble Lord the Minister and the Bill team about that particular issue. In conclusion, my lords, first of all, I think Ofcom will need muscular implementation of this legislation, and like other noble lords, I would need reassurance. I think we will all need reassurance about their resourcing and their expertise to do that. And for example, AI. I think one of the questions Ofcom will have to deal with is how the algorithms serve our content, and how will Ofcom know what is being promoted by the algorithms that are supposed to serve our content. And I'm probably about to say something which will only show how technically illiterate I am and old, but these issues were only raised about halfway through this debate, and I hope that they will be material. But we have one of those rather large, rather fancy, supposedly smart televisions in our home now. It seems to be incapable of working out what my preferences are, and still presents me with prominence of programmes that I would never watch in a million years, have never accessed and don't particularly want to watch. So I think, my son tells me that that can be remedied. However, I think the television is supposed to be smart and it should be able to learn that, and that that I should not have to put up with the lack of prominence of the things I actually want to watch on my television. So I'm hoping that during this I can learn some realignment about how that is supposed to work. So I'll move on to say it might be my ignorance and lack of technology, but it seems to me if it's a smart television, it should be able to do that job for me. On the Lord Forsyth's amendment, he knows that we are sympathetic on these benches to what he's had to say. And I finally say thank all noble lords who have spoken, and I look forward to working with the Minister and noble lords as we move forward with this bill.
Well, my Lords, I'm grateful for the widespread support that's been expressed for the bill from across your Lordship's House, and indeed the recognition of the important difference that it will make for our much valued broadcasters and media organisations. Let me reassure noble lords I do indeed get it, and that I share the warm appreciation that they've expressed for our public service broadcasters. In fact, my very first paid employment at the tender age of 14 was playing the part of a French ghost named Guillaume in a children's television programme, which was broadcast on ITV on Halloween in 1997. As well as getting to film that in a chateau outside Dijon, I was paid £400, a princely sum for a 14-year-old, which I used to buy a television set of my own for my room. And that was the TV set on which 2 years later I watched the seminal Channel 4 drama Queer as Folk, the 25th anniversary of which we mark this year, and the groundbreaking importance of which so many people still very keenly appreciate. So I share the strong sentiments which noble lords have expressed about the importance of public service broadcasting, of the programmes that they produce, and indeed about the fulfilling jobs which they support and sustain. So I'm grateful to noble lords for their enthusiasm for this bill, and look forward to working with them in the many areas which they have set out their interests in today. A number of noble lords focused on the changes to remit and the question of genres. The noble Baronesses Lady Kidron, Baroness Foster of Agardrumsey, the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of Leeds, and Lord Hall of Birkenhead, among a number of others. I'd like to reassure noble lords that the government recognises the importance of a diverse media sector in the UK, where audiences are able to select from a wide range of programmes according to their own tastes and interests, and indeed to have those tastes and interests expanded. Our public service broadcasters have an important and crucially distinctive role to play in helping to achieve that. To ensure the regulatory framework supports these outcomes, the bill replaces the 14 overlapping purposes and objectives to which public service broadcasters must contribute with a new modernised remit. That remit is intended to provide a much clearer sense of our public service broadcasters' distinctive role in the sector. At the same time, it's always been our intention that the revised public service broadcasting framework, including the new remit, should retain the requirement on our public service broadcasters to produce a wide range of programmes. The government has listened to the views expressed by the Culture, Media and Sport Committee in another place, in particular the committee's concerns that the remit is not clear enough on this point. As a result, as the noble Viscount Lord Colville noted, we've added an explicit requirement that our public service broadcasters should together continue to make a range of genres available. Ofcom will continue to collect and publish data on the prevalence of different genres, and we've retained the current requirement under Section 358 of the Communications Act, which, among other things, requires Ofcom to report annually on the availability of principal genres on television and radio services. At present, Ofcom fulfills this duty in its annual Communications and Markets report, which last year reported on 15 key genres, including religion and belief, the arts, classical music and educational content, and we would expect this reporting to be retained. Moreover, should Ofcom identify a problem with the spread of genres, including in relation to religious programming, which a number of noble lords mentioned, then the bill allows for the remit to be updated and indeed for the creation of additional quotas for underserved content areas. But I'm happy to reassure the noble Baroness Lady Kidron that the House does indeed have my ear on this. I hope that she and others will recognise from the changes that we have already made to the bill in this area that it also has the ears of my ministerial colleagues. I agree the noble Baroness Lady Benjamin made a powerful speech about the importance of children's television, and strongly agree on the importance of ensuring that our children continue to have access to the public service content, indeed as does my colleague Julia Lopez, the minister in another place, who spoke passionately there about the profound and positive impact that high-quality original British programming can have. As the noble Baroness noted, children now have access to an endless library of global content at their fingertips, and while there is some great programming out there for them to access, a lot of it can be generic and lack substance, and that's why the bill includes specific measures to ensure that original British children's programming, which reflects the world around children here in the UK, remains front and centre of the public service remit. A number of noble lords rightly focus on the provisions and the benefits in the bill for Scotland and the Scottish broadcasting sector and creative economy. The government is clear about the incredibly valuable contribution that the Gaelic media service, MG Alba, makes across Scotland and the rest of the UK. Its partnership with the BBC is particularly significant for Gaelic language broadcasting. I can assure noble lords, including the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of Newcastle, noble Lord Stevenson of Balmacara, the noble Baroness Lady Bull, and my noble friends Lord Dunlop and Lady Fraser of Craigmaddy, that the ongoing provision of Gaelic broadcasting and the future of MG Alba will be key considerations as we take forward the BBC funding review and the forthcoming charter review concluding in 2027. The right time to consider these issues is during the review of the Royal Charter, given the closeness of the link between the BBC and MG Alba. But we will provide further details in due course on our timeline for that important review. But the government certainly...
Important point he's making, and we respect the way it's expressed. But isn't it also the case that the negotiations between the government and the BBC are limited to those two participants, and therefore the role for Parliament is not clear? Could you perhaps explain what contribution we could make as Parliament for that?
Through the debates such as the one we've had today, through questions which I'm always happy to answer from this dispatch box on behalf of His Majesty's government to set out our thinking. As I say, once we've set out more details on the timetable for that review, then I'm happy to provide updates to the House on the government's thinking as we take those discussions forward. And I certainly, and the government certainly agrees with noble lords on the importance of Gaelic language broadcasting. The bill will help to ensure that audiences are able to access content in languages other than English, as well as content which is so culturally important to people across the UK for the decades to come, by including it in the new public service remit in television for the first time. Not wanting the noble Lord Wigley to feel outgunned, I will point to my noble friend Lord Harlech on the government front bench for this bill, but highlight also that the media bill will implement legislative reforms following the independent review of S4C, which took place in 2018, to reform S4C's remit, governance structures, commercial powers, and audit arrangements. It also provides for changes to the statutory content arrangements set out between the BBC and S4C to add greater flexibility. These changes will help to deliver the government's manifesto commitment to support Welsh institutions like S4C and also support the Welsh Government's ambition for 1 million people in Wales to be able to speak Welsh by 2050. A number of noble lords focused on the issue of significant or appropriate prominence, and that's an issue which was extensively debated in another place. I think one point that's been lost in the debate so far is that the test under existing linear prominence regime is already one of appropriateness and not of significance. The overwhelming evidence that we've received is that that test has worked well. So I would suggest that the question is not one of why appropriate is better than significant, but why this bill should move away from terminology which is widely understood and which has delivered for audiences. But of course the government agrees about the importance that of ensuring that public service content is prominent and easily accessible on major TV platforms. As is already the case in the linear sphere, public service broadcasters' applications and the content they provide should be amongst the most prominent on the platform, whether that's on the homepage, in search results, or through recommendations like the ones which currently confound the Noble Baroness Lady Thornton. But in addition to that core aim of securing prominence for public service broadcasters' services and content online, the regime must also be operable and proportionate to allow for innovation and consumer choice. For example, it must account for the differing requirements of audiences in different parts of the UK. While it remains important that designated STV services receive prominence in Scotland and designated S4C services are prominent in Wales, it would not, for instance, be appropriate to require those services to be given the same degree of prominence outside Scotland and Wales. And as the government set out in our response to the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee's final report on the bill, we've looked carefully at whether requiring significant prominence would be preferable to requiring appropriate prominence, and concluded that the descriptor significant wouldn't be sufficiently flexible or operable. It wouldn't, for instance, address the question of regional prominence that I've just outlined. As any visitors to their local department store can attest, there are now a huge range of potential user interfaces and routes to content available from modern televisions. As a result, there can be no one-size-fits-all approach to delivering prominence, and we believe appropriate prominence, as determined by Ofcom in its code of practice and with flexibility built in, is fundamentally the right one. The Noble Lord Bassam of Brighton asked if we would keep the list of regulated television selection services under review, and I'm very happy to say that we will indeed do so. He also asked about how the government intends to measure the sustainability of Channel 4 as part of the reform package agreed with Channel 4 last year. Both they and the government agreed updates to the financial reporting information that Channel 4 provides to my department and to UK government investments, the government's corporate finance specialists, on a quarterly basis. While there's no perfect way to measure an organisation's sustainability, this information will help to support our work in considering how best to be able to enable Channel 4 to remain at the centre of British broadcasting for many years to come. Though I agree with the Noble Lord Inglewood that there is more to life than sport, I'm also grateful to the Noble Baroness Lady Grey Thompson, my noble friend Lord Holmes of Richmond, the Noble Lord Addington and others for underlining its importance to very many viewers across the country. I'd like to assure the Noble Baroness Lady Grey Thompson that there's no intention to weaken the public service broadcasters' hand in negotiations, but rather to ensure that partnerships between them and commercial broadcasters can function effectively to deliver the best outcomes for audiences and right holders. Ofcom will have the ability to bring forward regulations, including on adequacy, and we recognise that it is vitally important that broadcasters maintain complete editorial control of live broadcasts when they enter into partnerships, so that they have the freedom to make decisions about what events to screen for the British public. My noble friend Lord Holmes touched on digital rights for listed events, and legislating to include digital rights is a very complex issue. It's not only technical in nature, but a balance needs to be struck between securing the right access for audiences and the commercial freedoms which allow rights holders to reinvest in sport at all levels. The government believes it would be more appropriate to evaluate this issue through the digital rights review before considering any potential legislation that would enact any particular conclusion. But I hope that he and other noble lords will be reassured that the issue remains under careful consideration, and I'm sure we'll debate this in committee.
Why would you wait? Why do we need to wait for that particular review? Because it seems to me that we know what we know. We know enough about this. We know what the problems are, that why we shouldn't actually deal with it now. We can't wait another 10 years for this, or however long it takes?
Well, we've set up the review because there are important questions to consider. It's worth considering them properly. As I say, there's a complexity here about striking the right balance. The review is looking into that and more. And from it may flow some suggestions for changes in the law that are needed. But I think it's right that we complete the review and look at that picture in the round. But as I say, I look forward to, I'm sure we will touch on this in committee, and there are emerging areas which Noble Lords will want to press, but we think it's right that we complete the review. It was right in which is a logical consequence of setting it up. The government is also keen to ensure that sporting events are made available for the public as widely as possible. That's why we have the listed events regime. We acknowledge the interest that fans have in watching our sporting teams compete. It's important again that regime continues to strike the right balance between accessibility and the ability of sporting organisations to generate revenues so that they can invest in sports at all levels. We believe that the current list of events works well to deliver the right outcome, and that it strikes an appropriate balance. So we have no plans to review the list at this time. My noble friend Lord Bethell spoke about the importance of age ratings on television content, and we're in complete agreement on the need to protect children and other vulnerable audiences from harmful and inappropriate video-on-demand content to which they might be exposed. As people move to a digital world, so must our regulation change. That is why, for the first time, we're bringing mainstream TV-like on-demand services in scope of the new video-on-demand code. That will be drafted and enforced by Ofcom. Ofcom has a long track record of regulating broadcast television to ensure that it's age appropriate and protects those who may be more deeply affected by what they see or hear. In addition to creating this new code, the bill gives Ofcom new powers through its audience protection review duty so that it can provide guidance, report on and deal with any providers it considers are not providing adequate protections. Taken together, these changes mean the on-demand streamers will no longer be marking their own homework. That rightly will be for Ofcom to assess and do. The British Board of Film Classification, which my noble friend mentions, does a fine job, and the government encourages all services to consider using it when reaching decisions. But it's not the only source of effective child protection. Many streamers, including our public service broadcasters, for example, have very effective child protection measures in place and don't use BBFC age ratings. We don't want inadvertently to discourage services from investing in, developing and using the most effective child protection technology that is available and which becomes available, which includes but is not limited to age ratings. The government's overriding goal here is to ensure that effective protection is in place as the outcome, rather than specifying from the top down how that should be done. The measures in the bill will ensure that all streamers are given the incentive to place child protection at the heart of their product development, not just relying on the regulator to tell them what the bare minimum they can get away with is. For example, protections such as parental controls and warnings, in addition to age ratings, can be more effective than any individual age rating system. But we are listening to what my noble friend and others are saying in this area, and have been listening to the debate that took place in another place as well, and we look forward to continuing to debate this and considering these issues as the bill progresses. My noble friend Lord Black of Brentwood raised concerns about the risk of complaints tourism arising as a result of Ofcom's regulation of video-on-demand services. As with existing broadcasting regulation, how these rules are implemented would be for Ofcom to set out, but to be clear, Ofcom will only be regulating on-demand providers' UK libraries. In addition, following feedback from providers during pre-legislative scrutiny, we've already considered how the particular issues of considered the particular issue of complaints tourism. The bill now ensures that Ofcom will be able to consider the length of time that content has been available when considering complaints, which will reduce mischievous accusations. But this is not new territory. Ofcom has a long history as an international regulator, and we have full confidence that it has the expertise and powers to deal with complaints of this nature appropriately. More broadly, noble lords have rightly asked about the additional responsibilities that Ofcom has taken on in recent years. As they know from our exchanges on the Online Safety Act, the government has invested in Ofcom, which has taken on a great number more staff to cover the additional responsibilities that it has, and we are confident that it has the capability and resources that it needs. And like others, I'm very grateful that the Noble Lord Grade of Yarmouth has attended and listened to our debates on this bill again today. Ofcom will continue to be accountable to Parliament as it is now. The bill extends its powers in areas that it has much experience in regulating, and my department's worked closely with Ofcom throughout the drafting process, and as I said in my opening speech, we're very grateful for the contribution they've made to it. I'm grateful to some, not all, Noble Lords who expressed support for the repeal of Section 40 of the Crime and Courts Act. I know views differ on this across your Lordship's House, but as I said in the opening, this is a manifesto commitment of the government's, and we worry that commencing Section 40 would risk creating a chilling effect on freedom of speech, undermining high-quality journalism and causing serious damage to local newspapers. The government consulted on repeal in 2016, and a huge majority of respondents, some 79%, including press freedom organisations such as Reporters Without Borders, backed repealing Section 40, with many arguing that it could have stopped publishers from undertaking valuable investigative journalism or publishing stories which are critical of individuals for fear of being taken to court and having to pay for both sides. So, but I look forward to the further debates I'm sure we'll have. The Noble Lord Stevenson asked about the Press Regulation Panel. That was, as he knows, established through a Royal Charter on the self-regulation of the press in 2013, which is separate to the Crime and Courts Act of that year. The repeal of Section 40 will not affect the Press Regulation Panel. Any press regulator can apply to be recognised by the panel, and the panel will continue to recognise, review and report on impress. It can also recognise other press regulators should they choose to apply. My noble friend Lord Astor asked how we can prevent strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAPs, if we repeal Section 40. If it were enacted, Section 40 would only protect news publishers, which are members of an approved regulator. SLAPs typically target individuals instead of their employers, and can target people other than journalists, including consumers, tenants, or victims of sexual assault. Many SLAPs never reach court, as their intention is to silence people before the case is pursued. As I hope my noble friend knows, the government is taking broad action against SLAPs to create a changed culture and to raise awareness of them alongside legislative change. The task force on SLAPs, which we've established, published its work plan in December, outlining action from government as well as from media and legal organisations to tackle SLAPs. The Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act received royal assent in October, which includes measures to tackle economic crime-related SLAPs, which we believe represent up to 70% of all these lawsuits. The government is also supporting the Private Members Bill introduced in another place by Wayne David MP, which passed second reading last Friday. That bill has cross-party support and will update the measures in the 2023 Act to cover a broader scope and blocking SLAPs across all types of litigation. My Lords, I'm conscious I'm reaching my time, so I will turn finally to the regret motion tabled by the Noble Lord Forsyth. Firstly, the Noble Lord Bassam asked whether a meeting with the Secretary of State might be possible. As he will appreciate, she's acting in a quasi-judicial capacity at the moment in relation to this matter, so is very restricted in what she would be able to say. I don't think a meeting would be therefore helpful. I and other ministers have kept your Lordship's House and the other place updated in as much as we're able to while that legal process unfurls. I pointed in...
Do you have a sense from the Noble Lord the Minister of the timetable for this review to be complete?
I will, if I may, point the Noble Lord to the answers we've given, which set out some of the timelines, because there are different timelines under the different acts and the work that Ofcom and the Competition and Markets Authority do. So rather than try and give them off the top of my head. I will set them out, but as I've answered questions from the dispatch box before, and will continue to do that, and through written questions where possible. I pointed my noble friend Lord Forsyth to the Enterprise Act and to the National Security and Investment Act, which do cover the actions which are available to the Secretary of State, including where she has concerns about media freedom and freedom of expression. As my noble friend indicated in his speech, his lively discussions with the Public Bill Office and his having to resort to this regret motion reflect the fact that this is not a matter for this bill, but as the contribution from our noble friend Lady Stoll of Beeston showed, she has had more success with bringing an amendment to the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Bill, and I would certainly encourage him and her to continue their conversations with my noble friends Lord Camrose and Lord Offord of Garville as those discussions pass. But my lords, a great...
My noble friend sits down, and I'm grateful for what he has just said, but am I to take it from what he said to the noble Lord Bassam that the DCMS are not going to engage in this matter at all, or am I just to direct my questions to the noble lords who are responsible for the DMCC bill?
As it falls to my noble friends, Lord Camrose and Lord Offord, who'll be taking that bill through, I think it's more fruitful to have the discussions with them. They'll be having them on behalf of the whole government. But as my noble friend will, I hope, appreciate, because my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has a quasi-judicial role, she is limited in what she can say. I know my noble friend appreciates that, but it also limits a little bit what we can say. But I'm very happy to continue to answer questions on the process while they continue their discussions with my noble friends who are answering for the government on the Digital Markets Bill, and we'll look forward to the discussions with my noble friend and with Lord Forsyth, who's, I hope, will not press his regret motion this evening. And with that, I beg to move that the bill be read a second time.
My Lords, I don't think I need to test the opinion of the House, because every single speech has been supportive of the view that foreign governments should not be able to own British newspapers. And if I may say, I thank the Minister for the excellent way which he summed up the debate, but if I might just suggest to him, there's a distinction between the Secretary of State acting in a quasi-judicial capacity on this particular proposal that's come for the Daily Telegraph, and what I was trying to convey, which is that this should be a matter for Parliament to decide. It should not be a matter on an individual basis. And the issue is whether, in principle, it is right or wrong for foreign governments to own our newspapers. That is a matter for the government as a whole. And I have a splendid suggestion to make, which is that the government can release us all from this quandary by simply coming forward and accepting the amendment from my noble friend which has been made to another bill. And when he says it's a matter for other ministers, it's not. It's a matter for the government as a whole, and it is perfectly clear from what has happened tonight that he can convey to his colleagues that there is unanimous support for the idea that we should prevent foreign governments from being able to acquire British newspapers. And if I may just add to my noble friend Lord Vasey, I wouldn't encourage him in the process of having regret motions. It's a very unusual procedure, and the reason that I did it was in order to be able to convey to the government the strength of feeling on all sides of the House about this. So having said that, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? The amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
Move the motion. Standing in your name.
My Lord, I beg to move the motion standing on my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Question on a statement made in the House of Commons on Thursday, 22nd February, Ukraine update.
My Lords, in marking the second anniversary of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, it gives us another chance to reaffirm our support for Ukraine and its people. People who are not only in the defence of their freedom, but in the defence of our freedom and our democracy have suffered so much. So many killed and wounded, cities, towns and villages ruined or destroyed. Yet in the face of that, Ukraine has stood tall, stood firm and stood resolute. And we once again, all of us, salute their courage and their bravery. We as a country are united in our support and united in our determination to see this through with them. We have seen this, yes, in military support, but also in Ukrainians welcomed into our homes, in donations of assistance to Ukraine, and continuing rallies on many of our streets, marking that sense of solidarity. So in the recent welcome announcement of further support for Ukraine by the government, can the Noble Lord tell us whether this will ensure that the ammunition shortfalls that the Ukrainian armed forces are facing will be speedily replenished? Do we have the stocks to do this quickly? And can we do all we can to ensure that such shortages are not experienced again? In part, this needs a boost to Britain's industrial production. The government has announced plans to enable this uplift in capacity to take place with respect to armaments. What progress has been made with respect to this? And what timeline does the government expect for it in order for that increased capacity to be available to meet the ever-increasing need? The Chief of the Armed Forces said this week that to address this shortage of ammunition could take months until the West agrees further steps to support Kyiv. What are these further steps and what progress is being made to achieve them? My Lords, Ukraine has had to withdraw at times not because of a lack of desire to fight, but because of a lack of ammunition. This can't be allowed to happen again, can it? And I know the government will agree with that, but we simply can't read again in our papers that military withdrawal has had to take place because of the lack of the necessary ammunition, let alone equipment. So alongside raising the amount of ammunition supplied and the speed of supply, we need to maintain as well the diplomatic effort to maintain our unity. So could the Noble Lord comment on President Macron's calls for troops in Ukraine, which appeared to come from absolutely nowhere? One of the mistaken beliefs of Putin was that the West would be weak in the face of his aggression. Isn't it therefore significant to note, again, that the opposite has happened, with NATO indeed strengthened, which is very welcomed, with Finland now a member and the last obstacles cleared for Sweden? Can the Noble Lord outline for us the government's view of what Ukraine's path to NATO membership actually is? Has the government a view of how it expects this to happen? The government has made many announcements, including the recent 200 Brimstone missiles and aid. Can we expect a full military aid action plan? And is there to be an implementation plan for the welcome UK-Ukraine security arrangement and agreement? Alongside equipment, the training of personnel is also crucial. We've trained up to 60,000 individuals so far, which is a great feat on our part. Can the Noble Lord update us on the latest news re Operation Interflex, which is our main training effort? My Lords, the morale of the Ukrainian people has been immense, and we must do all we can alongside our military supports to maintain that morale. What thought has the government given to this actual aspects of the war? In other words, what thought has the government given to maintaining that civilian morale in the face of the aggression and hardships that we all understand? My lords, the shocking death of Alexei Navalny shows the sort of regime that we are dealing with. Success for Ukraine is our success and crucial to the future of freedom and democracy in Europe. The resolve of the Ukrainian people is immense, and they should know of the strength of our resolve and that of our friends to stand with them. It is a task we will not shirk, and they should hear that message again.
My lords, from these benches I would like to echo the words of the noble Lord, Lord Coker, that we stand here today supporting our Ukrainian friends. Across the chamber, across the country, we give our support to Ukraine. It is unwavering, and it needs to remain unwavering, because Ukraine's war is our war. And if we flinch, that only gives succour to Vladimir Putin. So it's absolutely right that we all stand up and say we support His Majesty's government in the aid that it has been giving to Ukraine. But the aim of this evening is perhaps to ask a few questions about what further support can be given, and also our own defence capabilities to ensure that we have the ammunition that we're seeking to give, that we're backfilling appropriately. A few questions about the defence industrial base, perhaps, and also a question of what assessment His Majesty's government has made of the support that Russia is getting in terms of ammunition from North Korea and Iran. But firstly, my lords, it's very clear that there is a concern about a lack of ammunition, and President Zelensky has said that we must be very careful not to have an artificial deficit in terms of ammunition. So could the noble lord tell the House what preparations His Majesty's government is making to ensure not just that we can supply or help supply Ukraine this week and next week, but for the months and years to come? What discussions His Majesty's government is having with other governments in Europe and in NATO about their support, because there have been problems about the pledges for ammunition actually being delivered from other European countries. We're all in a similar situation, and we're all actually trying to procure weapons from the same industrial base, even if we have our own defence industries. So what cooperation do we have? What discussions are we having? Are we ensuring that collectively we can provide Ukraine with what is needed? But, my lords, there is, I think, a real issue. The Secretary of State, in making the statement last week in the other place, talked about the new UK drone strategy. And obviously drone warfare is one of the issues that has come to the fore in recent years. One of the issues that we've seen both in Ukraine but also in the Middle East, and particularly the Red Sea, are drones that appear to come from Iran. So could we hear perhaps what assessment His Majesty's government's made about the potential of Iranian drone warfare? Do we have any sense of the numbers? And beyond that, a question really of sanctions, because I realise that the sanctions probably fall in the remit of the FCDO, and certainly in his statement today, Minister Mitchell talked a bit about sanctions. But one of the issues about sanctions is they ought to be stopping Russia being able to export oil and gas in the way they have been. Is His Majesty's government satisfied that the existing sanctions are working sufficiently well? And in particular, if the rumours are true that, among other countries, buying oil now are in India, which is one of our Commonwealth partners. What discussions is His Majesty's Government having to try to persuade India and other Commonwealth partners who have not necessarily bought into the same level of commitment to Ukraine as we have? What is His Majesty's Government doing to try and persuade them to support the sanctions?
My Lords, let me start by restating that the UK's commitment to Ukraine remains absolute, unequivocal and unwavering. Putin's appalling, illegal and unprovoked attack on the Ukrainian people must be repeatedly condemned by all sides, and the government is extremely grateful for the exceptional level of crossbench support throughout the last 2 years. The UK has been and remains at the very forefront of international efforts to end Russia's war, and with that support, Ukraine has retaken over half the land occupied by Russia, pushed the Black Sea fleet eastwards out of Crimea, and opened up grain export routes that don't depend on Russia. So they have made significant progress, not consistently, but with enormous effort and huge fortitude in repelling an extremely focused and aggressive invader. It is, as we know, it's the second anniversary, and as those in the know have said for a long time, this is going to be a long war, and a lot of the questions that have been asked are all about the ability of the West to support and maintain the pressure and ability of the Ukrainian people to mount continuous defence of their country. So, if I could just take some of the questions that have been raised. On the whole question of replenishment and available stocks, the government, not only here but also in Europe and NATO, are moving at speed to attempt to invest in industrial strategy that will up the rate of production. And in this country, we have done a number of deals, both through the Investment Fund for Ukraine and also with some of our armament suppliers to increase that rate. And I think one of the most commonly mentioned ones is the 155mm artillery ammunition, where the actual rate has been increased by a factor of 8. Now, that's not to say for 1 minute that we are able to supply, and I don't think one would expect a country of our size to be able to supply the full necessity. But in working with our partners, both in NATO and in the EU, there is no doubt that the rate of supply will increase again, hopefully to the level of fire rate, which will allow the Ukrainians to hold their ground and ultimately push back. It's not an instant solution, and as I'm sure noble lords will be aware, there's some details that I'm not at liberty to discuss, but we are doing everything that we can, not only to improve our own stocks and availability, but restrict the Russian Federation from obtaining materials. Some of the further steps that we're taking, particularly when getting other countries involved and stepping up to the mark, are, as we would expect, through the diplomatic channels. And that is extremely important, because when it comes down to it, as we all know, diplomacy is going to finish. Winning on the battlefield is one thing, but it's diplomacy which really wins the day in the end. And I think that is consistent with all the sort of the different issues that we're facing now. So do we restrict the weapons, we concentrate on diplomacy, we restrict the flow of money, and we continue to supply all that we possibly can. On the question of drones, the noble Baroness is absolutely right. I mean, the whole sort of concept of warfare has changed so significantly. And as part of the 2.5 billion that we are gifting to Ukraine in this year, 24-25, 200 million of that is going to go to drone technology. And will produce an enormous quantity of drones. The challenge with the Iranian drones is that, of course, although we will do whatever we can to restrict some of the key components, but of course there are malign forces that are only too happy to supply those key parts which are so hard to get hold of. On the whole question of sanctions, I mean, the level of sanctions is we've introduced a sanction level which has never ever been produced before against a sovereign state, and with our international partners, it is a very major level of sanctions. There are 1,900 individuals and entities that have been sanctioned, 1,700 of those since the start of the invasion. It includes 29 banks, which are 90% of the Russian sector, 131 oligarchs, which is £147 billion, and the fall in Russian trade to the UK is now 99.7%. So the sanctions are working, and we know that Putin is having trouble in coping with it. In fact, he admits to it. But the seizure of these assets and how they should be applied either to the rebuilding of Ukraine or for humanitarian aid is an issue which is under constant discussion. The question of NATO is an extremely good one, and the primacy of NATO in this whole enterprise is absolutely paramount. The accession of Finland and the final acceptance of Sweden, and I understand there's going to be a signing next week, which is fantastic, which is great news. It really shows the Russian Federation the determination that NATO has. I cannot imagine what President Macron thinks he is doing, suggesting that NATO troops become involved. I mean, I can only understand. I rather hope it's a question of translation at some point, because I mean, it's just extraordinary. We continue to train a very high rate of personnel. In fact, we trained an additional 10,000 in the last few months. One of the challenges that we have on the training, and we have about a dozen allies who help us with this training, is that we're not absolutely certain how many people are now continuing to come out of Ukraine wishing to be trained. And I'm sure noble lords will know that the Ukrainian government is looking at subscription age, conscription age, to try to boost the numbers going into their forces. But the morale still remains, despite some of the setbacks, remarkably high. It's over 80% is absolutely determined to regain all territory. President Zelensky still has an extraordinarily high approval rating, and even the change of commanders, which is a fairly normal thing in war. I mean, after a couple of years, people are getting tired. There needs to be some new thinking in. Has been well accepted. The death of Navalny is just a clear indication of the sort of people that we're dealing with here. They will stop at absolutely nothing, and it's just another example of the complete lack of any form of moral compass that is being faced. The final point I just say is that the approach that we're taking with some of our allies and some of the Commonwealth about buying oil and indeed gas from Russia is really one of diplomacy. The challenge is that I understand that they know that they're not necessarily doing the right thing, but of course the Russians are producing a price which they just almost can't resist, and that is a real diplomatic challenge. And I think it's something that we just need to concentrate on with enormous application and force. So I think before taking the questions, I would just say that I would concur entirely with the Noble Lord Coker that as the second anniversary of Russia's invasion passes, we must all recognise that Putin simply must not be allowed to prevail at whatever cost it takes.
My Lords, we're right to mark this anniversary, sad though it is. But I must say I'm dismayed by the complacency of the Noble Lord, the Earl, in his lack of recognition that there are two other important anniversaries here. It is 10 years this month since Russia invaded Crimea. It is 30 years now since the United Kingdom offered security guarantees to Ukraine through the Budapest Memorandum. We failed to deliver on that commitment 10 years ago when Russia invaded Crimea, and it is because of that that these past 2 years have passed. So I'm afraid the Minister's smugness in not understanding that what Emmanuel Macron in France is trying to do is to make us appreciate that the words of this statement may well come true. The tyrant of the Kremlin is determined to wait out the West, the statement says. The Noble Lord talks of diplomacy. One rule of diplomacy is that once you rule out options, you soon run out of options. I'm very sorry to hear that he thinks that having some strategic autonomy in the West is something that might be a mistake. We will have to tell the public what the dangers are here.
My Lords, I couldn't be less smug about the situation in Ukraine, and I apologise profusely if that was the impression that I gave. I'm making comment on the statement that was issued last week, which was an update of the current situation. And I am fully aware that the world did not respond sufficiently to the challenge that the Russian Federation laid down when they moved into Ukraine 10 years ago. We are, and as the President Zelensky says, it is all Ukrainian soil that he wishes to get back, not just what has got back within the last, not which has been taken with the last 2 years. And I can absolutely assure all noble lords that the government is far from complacent about the situation that we face now, but that diplomacy must have a role to play, either, well, constantly now and in the future. And the role of NATO is one which is one of defence, and it needs to be adhered to very clearly.
Lords, it's understandable. I'm very grateful for what the Minister has said, but it's understandable why the murder of Alexei Navalny is commanding the headlines. But there are other opposition leaders, and a number of them in prison, possibly facing the same fate as Navalny. There are anti-war Russian organisations outside of Russia, including here in the UK. Is the government using its convening power to bring some of these disparate opposition groups together in order that they can exercise what we might call soft power, influencing people back in Russia? And is the government aware of their existence? I'm aware that they don't all cooperate very well, but that might be for the lack of some sort of convening power?
My Lords, the government provides support either overtly or discreetly wherever it can with these groups, and there is no doubt that it can help in certain cases to ease what is a very, very difficult situation.
My Lords, Ukraine and Ukrainians are paying for West complacency about Russia. It is good now that we demonstrate unwavering support for Ukraine, and we must maintain that support. But in the Western Balkans, where Russia and her proxies are working to challenge NATO and undermine stability in the region, we behave as if it is pre-2014 and pre-2022. May I ask my noble friend if he agrees with me that it is high time to change both our mindset and our policy and strategy towards Western Balkans?
My Lords, this is all part of the same story. There are links between these different malign organisations that need addressing. I can't give an absolutely clear answer about the Western Balkans, but I'm very happy to write to my noble friend with the detail.
My Lords, on the issue of sanctions, we're doing the right thing. We're trying to impose as many sanctions as we can on as many entities and people, and we obviously shouldn't stop them. However, reports in The Economist suggest actually they're not very effective. The noble Baroness Lady Smith touched on European cooperation. In my opinion, and I said so on the 26th, it's absolutely essential that we cooperate on a European level and decide who is going to do what. And on the 26th, I said that we should, if necessary, if it's what we should be doing, then we should create a Royal Ordnance factory, and we should be looking at 100,000 rounds of 155 a month. But so far as I can see, we're just pussyfooting around, and that is what President Putin will see. He will see that we are pussyfooting around. We're not, for instance, overturning planning regulations. We're not telling BAE Systems that they can do whatever they like, whatever they need to do to create the amount of ammunition we need. We're not telling BAE Systems that if you need to requisition a machine tool from another factory and it's going to totally interfere with the rest of our domestic production, it doesn't matter. The priority must be to make the ammunition. And if Ukraine fails and gets defeated by the Russians, and if we do not give them the munitions and other equipment that they need, they will be defeated by the Russians. The situation is dire at the moment. We will then have to double defence expenditure and keep it doubled for the foreseeable future. So the cost to us will be very, very high, and we will not be able to do the things that we want to be able to do for our people because we're going to have to waste the money on defence expenditure.
My Lords, I thank my noble friend for that very impassioned view that he takes. He is right. I agree. We need to up the pace of production. And through the International Fund for Ukraine and other enterprises, the amount of money being spent to arm and replenish the situation in Ukraine continues to grow. Out of the now 900 million pledged, as example, for the International Fund of Ukraine, 27 contracts are out with a total value of £340 million. There's another 22 million just about to be placed any minute now. There's a competition out for a further 300 million for ammunition. There's 40 million out for drones, and another 194 million across air defence and maritime packages. And that is just this country. So it is, this is a combined effort across Europe. I'm sure Noble Lords will have seen that the Germans started building a new ammunition factory, and the pace of growth continues to increase.
My lords, why on earth are we bothering with a competition?
My lords, to ensure that we get exactly what we want, and that the capacity and deliverability is there.
My lord, surely we tell industry what we want and tell them to get on with it. And if they tell us that they need some capacity, some power, some machine tool, then we give it to them.
My lords, there's certainly an element of that, but there is we work within a global market where there is where availability of resources are not freely and it is very important to ensure that these vast amounts of money on the production of munitions are properly spent.
My lords, I beg to move the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.